Introduction to Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Plays from Dickens for the use of amateur and school dramatic societies. Arranged by Horace B. Browne, M.A., Assistant Master at Hymers College, Hull, and President 1907 to 1909, of the Hull branch of the Dickens Fellowship. Preface to the first edition. The 20 short plays included in this little volume have been prepared to meet a growing demand for short, actable plays adapted from the works of Charles Dickens. They are taken from some of the principal episodes in 7 of his books, and they will be found to contain, among the 88 characters introduced, some of the best known of Dickens' creations. The order in which the plays are arranged is, in the first place, that of the publication of the books from which they are taken, and, in the second place, that of the occurrence in each book of the episodes of which use has been made. The aim that I have endeavoured to follow out in their construction has been to make as few alterations as possible in the text of Dickens, and to choose such episodes as bring out strongly the characteristics of the persons represented. At the same time, I have sought to make the whole clear and serviceable by adopting the method of giving, in connection with each play, 1. A short description of each character, again, as far as possible, in Dickens' own words. 2. Reproductions of the original illustrations by Phiz, Cruikshank, Cattermole, and Marcus Stone, or, failing these, references to such illustrations in the biographical edition of the works of Charles Dickens as will be of use to the players. 3. An indication of the arrangement of the stage necessary for its production, and of the time taken in its performance. To these I have added a few hints on general stage management, costumes, make-up, etc., for which reference should be made to the introduction. The number of characters introduced in each play varies from 2 to 10, sufficient scope being thereby allowed for many different tastes and circumstances. The plays can all be acted on a small stage, and it will be found possible to adapt for their production the end of any good-sized room. Some have been produced, with success, on a stage measuring no more than 15 feet by 6 feet. Scenery, as such, is nowhere required, and the properties necessary are limited to the minimum in number. It is an obvious fact that there is more likelihood of success attending the efforts of a band of amateurs, and that greater interest is created when an evening's performance is divided among several players than when it depends entirely on the efforts of a few. For this reason it is hoped that these short plays from Dickens may be found useful to the members of school dramatic societies, as well as to the members of amateur dramatic societies, and in particular of those societies formed in connection with the various branches of the Dickens Fellowship, at home and in our British colonies. I wish to express my grateful thanks to Mr. B. W. Matz, editor of the Dickinson, for his kindly interest and some valuable suggestions, and to Mr. G. E. Tyndall, honorary secretary of the Hull branch of the Dickens Fellowship, for his kindness in revising the proof sheets. Horace B. Browne, Hull, October 1908. Introduction. A few hints to amateurs. The stage. For 16 of these plays, i.e., for all except The Gentleman Next Door, Hatching a Conspiracy, The Stranger's Visit, and An Unexpected Meeting, nothing more is absolutely necessary than a simple arrangement of curtains such as shown in the following plan: back of stage, left and right side curtains, front curtains. The curtains across the front of the stage can be fixed either to draw along a rod, or to pull up from the bottom central corners, so that, when fastened open, they hang in corner folds. It is an advantage to have the side curtains fixed obliquely, and if these are fastened together at the top, weighted at the bottom, and allowed to hang separately, the necessity for entrance and exit doors can be avoided. For the 4 plays mentioned above, something more is necessary. Any jobbing carpenter can build up the framework of the partition required in Hatching a Conspiracy, The Stranger's Visit, and An Unexpected Meeting, or that of the garden wall required in The Gentleman Next Door. The closets and the summer-house mentioned in the 2 plays last named can be more lightly built, and no professional help in their construction will be needed. Sheets of paper made to represent doors, windows, to move up and down, and fireplaces, can be obtained for a few shillings from Messrs. Samuel French, 26 Southampton Street, Strand, and they can be very easily affixed to the framework. The same firm also supplies sheets of paper made to represent the brickwork that is necessary for covering the skeleton of the garden wall in The Gentleman Next Door, and that can similarly be used, if thought desirable, for the exterior of the partition in the other 3 plays. Stage Management. The stage directions given in the plays are almost entirely Dickens's own words remodelled. As a born actor, he incorporated in his pages, consciously or unconsciously, sufficient indications of action to make the production of any particular episode on the stage an easy matter. But there is, of course, no reason why these should not be added to as is thought advisable by the players themselves. Some slight alterations in the action of the plays will, doubtless, suggest themselves, and such alterations may conduce to simplification of the staging of certain plays. For instance, with the exercise of a little ingenuity, the closets mentioned in An Unexpected Meeting can be dispensed with, and so can the summer house mentioned in The Gentleman Next Door, if strict adherence to the text of Dickens is not desired. Again, the need for a window whose parts are movable will be done away with if Barnaby is allowed to enter his mother's cottage by bursting open the door from the outside, and if Miggs is similarly allowed to rid the lock of some of its coal dust and admit Samuel Tappertit by the door instead of by the window. The time stated for the performance of each play does not include that taking up in getting the stage ready. In the case, therefore, of plays which consist of more than one scene, extra time must be allowed for the necessary intervals. Costumes. Except in the case of the plays taken from Barnaby Rudge, the action of the plays here given is supposed to take place in Dickens's own time, so that the costumes to be used are those of the early and mid-Victorian periods, with those of the late 18th century for the 4 plays to which special reference has just been made. Sufficient help in the preparation of all the necessary costumes should be attainable from the illustrations given and referred to, but it must be borne in mind that several of the illustrations are, to some extent, of the nature of caricatures. If it is desired to hire costumes for a performance, this can be conveniently done from any of the well-known theatrical costumers, such as Messrs. J. A. Harrison, 29 Leicester Square, W.C., B. J. Simmons, 7 and 8 King Street, Covent Garden, and J. Birkinshaw, 28 and 30 Colquitt Street, Liverpool. The charge for hire of one performance varies with the particular firm, but costumes to measure, and correct to the text of Dickens, can generally be had at prices from 5 shillings for male costumes, and 7 shillings and 6pence for female costumes upwards. Make-up, wigs, etc. Wigs, beards, and moustaches can likewise be conveniently obtained on hire for very small charges, either from the firms mentioned above or from local hairdressers. Messrs. Samuel French supply all the necessary articles for make-up, grease paints, pencils, etc., either separately or in make-up boxes. In most cases, however, it will probably be found advisable to enlist the services of a local hairdresser who is experienced in stage production, and the effects that a competent professional can produce are well worth the small additional expense that is thereby entailed. End of introduction. Recording by Todd.
Mrs. Tibbs' Boarding House, from Short Plays from Dickens, by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Tibbs' Boarding House, from Sketches by Boz. Characters:
Mrs. Tibbs, a boarding house keeper. Read by Avai.
Mr. Tibbs, her husband, read by Tim Watkins.
Mrs. Maplestone, boarder at Mrs. Tibbs, read by Tricia G.
Miss Matilda Mapleson, boarder at Mrs. Tibbs, read by Rachel.
Julia Mapleson,
boarder at Mrs. Tibbs,
read by Leanne.
Mr. Calton, boarder at Mrs. Tibbs, read by Tom U.
Mr. Septimus Hicks, boarder at Mrs. Tibbs's, read by Thomas Peter.
Mr. Simpson, boarder at Mrs. Tibbs, read by Jason in Panama.
James,
a boy servant,
read by Leanne Ya.
Robinson,
a maid servant,
read by Lydia.
Stage directions, read by Paul H.W. Scene 1. The parlor at Mrs. Tibbs' boarding house. Scene 2. The dining room at the same. Scene 3. The parlor. 6 months later. Description of characters. Mrs. Tibbs. A woman somewhat short of stature and always talking. The most tidy, fidgety, thrifty little personage that ever inhaled the smoke of London. Mr. Tibbs. A man by no means large, and with very short legs, but, by way of indemnification, with a peculiarly long face. He rarely speaks, but has one long story that he is very fond of telling. But, as he speaks very slowly and softly, and his better half very quickly and loudly, he never succeeds in getting beyond the introductory sentence. For his dress, see illustration on page 10. Mrs. Mapleson. An enterprising widow of about 50. Shrewd, scheming, and good-looking. She is amiably anxious on behalf of her daughters, and would have no objection to marry again if it would benefit her dear girls. Miss Matilda Mapleson and Miss Julia Mapleson. Young ladies of 25 and 22 respectively, who have been at different watering places for 4 seasons, and have done all that industrious girls can do, and all to no purpose. Mr. Colton. A superannuated beau, who is used to saying of himself that although his features are not regularly handsome, they are striking. He is exceedingly vain and inordinately selfish. He has never been married, but is on the lookout for a wife with money. He has acquired the reputation of being the very pink of politeness. For his dress in scene 3, see illustration on page 10. Mr. Septimus Hicks. A tallish, white-faced young man with spectacles and a black ribbon round his neck instead of a neckerchief. A most interesting person, a poetical walker of the hospitals, and a very talented young man. He is fond of lugging into conversation all sorts of quotations from Don Juan, without fettering himself by the propriety of their application. For his dress in scene 3, see illustration on page 10. Mr. Simpson. An empty-headed young man, with hair like a wig, and whiskers meeting beneath his chin and seeming to be strings to tie it on. He wears a maroon-colored dress coat, with collar and cuffs of the same tint. James. A boy who acts as manservant and wears a revived black coat of his master's. Robinson, undescribed by Dickens. Scene 1. Arrangement of stage. A fireplace with steel fender on one side, a door at the back of the stage, and another opposite the fireplace. Chairs, a sofa, and a small table scattered about. When the curtain rises, Mr. Tibbs is standing rubbing his hands gently before the fire, and Mrs. Tibbs is bustling about with a duster in her hand.
Charming woman, that Mrs. Maplestone. Charming woman indeed. And the 2 daughters are delightful. We must have some fish today. They'll join us at dinner for the first time.
Mr. Tibbs places the poker at right angles with the fire shovel, and essays to speak, but recollects he has nothing to say.
And the young ladies have kindly volunteered to bring their own piano.
Mr. Tibbs goes to a chair at the back of the stage, sits down, and tips himself backwards so that his head rests against the wall. Mr. Tibbs, struck with a bright thought,
It's very likely.
Pray don't lean your head against the paper.
He takes the chair to the fireplace and sits down again, with his feet on the fender.
And don't put your feet on the steel fender. That's worse.
Mr. Tibbs, taking his feet from the fender.
It's very likely one of the young ladies may set her cap at young Mr. Simpson. And you know, a marriage?
A what?
Tibbs modestly repeats his former suggestion.
I beg you won't mention such a thing. A marriage indeed, to rob me of my boarders. No, not for the world. But hadn't you better go and dress for dinner?
Yes, my dear.
Goes out by door at back of stage. Mrs. Tibbs bustles about for a few minutes and then follows. Mr. Hicks and Mr. Simpson enter by the other door.
Are these gals handsome?
They loll on chairs and contemplate their pumps.
Don't know.
I saw a devilish number of parcels in the passage when I came home.
Materials for the toilet, no doubt. much linen, lace, and several pair of stockings, slippers, brushes, combs, complete, with other articles of ladies' fare to keep them beautiful or leave them neat.
Is that from Milton?
Mr. Hicks, with a look of contempt.
No, from Byron. Hush! Here come the gals.
Enter Mrs. Tibbs, followed by Mrs. Maplesone and her 2 daughters.
Miss Maplesone and the Miss Maplesones. Mr. Hicks. Mr. Hicks, Mrs. Maplesone and the Miss Maplesones.
Turns around to Mr. Simpson.
Oh, Mr. Simpson, I beg your pardon. Mr. Simpson, Mrs. Maplesone and the Miss Maplesones.
The gentleman immediately begins to slide about with much politeness, and the ladies smile, curtsy, and glide into chairs, and dive for dropped pocket handkerchiefs. The gentlemen lean against the wall. Mrs. Tibbs goes through a bit of serious pantomime with Robinson, who has partly opened the door and is making signs to her mistress very noticeably. The 2 young ladies look at each other, and everybody else appears to discover something very attractive in the pattern of the fender.
Julia, my love, Julia.
Yes, Ma.
Don't stoop.
This is said for the purpose of directing general attention to Miss Julia's figure, which is undeniable. Everybody looks at her accordingly, and there is another pause. Mrs. Maplesone, to Mrs. Tibbs, in a confidential tone.
We had the most uncivil hackney coachman today you can imagine.
Mrs. Tibbs, with an air of great commiseration.
Dear me.
The servant again appears at the door, and commences telegraphing most earnestly to Mrs. Tibbs. Mr. Hicks, in his most insinuating tone.
I think hackney coachmen generally are uncivil.
Mrs. Maplesone, as if the idea had never struck her before.
Positively, I think they are.
And cabmen, too.
This remark is a failure, for no one intimates, by word or sign, the slightest knowledge of the manners and customs of cabmen. Mrs. Tibbs, to the servant, who, by way of making her presence known to her mistress, has been giving sundry hems and sniffs outside the door.
Robinson, what do you want?
Please, ma'am, master wants his clean things.
The 2 young men turn their faces to each other and go off like a couple of bottles of ginger beer. The ladies put their handkerchiefs to their mouths, and little Mrs. Tibbs bustles out of the room. Miss Matilda, whispering to her sister Julia,
What a magnificent dresser Mr. Simpson is!
Splendid.
What whiskers!
Charming.
Mrs. Tibbs returns, looking very flurried, and followed by Mr. Carlton, whom she proceeds to introduce to each of the ladies in turn. James, appearing in the doorway.
Dinner's on the table, ma'am, if you please.
Oh, Mr. Carlton, would you lead Mrs. Maplesone? Thank you.
Mr. Simpson offers his arm to Miss Julia. Mr. Septimus Hicks escorts Matilda, and the procession proceeds to the dining room. Curtain falls. Scene 2. Arrangement of stage. A table to seat 8 is laid for dinner. When the curtain rises, the diners are seated. Mr. Tibbs is serving soup. Mrs. Tibbs is serving fish. James hands round the plates.
Soup for Mrs. Maplesone, my dear.
Tibbs helps the soup in a hurry, makes a small island on the tablecloth, and puts his glass upon it to hide it from his wife.
Miss Julia, shall I assist you to some fish?
If you please. Very little. Oh, plenty, thank you.
A bit about the size of a walnut put upon the plate. Mrs. Maplesone to Mr. Carlton.
Julia is a very little eater.
Mr. Carlton, busy eating the fish with his eyes.
Ah!
The other boarders are served in turn, all taking fish, so that there's only a small piece left. Mrs. Tibbs to Mr. Tibbs, after everyone else has been helped.
My dear, what do you take?
This inquiry is accomplished by a look intimating that he mustn't say fish, because there is not much left. Mr. Tibbs coolly.
Why, I'll take a little fish, I think.
Did you say fish, my dear?
Another frown. Mr. Tibbs, with an expression of acute hunger depicted in his countenance.
Yes, dear.
Mrs. Tibbs, sternly and very distinctly.
James, take this to your master and take away your master's knife.
Tibbs is, therefore, constrained to chase small particles of salmon round and round his plate with a piece of bread and a fork. Mrs. Tibbs, as Tibbs swallows the fourth mouthful.
Take away, James.
James clears away the plates. Mr. Tibbs, more hungry than ever.
I'll take a bit of bread, James.
Never mind your master now, James. See about the meat.
A pause ensues before the table is replenished, in which Mr. Simpson, Mr. Calton, and Mr. Hicks produce 3 bottles of wine, and take wine with everybody except Tibbs. Mr. Hicks, unable to resist a singularly appropriate quotation.
But beef is rare within these oxless isles, goats' flesh there is, no doubt, and kid, and mutton, and when a holiday upon them smiles, a joint upon their barbarous spits they put on.
Mrs. Tibbs, aside to Mrs. Mapleson.
How very ungentlemanly behaviour to talk in that way.
Mr. Calton, filling his glass.
Ah, Tom Moore is my poet.
And mine.
And mine.
And mine.
Look at his compositions.
Mr. Simpson, with confidence.
To be sure.
Look at Don Juan.
Julia's letter.
Can anything be grander than the fire worshippers?
To be sure.
Oh, Paradise and the Perry.
Mr. Simpson, who thinks he is getting through it capitally.
Yes, or Paradise and the Pier.
It's all very well. Where will you find anything finer than the description of the siege at the commencement of the 7th canto?
A dish containing 2 fowls is brought in and placed before Mr. Tibbs. Mr. Tibbs, with mouth full of bread.
Talking of a siege, when I was in the Volunteer Corps in 1806, our commanding officer was Sir Charles Rampart, and one day, when we were exercising on the ground on which the London University now stands, he says he, Tibbs! Tibbs!
Mrs. Tibbs, interrupting and speaking in an awfully distinct tone.
James, tell your master if he won't carve those fowls to send them to me.
Curtain falls. Scene 3. Arrangement of stage. Furniture arranged as in Scene 1. A bell rope should hang by the side of the fireplace. When the curtain rises, Mr. Calton is sitting in an easy chair. A knock is heard at the door, and James enters.
Well, James, did you give Mr. Hicks my message?
Yes, sir. And he asked whether you were unwell, sir. And I said you looked rather rum, as it might be. And he said, sir, that was no proof of your being ill, and that he would be down directly, sir.
All right, James, you may go.
James bows and does so. Mr. Calton takes a pinch of snuff, and shortly Mr. Hicks comes in. Mutual shakes of the hands are exchanged, and Mr. Septimus Hicks is motioned to a seat. A short pause ensues. Mr. Hicks coughs, and Mr. Calton takes another pinch of snuff. Mr. Septimus Hicks breaks the silence. Mr. Hicks, very tremulously.
I received a note.
Yes, you did.
Exactly.
Yes.
Both gentlemen look at the table with a determined aspect. Mr. Calton, very pompously.
Hicks, I have sent for you in consequence of certain arrangements which are pending in this house, connected with a marriage.
Mr. Hicks, gasping.
With a marriage?
With a marriage. I have sent for you to prove the great confidence I can repose in you.
Mr. Hicks, eagerly.
And will you betray me?
I betray you? Won't you betray me?
Mr. Hicks, much agitated.
Never. No one shall know to my dying day that you had a hand in the business.
Mr. Calton, with an air of great self-complacency.
People must know that some time or other, within a year, I imagine, we may have a family, you know.
We? That won't affect you, surely.
The devil it won't!
Mr. Hicks, bewildered.
No. How can it?
Mr. Colton, throwing himself back in his chair.
Oh, Matilda!
Sighs in a lackadaisical voice, and applies his right hand a little to the left of the fourth button of his waistcoat, counting from the bottom.
Oh, Matilda!
Mr. Hicks, starting up.
What Matilda?
Mr. Colton, doing the same.
Matilda Mapleson!
I marry her tomorrow morning.
It's false. I marry her.
You marry her?
I marry her.
You marry Matilda Mapleson?
Matilda Mapleson.
Miss Mapleson marry you?
Miss Mapleson. No, Mrs. Mapleson.
Mr. Hicks, falling into his chair.
Good heavens! You marry the mother and I the daughter?
Most extraordinary circumstance, and rather inconvenient too, for the fact is that owing to Matilda's wishing to keep her intention secret from her daughters until the ceremony has taken place, she doesn't like applying to any of her friends to give her away. I entertain an objection to making the affair known to my acquaintance just now, and the consequence is that I send to you to know whether you'd oblige me by acting as father.
Mr. Hicks, in a tone of condolence.
I should have been most happy, I assure you. But, you see, I shall be acting as bridegroom. One character is frequently a consequence of the other, but it is not usual to act in both at the same time. There's Simpson. I have no doubt he'll do it for you.
I don't like to ask him. He's such a donkey.
Mr. Septimus Hicks looks up at the ceiling and down at the floor. At last an idea strikes him.
Let the man of the house, Tibbs, be the father.
Quotes, as peculiarly appropriate to Tibbs and the pair.
Oh, powers of heaven, what dark eyes meets she there? 'Tis a father's fixed upon the pair.
The idea has struck me already. But, you see, Matilda, for what reason I know not, is very anxious that Mrs. Tibbs should know nothing about it till it's all over. It's a natural delicacy, after all, you know.
He's the best-natured little man in existence, if you manage him properly. Tell him not to mention it to his wife, and assure him she won't mind it, and he'll do it directly. My marriage is to be a secret one, on account of the mother and my father. Therefore he must be enjoined to secrecy.
Mr. Colton rings the bell, and James appears.
James, ask Mr. Tibbs if he will have the kindness to step upstairs for a moment.
Very good, sir.
In a few minutes a small double knock is heard at the door. Mr. Tibbs comes in gently, closes the door carefully after him, puts his hat down on the floor, is accommodated with a seat, and sits looking very astounded for some minutes, during which no one speaks. Mr. Colton, in a very portentous manner.
A rather unpleasant occurrence, Mr. Tibbs, obliges me to consult you, and to beg you will not communicate what I am about to say to your wife.
Tibbs acquiesces, wondering.
I am placed, Mr. Tibbs, in rather an unpleasant situation.
Tibbs looks at Mr. Septimus Hicks, as if he thinks Mr. Hicks being in the immediate vicinity of his fellow boarder might constitute the unpleasantness of his situation.
Lor!
Now, let me beg you will exhibit no manifestations of surprise, which may be overheard by the domestics, when I tell you, command your feelings of astonishment, that 2 inmates of this house intend to be married tomorrow morning.
Draws back his chair several feet to perceive the effect of the unlooked-for announcement. Mr. Tibbs, putting his hands into his pockets and chuckling.
Just so.
You are not surprised, Mr. Tibbs?
Bless you. No, sir. After all, It's very natural. When two young people get together, you know.
Mr. Colton with an indescribable air of self-satisfaction.
Certainly, certainly.
Mr. Hicks, who has watched the countenance of Tibbs in mute astonishment.
You don't think it's at all an out-of-the-way affair, then?
No, sir. I was just the same at his age.
Smiles when he says this. Mr. Colton aside.
How devilish well I must carry my years. Well then, to come to the point at once, I have to ask you whether you will object to act as father on the occasion.
Mr. Tibbs, still without inviting an atom of surprise.
Certainly not.
You will not?
Decidedly not.
Mr. Colton seizes his hand and vows eternal friendship from that hour. Hicks, who is all admiration and surprise, does the same. Mr. Colton, as Tibbs picks up his hat.
Now confess, were you not a little surprised?
Mr. Tibbs, holding up one hand and opening the door.
I believe you, when I first heard of it.
So sudden.
So strange to ask me, you know.
So odd altogether.
All three laugh. Mr. Tibbs shutting the door which he has previously opened, and giving full vent to a hitherto corked-up giggle.
I say, what bothers me is, what will his father say?
Mr. Septimus Hicks looks at Mr. Colton. Mr. Colton, giggling in his turn.
Yes, but the best of it is, I haven't got a father,
You haven't got a father. No, but he has.
Who has?
Why, him.
Him who? Do you know my secret? Do you mean me?
Mr. Tibbs, with a knowing wink.
You? No, you know who I mean.
Mr. Colton, who, like Septimus Hicks, is all but out of his senses at the strange confusion.
For heaven's sake, whom do you mean?
Why, Mr. Simpson, of course. Who else could I mean?
I see it all. Simpson marries Julia Mapleston tomorrow morning.
Mr. Tibbs, thoroughly satisfied.
Undoubtedly. Of course he does.
Curtain falls as Mr. Colton sinks back into his chair with a look of disgust. Mr. Hicks stands scratching his head, and Mr. Tibbs stands chuckling audibly. End of Mrs. Tibbs' Boarding House.
Horatio Sparkins from Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Horatio Sparkins from Sketches by Boss. Characters:
Mr. Malderton, a city merchant. Read by Jason in Panama.
Mrs. Malderton.
His wife.
Read by Leanne Yao.
Miss Teresa Malderton.
Their daughter.
Read by Lydia.
Miss Maria Malderton.
Their daughter.
Read by Leanne.
Mr. Thomas Malderton, their son. Read by Tricia G.
Mr. Jacob Barton, a grocer, brother to Mrs. Malderton. Read by Kay Hand.
Mr. Flamwell, read by Larry Wilson.
A linen draper, read by David Olson.
Mr. Horatio Sparkins, a young man. Read by Thomas Peter.
Stage directions, read by Avai. Scene 1. A side room at an assembly. Scene 2. A room at Oak Lodge, Camberwell. Scene 3. A linen draper's shop. Description of characters. Mr. Malderton. A man who, by a few successful speculations, has been raised from a situation of obscurity to a state of affluence. He and his family have a very decided horror of anything which can by possibility be considered low. He himself is ignorant and conceited to a degree. Mrs. Malderton. A little fat woman, dressed in sky-blue satin, trimmed with artificial flowers in scenes 1 and 2, and looking like her eldest daughter multiplied by 2. For her dress in scene 3, see illustration, page 24. Miss Teresa Malderton. A very little girl of 28, rather fat, with vermilion cheeks, but good-humoured and still disengaged, although, to do her justice, the misfortune has arisen from no lack of perseverance on her part. Miss Marianne Malderton. A sentimental girl, younger than, but much like, her sister. In scenes 1 and 2, both are dressed in sky-blue satin, trimmed with artificial flowers. For their dress in scene 3, see illustration, page 24. Mr. Thomas Malderton. A young man with white dress stock, blue coat, bright buttons, and red watch ribbon. He is constantly, and unnecessarily, being checked by his father, probably with a view to prevent his becoming sharp. Mr. Jacob Barton. A tradesman who is so cursedly fond of his horrid business that he will let people know what he is. Mr. Flamwell. A little spoffish man in green spectacles. One of those gentlemen of remarkably extensive information whom one occasionally meets in society, who pretend to know everybody, but in reality know nobody. A linen-draper. Undescribed, except as wearing a large white neckcloth and formal tie. Mr. Horatio Sparkins. A fashionably dressed and distinguished-looking young man, with black whiskers and hair, which latter is brushed off his forehead. Who and what he is are matters of great concern to the Maldertons, but they eventually decide that he is a barrister, and someone of great importance. In the end he turns out to be Mr. Samuel Smith, the assistant at a cheap linen-draper's shop. For his appearance in scene 3, see illustration, page 24. Scene 1. Arrangement of stage. A door at one side and another at the back of the stage. On the side opposite the first door is a fireplace. Various chairs and a sofa are scattered about. In front of the fireplace sits Mr. Malderton with his feet on the fender, and with a table, on which is a glass of port, at his side. Near by sit Mrs. Malderton and the 2 Miss Maldertons, fanning themselves vigorously. At the back of the stage sits Mr. Tom Malderton, with his hands meekly crossed before him. The first-mentioned door is standing open. As the curtain rises, Mrs. Malderton is talking to her husband.
Indeed, my love, he paid Teresa very great attention on the last assembly night. Very great attention. And I say again, every possible encouragement ought to be given him. He positively must be asked down to dinner.
Who must?
Why, you know whom I mean, my dear. The young man with the black whiskers and the white cravat, who has just come out at our assembly, and whom all the girls are talking about. Young Demi, what's his name?
Turns to her youngest daughter.
Marianne, what is his name?
Marianne, with a sigh.
Mr. Horatio Sparkins, ma.
Oh, yes, to be sure. Horatio Sparkins. Decidedly the most gentlemanlike young man I ever saw. I am sure in the beautifully made coat he wore the other night, he looked like...
Marianne, in a tone of enthusiastic admiration.
Like Prince Leopold, ma. So noble, so full of sentiment.
You should recollect, my dear, that Teresa is now 28, and that it really is very important that something should be done. And I'm quite sure you'd like him. He is so gentlemanly.
So clever.
And has such a flow of language.
Mrs. Malderton to her husband.
He has a great respect for you, my dear.
Mr. Malderton coughs and looks at the fire.
Yes, I'm sure he's very much attached to past society.
No doubt of it.
Indeed, he said as much to me in confidence.
Mr. Malderton, somewhat flattered.
Well, well, if I see him at the assembly tonight, perhaps I'll ask him down. I hope he knows we live at Oak Lodge, Camberwell, my dear.
Of course, and that you keep a one-horse carriage.
I'll see about it. I'll see about it.
Mrs. Malderton gets up and walks towards the middle of the room. In doing so, she happens to glance through the doorway, when she at once comes back to the family group. Mrs. Malderton, whispering,
There he is, my dear, in the next room.
They all get up and look through the doorway.
How like Lord Byron.
Or Montgomery.
Or the portraits of Captain Cook.
Tom, don't be an ass.
Teresa, with a slight scream.
Oh, he's coming this way.
They all resume their places hurriedly as Horatio enters. He crosses over with the most natural appearance of surprise and delight, accosts Mrs. Malderton with the utmost cordiality, salutes the young ladies in the most enchanting manner, bows to and shakes hands with Mr. Malderton with a degree of respect amounting almost to veneration, and returns the greetings of Tom in a half-gratified, half-patronizing manner. Horatio, after the ordinary salutations, and bowing very low.
Miss Malderton, may I be permitted to presume to hope that you will allow me to have the pleasure?
Teresa, with an affectation of indifference.
I don't think I am engaged, but really, so many.
Horatio looks handsomely miserable.
I shall be most happy.
Horatio's countenance brightens up. He gives her his arm, and they go off.
A very genteel young man, certainly.
As they go off, the Maldertons all rise and follow.
Yes, he is a prime fellow. He talks just like an auctioneer.
Mr. Malderton, solemnly.
Tom, I think I desired you before not to be a fool.
After a few moments, Horatio and Teresa re-enter by the other door and walk up and down.
How delightful, how refreshing it is to retire from the cloudy storms, the vicissitudes, and the troubles of life, even if it be but for a few short fleeting moments, and to spend those moments, fading and evanescent though they be, in the delightful, the blessed society of one individual, whose frowns would be death, whose coldness would be madness, whose falsehood would be ruin, whose constancy would be bliss, the possession of whose affection would be the brightest and best reward that heaven could bestow on man.
Teresa, leaning more heavily on her companion's arm and speaking aside.
What feeling, what sentiment!
Horatio, with a theatrical air.
But enough! What have I said? What have I to do with sentiments like these? Miss Malderton.
Stops short.
May I hope to be permitted to offer the humble tribute of...
Teresa, enraptured and blushing in the sweetest confusion.
Really, Mr. Sparkins, I must refer you to Papa. I never can, without his consent, venture to...
Surely he cannot object.
Oh, yes. Indeed, you know him not.
Horatio, with some surprise.
He cannot object to my offering you a glass of negus.
Teresa, disappointed and speaking aside.
Is that all? What a fuss about nothing.
Sits down as the others re-enter.
It will give me the greatest pleasure, sir, to see you to dinner at Oak Lodge, Camberwell, on Sunday next at 5 o'clock, if you have no better engagement.
Horatio bows his acknowledgments.
I must confess,
offering his snuff-box,
that I don't enjoy these assemblies half so much as the comfort, I had almost said the luxury, of Oak Lodge. They have no great charms for an elderly man.
Goes to his chair and sits down.
And after all, sir, what is man? I say, what is man?
Ah, very true, very true.
We know that we live and breathe, that we have wants and wishes, desires and appetites.
Mr. Malderton, looking profound.
Certainly.
Horatio, raising his voice.
I say, we know that we exist, but there we stop. There is an end to our knowledge. There is the summit of our attainments. There is the termination of our ends. What more do we know?
Nothing.
Horatio goes off to fetch the negus.
Upon my word, that Mr. Sparkins is a wonderful young man. Such surprising knowledge, such extraordinary information, and such a splendid mode of expressing himself.
I think he must be somebody in disguise. How charmingly romantic.
Tom timidly.
He talks very loud and nicely, but I don't exactly understand what he means.
I almost begin to despair of your understanding anything, Tom.
It strikes me, Tom, that you have made yourself very ridiculous this evening.
No doubt of it.
Curtain falls. Scene 2. Arrangement of stage. The same furniture can be used as in Scene 1, but it should be rearranged. There should be a looking-glass over the fireplace. At the back of the stage should be a side table on which are decanters, wine-glasses, and cigars. There must be a window somewhere. When the curtain rises, the 3 ladies are seated near the fire. Tom is lolling about near the window, and Mr. Malderton is walking impatiently up and down in front of the stage, smoking a cigar.
Upon my word, my dear, it's a most annoying thing that vulgar brother of yours should have invited himself to dine here today. On account of Mr. Sparkins's coming down, I purposely abstained from asking anyone but Flamwell. And then to think of your brother, a tradesman! It's insufferable. I declare I wouldn't have him mention his shop before our new guest. No, not for £1,000. I wouldn't care if he had the good sense to conceal the disgrace he is to the family, but he's so fond of his horrid business that he will let people know what he is.
The door opens, and a voice outside announces Mr. Flamwell. Mr. Flamwell comes forward.
Ah, Flamwell, my dear fellow, how do you do? You got my note?
Yes, I did. And here I am in consequence.
Shakes hands with the ladies and nods to Tom.
You don't happen to know this Mr. Sparkins by name? You know everybody.
Offers Mr. Flamwell cigars. Mr. Flamwell, in a low tone and with an air of immense importance.
Why, no, I don't know him by that name. I have no doubt I know him, though. Is he tall?
Middle-sized.
Mr. Flamwell, hazarding a bold guess.
With black hair?
Teresa, eagerly.
Yes.
Rather a snub nose?
Teresa, disappointed.
No, he has a Roman nose.
I said a Roman nose, didn't I? He's an elegant young man.
Oh, certainly.
With remarkably prepossessing manners.
Oh, yes.
You must know him.
Mr. Malderton, triumphantly.
Yes, I thought you knew him if he was anybody. Who do you think he is?
Mr. Flamwell, ruminating and sinking his voice almost to a whisper.
Why, from your description, he bears a strong resemblance to the Honourable Augustus Fitz-Edward, Fitz-John Fitz-Osborne. He's a very talented young man, and rather eccentric. It's extremely probable he may have changed his name for some temporary purpose.
Teresa, aside.
Oh, what a name to be elegantly engraved upon 2 glazed cards tied together with a piece of white satin ribbon. The Honourable Mrs. Augustus Fitz-Edward Fitz-John Fitz-Osborne.
Mr. Malderton, looking at his watch.
It's 5 minutes to 5. I hope he's not going to disappoint us.
Teresa, as a loud double knock is heard at the door.
There he is.
All endeavour to look as if they are perfectly unsuspicious of the approach of anybody. The room door opens, and a voice outside announces Mr. Barton. Mr. Malderton, aside.
Confound the man!
Advancing.
Ah, my dear sir, how do you do? Any news?
Mr. Barton, in a bluff manner.
Why, no. No, none particular. None that I am much aware of. How do you do, gals and boys? Mr. Flamwell, sir, glad to see you.
Tom, who has been looking out at the window.
Here's Mr. Sparkins, on such a black horse.
Slight screams from the girls, who at once jump up and run to the window. The others endeavour to look over them into the garden. Then they come away from the window, and the girls run to the looking-glass and pat their hair in various places. Mrs. Malderton puts her dress straight, and they arrange themselves in becoming attitudes. The gentlemen sit about and resume their cigars. The door opens, and a voice outside announces Mr. Horatio Sparkins. He advances towards the ladies and bows gracefully, shakes hands with Mr. Malderton, and is introduced to Mr. Flamwell and Mr. Barton. They then reseat themselves, Mr. Flamwell being close to Mrs. Malderton. Mrs. Malderton, whispering to Mr. Flamwell,
"Is he the Honourable Mr. Augustus? What's his name?"
"Why, no, at least not exactly, not exactly."
"Who is he, then?"
Mr. Flamwell, nodding his head with a grave air, importing that he knows very well, but is prevented by some grave reasons of state from disclosing the important secret.
"Hush!"
Mr. Malderton, casting a sidelong look at Horatio to see what effect the mention of so great a man has upon him.
"Have you seen your friend Sir Thomas Noland lately, Flamwell?"
"Why, no, not very lately. I saw Lord Gubbleton the day before yesterday."
Mr. Malderton, in a tone of the greatest interest.
"Ah, I hope his lordship is very well?"
Takes cigars to Horatio.
"Why, yes, he was very well indeed. He's a devilish good fellow. I met him in the city, and had a long chat with him. Indeed, I'm rather intimate with him. I couldn't stop to talk to him as long as I could wish, though, because I was on my way to a banker's, a very rich man, and a member of Parliament, with whom I am also rather, indeed, I may say, very intimate."
Mr. Malderton, consequentially.
"I know whom you mean. He has a capital business."
Mr. Barton, interposing.
Talking of business, a gentleman whom you know very well, Malderton, before you made that first lucky speck of yours, called at our shop the other day, and—
Mr. Malderton, interrupting, and hoping to nip the story in the bud.
"Barton, may I trouble you for some wine?"
Mr. Barton, quite insensible of his brother-in-law's object.
"Certainly. And he said in a very plain manner—"
Mr. Malderton, interrupting again.
"Half a glass, if you please."
Mr. Barton pours out the wine, crosses over to Mr. Malderton, and resumes.
"He said, says he, how goes on your business? So I said, jokingly, you know my way, says I, I'm never above my business, and I hope my business will never be above me. Ha ha!"
Mr. Malderton, vainly endeavouring to conceal his dismay.
"Mr. Sparkins, a glass of wine?"
"With the utmost pleasure, sir."
Mr. Malderton rises to get it. Mr. Malderton addressing Horatio.
"We were talking the other evening, we were talking the other night about the nature of man. Your argument struck me very forcibly."
Horatio makes a graceful inclination of the head.
"Pray, what is your opinion of women, Mr. Sparkins?"
The young ladies simper.
Man, whether he range the bright, gay, flowery plains of a second Eden, or the more sterile, barren, and, I may say, commonplace regions to which we are compelled to accustom ourselves in times such as these, man, under any circumstances, or in any place, whether he were bending beneath the withering blasts of the frigid zone, or scorching under the rays of a vertical sun, man, without woman, would be alone.
"I am very happy to find you entertain such honourable opinions, Mr. Sparkins."
"And I."
Horatio looks his delight, and the young lady blushes.
"Now it's my opinion."
Mr. Malderton interposing, and determined not to give his relation another opportunity.
"I know what you're going to say, and I don't agree with you."
Mr. Barton, astonished.
"What?"
Mr. Malderton in a positive manner.
I am sorry to differ from you, Barton, but I cannot give my assent to what I consider a very monstrous proposition.
But I meant to say...
Mr. Malderton, with an air of obstinate determination.
You never can convince me. Never.
What? What? Is effect the consequence of cause? Is cause the precursor of effect?
That's the point.
To be sure.
Because if effect is a consequence of cause, and if cause does precede effect, I apprehend you are wrong.
Decidedly.
Horatio in a tone of interrogation.
At least, I apprehend that to be the just and logical deduction.
No doubt of it. It settles the point.
I don't exactly see it does, but I suppose it's all right.
The ladies rise and go out. Mrs. Malderton whispering to her daughters.
How wonderfully clever he is.
Oh, he's quite a love. He talks like an oracle. He must have seen a great deal of life.
The gentlemen being left to themselves, a pause ensues, during which all look very grave, as if they are quite overcome by the profound nature of the previous discussion. Mr. Flamwell first breaks silence.
Excuse me, sir, I presume you have studied for the bar? I thought of entering once myself. Indeed, I am rather intimate with some of the highest ornaments of that distinguished profession.
Horatio with a little hesitation.
No, not exactly.
Mr. Flamwell deferentially.
But you have been much among the silk gowns, or I mistake?
Nearly all my life.
Mr. Flamwell aside to Mr. Malderton.
That settles it. He is a young gentleman about to be called.
Tom, speaking for the first time and looking round to find somebody who will notice the remark.
I shouldn't like to be a barrister.
No one makes any reply, and he therefore hazards another observation.
I shouldn't like to wear a wig.
Tom, I beg you will not make yourself ridiculous. Pray listen, and improve yourself by the conversation you hear, and don't be constantly making these absurd remarks.
Very well, father.
Well, Tom, never mind. I think with you. I shouldn't like to wear a wig. I'd rather wear an apron.
Mr. Malderton coughs violently. The cough returns with tenfold violence, and does not cease until the unfortunate cause of it, in his alarm, has quite forgotten what he intended to say.
Mr. Sparkins, do you happen to know Mr. Delafontaine of Bedford Square?
I have exchanged cards with him, since which indeed I have had an opportunity of serving him considerably.
Mr. Flamwell, with an air of profound respect.
You are very lucky, if you have had an opportunity of obliging that great man.
Whispers to Mr. Malderton confidentially.
I don't know who he is. It's quite clear, however, that he belongs to the law, and that he is somebody of great importance, and very highly connected.
A gong sounds. The company rise to go to dinner, and the curtain falls. Scene 3. Arrangement of stage. As the interior of a small shop, with a counter running along at the back and shelves behind, as in the illustration on page 24. In front of the counter are 3 chairs. Prominently displayed is a big printed bill, "Important Sale, every description of goods at 50% under cost price. 350,000 ladies' boas from 1 shilling 1½ pence. Real French kid shoes at 2 shillings 9 pence per pair. Green parasols 1 shilling 6¾ pence. As the curtain rises, the linen draper is standing by the open door. Enter Mrs. Malderton and the 2 Misses Malderton. The linen draper bows and places chairs for them.
Lord, mamma, what a place you have brought us to! What would Mr. Sparkins say if he could see us?
Marian, horrified at the idea.
Ah, what indeed?
Pray be seated, ladies. What is the first article?
They all sit.
I want to see some silks.
Directly, ma'am. Mr. Smith! Where is Mr. Smith?
Voice at back of stage.
Here, sir.
Pray make haste, Mr. Smith. You are never to be found when you're wanted, sir.
Mr. Smith, thus enjoined to use all possible dispatch, runs in at the other door, and places himself before the newly arrived customers. Mrs. Malderton utters a faint scream. Miss Teresa, who has been stooping down to talk to her sister, raises her head and beholds Horatio Sparkins. Curtain falls. End of Horatio Sparkins, from Sketches by Boz.
Miss Squeers' Tea Party, from Short Plays from Dickens, by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Squeers' Tea Party, from Nicholas Nickleby. Characters:
Fanny Squeers,
daughter of Mr. Wackford Squeers, the proprietor of the Do the Boys Hall.
read by Lydia.
Matilda Price, a miller's daughter and Miss Squeers' bosom friend, read by Rachel.
John Brodie, a Yorkshire corn factor, read by Todd.
Nicholas Nickleby, Mr. Squeers' usher, lately come to Do the Boys Hall. Read by Thomas Peter.
Stage directions, read by Trisha G. Scene: the parlor at the Do the Boys Hall. Description of characters: Fanny Squeers, a young lady in her 23rd year. She is short in build, and inherits from her mother a voice of harsh quality, and from her father a remarkable expression of the right eye, something akin to having none at all. She is here dressed out to the best advantage, with her hair, it has more than a tinge of red, and she wears it in a crop, curled in 5 distinct rows up to the very top of her head, and arranged dexterously over the doubtful eye. She wears a blue sash, which floats down her back, a worked apron, long gloves, and a green gauze scarf, worn over one shoulder and under the other. Matilda Price, a young lady of 18, pretty, and a coquette by nature. For her general appearance, see illustration to Nicholas Nickleby, page 473. Mr. Snawley enlarges on parental instinct. John Browdie, a huge, bluff, good-natured Yorkshireman, who comes in with his hair very damp from recent washing, and a clean shirt, whereof the collar might have belonged to some giant ancestor, forming, together with a white waistcoat of similar dimensions, the chief ornament of his person. He also wears cords and leather leggings. See illustration as above. Nicholas Nickleby, a young man of 19, with a somewhat slight but manly and well-formed figure, and an open, handsome, and ingenuous face. Having recently lost his father, he is dressed entirely in black, and is decidedly out of spirits when the scene opens. For his general appearance, see illustration to Nicholas Nickleby, page 19, Mr. Ralph Nickleby's first visit to his poor relations. Arrangement of stage: a fireplace on one side, with door opposite to it. Over the fireplace should be a looking-glass. About the center of the stage, a round mahogany table laid for tea. 4 chairs placed ready. A sofa at the back. A teapot stands warming in the hearth, the tea being already made. Lighted candles on the table. When the curtain rises, Miss Squeers is standing in a pensive mood against the fireplace. Matilda Price enters, and Miss Squeers at once skips across to her, and relieves her of a small, whitey-brown parcel, flat and 3-cornered, which she carries. Before Matilda has time to say anything, Fanny begins.
Oh, Tilda, dear, I'm so glad you've come. Do you know, I'm not exactly engaged, but going to be, to a gentleman's son.
Matilda, kissing her.
Are you, dear? How nice!
Yes, none of your corn factors, but a gentleman's son of high descent.
Matilda, interrupting.
Oh, indeed.
Goes off with her nose in the air, and takes off her bonnet at the glass. Fanny, continuing.
Who has come down as teacher for my pa under most mysterious and remarkable circumstances.
Goes close to Matilda, who is giving her hair various pulls at the glass.
And Tilda, he has a beautiful smile.
Sighs deeply.
And his legs.
Holds up her hands expressively.
I never saw such legs in whole course of my life.
Skips away to the tea table.
Now isn't it an extraordinary thing?
Most extraordinary. But what has he said to you?
Sits down on the sofa.
Don't ask me what he said, my dear. If you had only seen his looks and his smiles. I never was so overcome in all my life.
Did he look in this way?
Counterfeits, as nearly as she can, a favourite leer of the corn factor.
Very like that, only more genteel.
Ah, then he means something, depend on it. How I should like to see him.
So you shall, Tilda. I shall consider myself one of the most ungrateful creatures alive if I denied you. Mother's gone away for 2 days to fetch some boys, and that's why I've asked you and John up to tea. Mr. Nickleby will be here at 5 o'clock.
Matilda, getting up with great haste.
Good gracious me, and it's nearly that now. You must help me to do my hair quickly before he comes.
Unties the paper parcel, taking out a comb and sundry small adornments. Miss Squeers does Matilda's hair, and then Matilda does hers, and the adornments are put on, the brown paper and comb being then hidden away under the sofa.
Where's John, Tilda?
Only gone home to clean himself. He will be here by the time the tea's drawn.
I do so palpitate.
Places the teapot on the table.
Ah, I know what it is.
Fanny, applying her hand to the left side of her sash.
I have not been used to it, you know, Tilda.
You'll soon get the better of it, dear.
Somebody taps at the door.
There he is. Oh, Tilda.
Hush. Say, come in.
Fanny, faintly.
Come in.
Nicholas walks in. Nicholas, unconscious of his conquest.
Good evening. I understood from Mr. Squeers that...
Oh, yes, it's all right. Father don't tea with us, but you won't mind that, I dare say.
Nicholas opens his eyes at this, but he turns the matter off very coolly, and goes through the ceremony of introduction to Miss Price with so much grace that young lady is lost in admiration. Miss Squeers then takes off the teapot lid, and looks in to see how the tea is getting on. Nicholas receives the intelligence with perfect unconcern, and, being out of spirits, and not seeing any especial reason why he should make himself agreeable, looks out of the window, and sighs involuntarily. Hereupon Miss Price takes it into her head to rally the lovers on their lowness of spirits.
If it's caused by my being here, don't mind me a bit, for I'm quite as bad. You may go on just as you would if you were alone.
Fanny, colouring.
Tilda, I am ashamed of you.
Here the two friends burst into a variety of giggles, and glance from time to time over the tops of their pocket handkerchiefs at Nicholas, who, from a state of unmixed astonishment, gradually falls into one of irrepressible laughter, occasioned, partly by the bare notion of his being in love with Miss Squeers, and partly by the preposterous appearance and behaviour of the two girls. Nicholas, aside,
Well, as I'm here and seem expected, for some reason or other, to be amiable, it's of no use looking like a goose. I may as well accommodate myself to the company.
He no sooner forms this resolution than he salutes Miss Squeers and her friend with great gallantry, and drawing a chair to the tea-table, begins to make himself at home. As he does so, the expected swain arrives.
Well, John.
John, with a grin that even his collar cannot conceal.
Well.
Fanny, hastening to do the honours.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Nickleby. Mr. John Browdy.
Servant, sir.
Bows awkwardly and sits down at the table.
Yours to command, sir.
Makes fearful ravages on the bread and butter. Mr. Browdy grins twice more, and having now bestowed his customary mark of recognition on every person in company, grins at nothing particular, and helps himself to food. John, with his mouth full,
Old woman away, ben't ye?
Miss Squeers nods assent. Mr. Browdie gives a grin of special width, as if he thinks that really is something to laugh at, and goes to work at the bread and butter with increased vigor. After staring at Nicholas a long time, he continues.
You ain't get bread and butter every night, I expect, mon.
Nicholas bites his lip and colours, but affects not to hear the remark. Mr. Browdie laughs boisterously.
Ecod! They dean't put too much into vin. You'll be nowt but skin and bones if you stop there long, Eve. Ho, 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 ho!
Nicholas, scornfully.
You are facetious, sir.
Nah, I didn't know. But t'other teacher, 'cause he were a learnin', he were.
The recollection of the last teacher's leanness seems to afford Mr. Browdie the most exquisite delight, for he laughs until he finds it necessary to apply his coat cuffs to his eyes. Nicholas, in a towering passion,
I don't know whether your perceptions are quite keen enough, Mr. Browdie, to enable you to understand that your remarks are offensive, but if they are, have the goodness to...
Matilda, stopping her admirer's mouth as he is about to interrupt.
If you say another word, John, only half a word, I'll never forgive you or speak to you again.
Weel, my lass, I didn't care about who'n.
Bestows a hearty kiss on Matilda.
Let un gang on, let un gang on.
Here Miss Squeers is overcome and sheds tears.
What's the matter, Fanny?
Fanny, sobbing.
Nothing, Tilda.
There never was any danger. Was there, Mr. Nickleby?
None at all. Absurd.
Matilda, whispering to Nicholas.
That's right. Say something kind to her, and she'll soon come round. Here, shall John and I go into the little kitchen, and come back presently?
Nicholas, quite alarmed at the proposition.
Not on any account. What on earth should you do that for?
Matilda, beckoning him aside, and speaking with some degree of contempt.
Well, you are a one to keep company.
What do you mean? I'm not a one to keep company at all. Here, at all events. I can't make this out.
No, nor I neither. But men are always fickle, and always were, and always will be. That I can make out very easily.
Fickle? What do you suppose? You don't mean to say that you think...
Matilda, pettishly.
Oh, no, I think nothing at all. Look at her, dressed so beautiful, and looking so, well, really almost handsome. I am ashamed at you.
My dear girl, what have I got to do with her dressing beautifully or looking well?
Come, don't call me a dear girl.
Smiles a little, as though she is gratified to think she has made an impression on him.
Or Fanny will be saying it's my fault. Come, we're going to have a game at cards.
Trips away and rejoins Mr. Browdie. Nicholas has not time to enlighten himself by reflection, for the hearth being swept up, the tea things removed, and a pack of cards and a Do the Boys Hall card of terms produced, they sit down to play speculation. Fanny, looking slyly at Nicholas.
There are only 4 of us, Tilda, so we had better go partners, 2 against 2.
What do you say, Mr. Nickleby?
With all the pleasure in life.
So saying, quite unconscious of his heinous offence, he amalgamates into one common heap those portions of the Do the Boys Hall card of terms which represent his own counters, and those allotted to Miss Price, respectively. Fanny, hysterically.
Mr. Browdie, shall we make a bank against them?
Mr. Browdie assents, apparently quite overwhelmed by the new usher's impudence, and Miss Squeers darts a spiteful look at her friend, and giggles convulsively. The deal falls to Nicholas, and the hand prospers.
We intend to win everything.
Fanny, maliciously.
Tilda has won something she didn't expect, I think, haven't you, dear?
Matilda, affecting to take the question in a literal sense.
Only 1.8, love.
How dull you are tonight.
No, indeed. I'm in excellent spirits. I was thinking you seemed out of sorts.
Fanny, biting her lips and trembling with jealousy.
Me? Oh, no.
That's well. Your hair's coming out of curl, dear.
Never mind me. You had better attend to your partner.
Thank you for reminding her. So she had.
Here Mr. Browdy, who has been glaring at Nicholas for some time, flattens his nose once or twice with his clenched fist, as if to keep his hand in till he has an opportunity of exercising it upon the features of some other gentleman, and Miss Squeers tosses her head with indignation. Matilda, after another hand or two,
I never had such luck, really. It's all along of you, Mr. Nickleby, I think. I should like to have you for a partner always.
I wish you had.
You'll have a bad wife, though, if you always win at cards.
Not if your wish is gratified. I am sure I shall have a good one in that case.
During this conversation, Miss Squeers again tosses her head, and the corn factor again flattens his nose. Miss Price shows evident joy at making them jealous, and Nicholas is happily unconscious of making anybody uncomfortable. He looks good-humouredly round the table as he takes up the cards for a fresh deal.
We've all the talking to ourselves, it seems.
You do it so well that it would be a pity to interrupt, wouldn't it, Mr. Browdy?
Nay, we do it in default of having anybody else to talk to.
We'll talk to you, you know, if you'll say anything.
Fanny, majestically.
Thank you, Tilda, dear.
Or you can talk to each other, if you don't choose to talk to us. John, why don't you say something?
Say summat?
Aye, and not sit there so silent and glum.
John, striking the table heavily with his fist.
Well then, what I say's this. Dang my bones and body if I stand this any longer. Do you gang home with me? And do you loit until young Webster look sharp out for a broken head next time he comes on my hond?
Matilda, in affected astonishment.
Mercy on us! What's all this?
John, sternly.
Come home, Telly. Come home.
As he delivers this reply, Miss Squeers bursts into a shower of tears, and shows an impotent desire to lacerate somebody's countenance with her fair finger-nails. Matilda, as if in fresh amazement.
Why, and here's Fanny in tears now. What can be the matter?
Fanny, producing that change of countenance which children call making a face.
Oh, you don't know, miss. Of course you don't know. Pray don't trouble yourself to inquire.
Well, I'm sure.
Fanny, making another face.
And who cares whether you are sure or not, ma'am?
You are monstrous polite, ma'am.
I shall not come to you to take lessons in the art, ma'am.
You needn't take the trouble to make yourself plainer than you are, ma'am, however, because that's quite unnecessary.
Puts on her bonnet. Fanny, turning very red and speaking with dignity.
Tilda, I hate you.
Matilda, tying her bonnet strings with a jerk.
Ah, there's no love lost between us, I assure you. You'll cry your eyes out when I'm gone, you know you will.
I scorn your words, minx.
Matilda, curtsying very low.
You pay me a great compliment when you say so. Wish you a very good night, ma'am, and pleasant dreams attend your sleep.
With this parting benediction, Miss Price sweeps from the room, followed by Mr. Browdy, who exchanges with Nicholas, at parting, that peculiarly expressive scowl, with which the cut and thrust counts, in melodramatic performances, inform each other they will meet again. They are no sooner gone than Miss Squeers fulfils the prediction of her quondam friend, by giving vent to a most copious burst of tears, and uttering various dismal lamentations and incoherent words. Nicholas stands looking on for a few seconds, rather doubtful what to do, but feeling uncertain whether the fit will end in his being embraced or scratched, and considering that either infliction would be equally agreeable, he walks off very quietly while Miss Squeers is moaning in her pocket handkerchief. Curtain falls. End of Miss Squeers' Tea Party.
The Gentleman Next Door. From Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gentleman Next Door from Nicholas Nickleby. Characters.
Mrs. Nickleby, read by Michelle Kane.
Kate Nickleby, her daughter, read by Rachel.
The Gentleman Next Door, a Harmless Lunatic, read by Trisha G.
Voice, read by Todd.
Stage directions, read by Lydia. Scene: the garden of Mrs. Nickleby's cottage at Bow. Description of characters. Mrs. Nickleby, a middle-aged woman, well-meaning enough, but with a weak head and a vain one, though she is commonly in the habit of giving herself credit for a pretty tolerable share of penetration and acuteness. She is also in the habit of falling imperceptibly into a retrospective mood, and of giving ready utterances to whatever comes uppermost in her mind, with an air of much solemnity and importance. For her dress, which is of half-mourning, see illustration on page 41. Kate Nickleby, a slight but very beautiful girl of about 18, timid and retiring by nature. For her dress, see illustration on page 41. The Gentleman Next Door, an elderly man with a very large and perfectly bald head and an old face, in which are a pair of extraordinary grey eyes, very wild, very wide open, and rolling in their sockets with a dull leering look. He wears smalls and grey worsted stockings and an old black velvet cap. See illustration on page 41. And, for his legs, Nicholas Nickleby, page 518, mysterious appearance of the gentleman in the small clothes. Arrangement of stage. At the back of the stage a small summer-house with a seat. Across one corner of the stage from this should be constructed a garden wall sufficiently strong to bear the weight of a person when standing upon it. The floor of the stage is made to represent a gravel path running along by the wall, and the rest bare mould. 2 pot plants stand by the wall at the entrance to the summer-house. Inside the summer-house, on the side away from the wall, is a wicker garden chair. Near the front of the stage, opposite the wall, there are 2 other rustic chairs, or a garden seat, and a small table on which are a work-basket and some articles of sewing. When the curtain rises, Mrs. Nickleby and Kate are seen seated here. Kate is engaged in sewing, while her mother is sitting with her hands folded in her lap.
Kate, my dear, I don't know how it is, but a fine warm summer day like this, with the birds singing in every direction, always puts me in a mind of roast pig with sage and onion sauce and made gravy.
Kate, looking up from her work.
That's a curious association of ideas, is it not, Mamma?
Upon my word, my dear, I don't know. Roast pig. Let me see. On the day 5 weeks after you were christened, we had a roast. No, that couldn't have been a pig either, because I recollect there were a pair of them to carve, and your poor papa and I could never have thought of sitting down to 2 pigs. They must have been partridges. Roast pig! I hardly think we ever could have had one. Now I come to remember, for your papa could never bear the sight of them in the shops, and used to say that they always put him in the mind of very little babies, only the pigs had much fairer complexions, and he had a horror of little babies too, because he couldn't very well afford any increase to his family, and had a natural dislike to the subject. It's very odd now. What can have put that in my head? I recollect dining once at Mrs. Bevan's in that broad street round the corner by the coachmaker's, where the tipsy man fell through the cellar flap of an empty house nearly a week before the quarter day, and wasn't found till the new tenant went in, and we had roast pig there. It must be that, I think, that reminds me of it, especially as there was a little bird in the room that would keep on singing all the time of dinner. At least not a little bird, for it was a parrot. And he didn't sing exactly, for he talked and swore dreadfully, but I think it must be that. Indeed, I am sure it must. Shouldn't you say so, my dear?
Kate, with a cheerful smile.
I should say there was not a doubt about it, Mamma.
Mrs. Nickleby, with as much gravity as if it were a question of the most imminent and thrilling interest.
No, but do you think so, Kate? If you don't, say so at once, you know, because it's just as well to be correct, particularly on a point of this kind, which is very curious and worth settling while one thinks about
it. Oh, yes, Mamma. I'm quite convinced about it. But don't you think we might take our work into the summer-house and enjoy the beauty of the afternoon?
Rises with her work. Mrs. Nickleby also rises, and they pass back to the summer-house. Mrs. Nickleby, as she takes her seat.
Well, I will say that there never was such a good creature as Smike. Upon my word, the pains he has taken in putting this little arbour to rights and training the sweetest flowers about it are beyond anything I could have. I wish he wouldn't put all the gravel on your side, Kate, my dear, though, and leave nothing but mould for me.
Dear Mamma, take this seat, do, to oblige me, Mamma.
No, indeed, my dear, I shall keep my own side. Well, I declare.
Kate looks up inquiringly.
If he hasn't been and got from somewhere or other a couple of roots of those flowers that I said I was so fond of the other night, and asked you if you were not, no, that you said you were so fond of the other night, and asked me if I wasn't, it's the same thing. Now, upon my word, I take that as a very kind and attentive indeed.
Looks narrowly about her.
I don't see any of them on my side, but I do suppose they grow best near the gravel. You may depend upon it they do, Kate, and that's the reason they are all near you, and he has put the gravel there because it's the sunny side. Upon my word, that's very clever now. I shouldn't have had half so much thought myself.
Kate, bending over her work so that her face is almost hidden.
Mamma, before you were married...
Dear me, Kate, what in the name of goodness graciousness makes you fly off to the time before I was married when I'm talking to you about his thoughtfulness and attention to me? You don't seem to take the smallest interest in the garden.
Kate, raising her face again.
Oh, Mamma, you know I do.
Well then, my dear, why don't you praise the neatness and prettiness with which it's kept? How very odd you are, Kate.
I do praise it, Mamma. Poor fellow.
I scarcely ever hear you, my dear. That's all I've got to say. But what was it you asked me?
About what, Mamma?
Lord, Kate, my dear, why you're asleep or stupid. About the time before I was married.
Oh, yes, I remember. I was going to ask, Mamma, before you were married, had you many suitors?
Mrs. Nickleby, the smile of wonderful complacency.
Suitors, my dear. First and last, Kate. I must have had a dozen at least.
Kate, in a tone of remonstrance.
Mamma!
I had indeed, my dear, not including your poor papa, or a young gentleman who used to go at that time to the same dancing school, and who would send gold watches and bracelets to our house in gilt-edged paper, which were always returned, and who afterwards, unfortunately, went out to Botany Bay in a cadet ship, a convict ship, I mean, and escaped into a bush and killed sheep. I don't know how they got there. And was going to be hung, only he accidentally choked himself, and the government pardoned him. Then there was young Lucan.
Begins with her left thumb and checks off the names on her fingers.
Mowgli, Tipslark, Cabaret, Smith, sir.
Having now reached her little finger, Mrs. Nickleby is carrying the account over to the other hand when a loud hem, which appears to have come from the very foundation of the garden wall, gives both herself and her daughter a violent start. Kate, in a low voice.
Mamma, what was that?
Mrs. Nickleby, considerably startled.
Upon my word, my dear, unless it was the gentleman belonging to the next house, I don't know what it could possibly...
Ahem! Cries the same voice in a kind of bellow.
I understand it now, my dear.
Lays her hand on Kate's.
Don't be alarmed, my love. It's not directed to you, and is not intended to frighten anybody. Let us give everybody their due, Kate. I'm bound to say that.
Here Mrs. Nickleby nods her head and pats the back of her daughter's hand a great many times, and looks as if she could tell something vastly important if she chose, but has self-denial and will not do it. Kate, in evident surprise.
What do you mean, Mamma?
Mrs. Nickleby, looking towards the garden wall.
Don't be flurried, my dear, for you see I'm not, and if it would be excusable in anybody to be flurried, it certainly would, under all the circumstances, be excusable in me, but I am not, Kate, not at all.
It seems designed to attract our attention, Mamma.
It is designed to attract our attention, my dear.
Draws herself up and pats her daughter's hand more blandly than before.
At least to attract the attention of one of us. You needn't be at all uneasy, my dear.
Kate looks very much perplexed, and is apparently about to ask for further explanation, when a shouting and scuffling noise, as of an old gentleman whipping and kicking up his legs on loose gravel with great violence, is heard to proceed from the same direction as the former sounds, and before they have subsided, a large cucumber is seen to shoot up in the air and fall at Mrs. Nickleby's feet. This remarkable appearance is succeeded by another of a precisely similar description. Then a fine vegetable marrow of unusually large dimensions is seen to whirl aloft and come toppling down. Then several cucumbers shoot up together, And finally, the air is darkened by a shower of onions, turnip radishes, and other small vegetables, which fall rolling and scattering and bumping about in all directions. As Kate rises from her seat in some alarm and catches her mother's hand to run with her into the house, she feels herself retarded rather than assisted in her intention, and following the direction of Mrs. Nickleby's eyes, is quite terrified by the apparition of an old black velvet cap, which by slow degrees, as if its wearer is ascending a ladder or a pair of steps, rises above the wall and is gradually followed by a head. Kate, really terrified for the moment.
Mamma, why do you stop? Why do you lose an instant? Mamma, pray come in.
Mrs. Nickleby, still holding back.
Kate, my dear, how can you be so foolish? I'm ashamed of you. How do you suppose you are ever to get through life if you are such a coward as this? What do you want, sir?
Addresses the intruder with a sort of simpering displeasure.
How dare you look into this garden?
The gentleman folding his hands together.
Queen of my soul, this goblet sip.
Nonsense, sir. Kate, my love, pray be quiet.
The gentleman with his head imploringly on one side and his right hand on his breast.
Won't you sip the goblet? Oh, do sip the goblet.
I shall not consent to do anything of the kind, sir. Pray be gone.
The gentleman coming up a step higher and leaning his elbows on the wall with as much complacency as if he were looking out of a window.
Why is it that beauty is always obdurate, even when admiration is as honorable and respectful as mine?
Here he smiles, kisses his hand, and makes several low bows.
Is it owing to the bees, who, when the honey season is over, and they are supposed to have been killed with brimstone, in reality fly to Barbary and lull the captive Moors to sleep with their drowsy songs? Or is it—
drops his voice almost to a whisper—
in consequence of the statue at Charing Cross having been lately seen on the Stock Exchange at midnight, walking arm in arm with the pump from Aldgate, in a riding habit?
Mamma, do you hear him?
Hush, my dear. He is very polite, and I think that was a quotation from the poets. Pray, don't worry me so. You'll pinch my arm black and blue. Go away, sir.
The gentleman with a languishing look.
Quite away? Oh, quite away?
Yes, certainly. You have no business here. This is private property, sir. You ought to know that.
The gentleman laying his finger on his nose with an air of familiarity most reprehensible.
I do know that this is a sacred and enchanted spot where the most divine charms—
Here he kisses his hand and bows again.
Waft mellifluousness over the neighbors' gardens, and force the fruit and vegetables into premature existence. That fact I am acquainted with. But will you permit me, fairest creature, to ask you one question in the absence of the planet Venus, who has gone on business to the Horse Guards, and would otherwise, jealous of your superior charms, interpose between us?
Kate, it's very awkward, positively. I really don't know what to say to this gentleman. One ought to be civil, you know.
Dear Mamma, don't say a word to him, but let us run away as fast as we can and shut ourselves up until Nicholas comes home.
Mrs. Nickleby looks very grand, not to say contemptuous, at this humiliating proposal, and turns to the old gentleman, who has watched them during these whispers with absorbing eagerness.
If you will conduct yourself, sir, like the gentleman I should imagine you to be from your language and appearance, quite the counterpart of your grandpapa Kate, my dear, in his best days, and will put your question to me in plain words, I will answer it.
Here the old gentleman takes off his black velvet cap, and exhibiting a perfectly bald head, makes a long series of bows, each accompanied with a fresh kiss of the hand. After exhausting himself to all appearance with this fatiguing performance, he covers his head and once more pulls the cap very carefully over the tips of his ears and resumes his former attitude.
The question is—
Here he breaks off to look round in every direction and satisfy himself beyond all doubt that there are no listeners near. Assured that there are not, he taps his nose several times, accompanying the action with a cunning look, as though congratulating himself on his caution, stretches out his neck, and speaks in a loud whisper.
Are you a princess?
Mrs. Nickleby, making a feint of retreating towards the house.
You are mocking me, sir.
No, but are you?
You know I am not, sir.
The gentleman with great anxiety.
Then are you any relation to the Archbishop of Canterbury, or to the Pope of Rome, or the Speaker of the House of Commons? Forgive me if I am wrong, but I was told you were niece to the Commissioners of Paving, and daughter-in-law to the Lord Mayor and Court of Common Council, which would account for your relationship to all three.
Mrs. Nickleby, with some warmth.
Whoever has spread such reports, sir, has taken great liberties with my name, and one which I am sure my son Nicholas, if he was aware of it, would not allow for an instant. The idea!
Draws herself up.
Niece to the Commissioners of Paving.
Pray, Mamma, come away.
Mrs. Nickleby, angrily.
Pray, mamma, nonsense, Kate, but that's just the way. If they had said I was niece to a piping bullfinch, what would you care? But I have no sympathy.
Whimpers.
I don't expect it, that's one thing.
The gentleman with such an energetic jump that he falls down 2 or 3 steps and grates his chin against the wall.
Tears! Catch the crystal globules! Catch them! Bottle 'em up! Cork 'em tight! Put sealing wax on the top! Seal 'em with a cupid! Label 'em best quality! And stow 'em away in the 14 bin, with a bar of iron on the top to keep the thunder off.
Issuing these commands as if there are a dozen attendants all actively engaged in their execution, he turns his velvet cap inside out, puts it on with great dignity so as to obscure his right eye and 3/4 of his nose, and sticking his arms akimbo, looks very fiercely at nothing. He then puts his cap in his pocket with an air of great satisfaction, and addresses himself with respectful demeanour to Mrs. Nickleby.
Beautiful madam, if I have made any mistake with regard to your family or connections, I humbly beseech you to pardon me. If I supposed you to be related to foreign powers or native boards, it is because you have a manner, a carriage, a dignity, which you will excuse my saying has none but yourself, with the single exception, perhaps, of a tragic muse, when playing extemporaneously on the barrel organ before the East India Company, can parallel. I am not a youth, ma'am, as you see, and although beings like you can never grow old, I venture to presume that we are fitted for each other.
Mrs. Nickleby, faintly and looking another way.
Really, Kate, my love.
The gentleman flourishing his right hand negligently and speaking very fast.
I have estates, ma'am, jewels, lighthouses, fish ponds, a whalery of my own in the North Sea, and several oyster beds of great profit in the Pacific Ocean. If you will have the kindness to step down to the Royal Exchange and to take the cocked hat off the stoutest beadle's head, you will find my card in the lining of the crown, wrapped up in a piece of blue paper. My walking stick is also to be seen on application to the chaplain of the House of Commons, who is strictly forbidden to take any money for showing it. I have enemies about me, ma'am.
Looks over his shoulder and speaks very low.
Who attack me on all occasions, and wish to secure my property. If you bless me with your hand and heart, you can apply to the Lord Chancellor, or call out the military if necessary. Sending my toothpick to the Commander-in-Chief will be sufficient, and so clear the house of them before the ceremony is performed. After that, love, bliss and rapture, rapture, love, and bliss. Be mine, be mine.
Kate, my dear, I have hardly the power to speak, but it is necessary for the happiness in all parties that this matter should be set at rest for ever.
Surely there is no necessity for you to say one word, Mamma.
You will allow me, my dear, if you please, to judge for myself.
Be mine, be mine.
Mrs. Nickleby, fixing her eyes modestly on the ground.
It can scarcely be expected, sir, that I should tell a stranger whether I feel flattered and obliged by such proposals or not. They certainly are made under very singular circumstances, still at the same time, as far as it goes, and to a certain extent, of course, they must be gratifying and agreeable to one's feelings.
Be mine, be mine. Gog and Magog, Gog and Magog, be mine, be mine.
Mrs. Nickleby, with perfect seriousness.
It will be sufficient for me to say, sir, and I'm sure you'll see the propriety of taking an answer and going away, that I have made up my mind to remain a widow and devote myself to my children. You may not suppose I am the mother of 2 children. Indeed, many people have doubted it, and said that nothing on earth could make them believe it possible. But it is the case, and they are both grown up. We shall be very glad to have you for a neighbor. Very glad, delighted, I'm sure. But in any other character, it's quite impossible, quite. As to my being young enough to marry again, that perhaps may be so, or it may not be. But I couldn't think of it for an instant, not on any account whatever. I said I never would, and I never will. It's a very painful thing to have to reject proposals, and I would much rather that none were made. At the same time, this is the answer that I determined long ago to make, and this is the answer I shall always give.
These observations are partly addressed to the old gentleman, partly to Kate, and partly delivered in soliloquy. Towards their conclusions, the suitor evinces a very irreverent degree of inattention, and Mrs. Nickleby has scarcely finished speaking, when, to the great terror of both that lady and her daughter, he suddenly flings off his coat, and springing on the top of the wall, throws himself into an attitude which displays his small clothes and great worsteds to the fullest advantage, and concludes by standing on one leg and repeating his favourite bellow with increased vehemence. While he is still dwelling on the last note, and embellishing it with prolonged flourish, a dirty hand is observed to glide stealthily and swiftly along the top of the wall as if in pursuit of a fly, and then to clasp with the utmost dexterity on one of the old gentleman's ankles. This done, the companion hand appears and clasps the other ankle. Thus encumbered, the old gentleman lifts his legs awkwardly once or twice, as if they were very clumsy and imperfect pieces of machinery, and then, looking down on his own side of the wall, bursts into a loud laugh.
It's you, is it?
Voice gruffly.
Yes, it's me.
How's the Emperor of Tartary?
Oh, he's much the same as usual. No better and no worse.
The gentleman with much interest.
The young Prince of China? Is he reconciled to his father-in-law, the great potato salesman?
No, and he says he never will be, that's more.
If that's the case, perhaps I'd better come down.
Well, I think you had, perhaps.
One of the hands being then cautiously unclasped, the old gentleman drops into a sitting posture, and is looking round to smile and bow to Mrs. Nickleby, when he disappears with some precipitation, as if his legs have been pulled from below. Mrs. Nickleby and Kate stand watching in great astonishment. Curtain falls. End of The Gentleman Next Door. Stormy Scenes in the Varden Household, from Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stormy Scenes in the Varden Household, from Barnaby Rudge. Characters.
Gabriel Varden, a locksmith, read by Todd.
Mrs. Varden, read by Calinda.
Dolly Varden, their daughter, read by Rachel.
Miggs, Mrs. Varden's domestic, read by Bev Stevens.
Edward Chester, a young gentleman, read by Thomas Peter.
Joe Willett, Dolly's sweetheart, read by Trisha G.
Stage directions read by Lydia. Scene: the back parlor of Gabriel Varden's house in the suburb of Clerkenwell. Description of characters. Gabriel Varden, a bluff, hale, hearty, red-faced, and sturdy yeoman, in a green old age, at peace with himself, and evidently disposed to be so with all the world. In Scene 1 he appears muffled up in divers coats and handkerchiefs, one of which is passed over his crown and tied in a convenient crease of his double chin, to secure his three-cornered hat and bob-wig. On his face are certain dirty finger-marks, which give it an odd and comical expression, through which shines its natural good humour. In Scene 2 he is without his wig, and wears a leather apron, his shirt-sleeves being turned up to the elbow, and his hands and face soiled. For his dress in Scene 3, see illustration on page 59. For other illustrations, see frontispiece, also Barnaby Rudge, page 38. Edward Chester relates his adventures. Mrs. Varden, a lady of an uncertain temper, who is pretty sure to be dull when other people are merry, and is disposed to be amazingly cheerful when other people are dull. She is plump and buxom to look at, though, like her daughter, somewhat short in stature. For her dress, see the illustration on page 59. She appears in the same attire in each of Scenes 1 and 2, and is in a very smart gown of red and white in Scene 3. For other illustrations, see Barnaby Rudge, page 173. Mr. Chester making an impression, and page 265. The locksmith dressing for parade. Dolly Varden, a pretty girl with a roguish face and sparkling eyes, dimpled and fresh and healthful. The very impersonation of good humour and blooming beauty. For illustrations, see frontispiece and page 59, and also those mentioned above. Miggs, a tall young lady, very much addicted to patterns in private life, slender and shrewish, of a rather uncomfortable figure, and though not absolutely ill-looking, of a sharp and acid visage. For illustrations, see pages 59 and 68, also those mentioned above. Edward Chester, a young gentleman of 27, with an air of careless ease and natural gracefulness of demeanour. He has long dark hair, and is dressed in the style usual for gentlemen in the 18th century. For illustration, see Barnaby Rudge, page 93. Mr. Haredale interrupts the lovers. Joe Willett, a broad-shouldered, strapping young fellow who has lost his right arm in the wars. For his dress, see illustration on page 59. The small boy, see illustration on page 59. N.B. Each of the following 3 scenes is complete in itself. Scenes 1 and 2 may therefore be taken separately if so desired. If scene 3 is taken, it would be well to precede it by scene 1, leaving out scene 2 if desired. A considerable time is supposed to elapse between the action of the first 2 scenes and that of the third. Scene 1. Resignation. Gabriel Varden, Mrs. Varden, and Miggs. Arrangement of stage. A door at each side, one the workshop door, the other leading upstairs, and a fireplace at back of stage. Over the fireplace, a small looking-glass. About center of stage, a table laid for supper, prominent among the things on it being Toby, a large brown jug shaped into a man's face. 2 or 3 old-fashioned chairs about, and a stool in one corner near front of stage. A clothes peg on one of the doors. When the curtain rises, Mrs. Varden is seen reading a book, the Protestant manual, by candlelight, her feet resting on the fender, while Miggs is seated on the stool looking at herself in a small looking-glass, which she carries in her pocket. Mrs. V.
My nightcap, Miggs.
Miggs hastily puts away the glass, picks up the nightcap which has been warming on the fender, and assists Mrs. Varden to put it on by holding the looking-glass and candle before her. As this operation is concluded, a knock is heard at the workshop door. M. going to the door.
Who's there?
G. from outside.
Me, girl, me.
What, already, sir?
Unlocks and opens the door with a look of surprise.
We was just getting on our nightcaps to sit up, me and mistress. Oh, she has been so bad.
Mrs. Varden goes on reading unconcernedly.
Master's come home, mim.
Runs before him towards the fireplace.
You was wrong, mim, and I was right. I thought he wouldn't keep us up so late, 2 nights running, mim. Master's always considerate, so far. I'm so glad, mim, on your account. I'm a little...
Simpers.
A little sleepy myself. I'll own it now, mim, though I said I wasn't when you asked me. It ain't of no consequence, mim, of course.
Gabriel meanwhile goes to his chair opposite Mrs. Varden, sits down and looks at his wife. G. shortly.
Then you had better get to bed at once.
Thanking you kindly, sir, I couldn't take my rest in peace, nor fix my thoughts upon my prayers, other ways than that I knew mistress was comfortable in her bed this night. By rights, she should have been there hours ago.
Goes to her stool and proceeds to put on her nightcap.
You're talkative, mistress.
Rises, pulls off his greatcoat, hangs it up, comes back and looks at her askew.
Taking the hint, sir, and thanking you for it most kindly, I will make bold to say that if I give offence by having consideration for my mistress, I do not ask your pardon, but am content to get myself into trouble and to be in suffering.
Mrs. Varden, who has been all this time attent upon the Protestant manual, here looks around.
Thank you, Miggs. You may hold your tongue.
M. with alarming spitefulness.
Yes, mim, I will.
How do you find yourself now, my dear?
Places his chair near his wife, who has resumed her book, and rubs his knees hard as he makes the inquiry. Mrs. V. with her eyes upon the book.
You're very anxious to know, ain't you? You that have not been near me all day, and wouldn't have been if I was dying.
My dear Martha.
Mrs. Varden turns over to the next page, then goes back again to the bottom line overleaf, to be quite sure of the last words, then goes on reading with an appearance of the deepest interest and study.
My dear Martha, how can you say such things when you know you don't mean them? If you were dying, Why, if there was anything serious the matter with you, Martha, shouldn't I be in constant attendance upon you?
Yes.
Burst into tears.
Yes, you would. I don't doubt it, Varden. Certainly you would. That's as much as to tell me that you would be hovering round me like a vulture, waiting till the breath was out of my body, that you might go and marry somebody else.
Miggs groans in sympathy, a little short groan, checked in its birth and changed into a cough.
But you'll break my heart one of these days.
Speaks with resignation.
And then we shall both be happy. My only desire is to see Dolly comfortably settled, and when she is, you may settle me as soon as you like.
G. mildly, after twisting his wig about in silence for some time.
Has Dolly gone to bed?
Mrs. V. looking sternly over her shoulder at Miggs.
Your master speaks to you.
G. mildly as before.
No, my dear, I spoke to you.
Mrs. V. stamping her foot upon the ground.
Did you hear me, Miggs? You are beginning to despise me now, are you? But this is example.
Here Miggs falls a-crying violently, holding both her hands tight upon her heart meanwhile, as if nothing less would prevent it splitting into small fragments. Mrs. Varden weeps too against Miggs, and with such effect that Miggs gives in after a time, and except for an occasional sob which seems to threaten some remote intent of breaking out again, leaves her mistress in possession of the field. Her superiority being thoroughly asserted, Mrs. Varden soon desists likewise, and falls into a quiet melancholy. The relief is so great that Gabriel nods in his chair, but the voice of Mrs. Varden, who speaks in a sort of monotonous remonstrance, awakes him with a start.
If I am ever in spirits, if I am ever cheerful, if I am ever more than usually disposed to be talkative and comfortable, this is the way I am treated.
While this conversation is going on between Gabriel and Mrs. Varden, Miggs is in a very restive state, constantly rubbing and tweaking her nose, changing her position, groaning, gasping, and sighing.
Such spirits as you was in too, Mim, but half an hour ago. I never see such company.
Miggs, my good girl, go to bed. Do go to bed. You're really worse than the dripping of 100 water butts outside the window, or the scratching of as many mice behind the wainscot. I can't bear it. Do go to bed, Miggs, to oblige me. Do.
You haven't got nothing to untie, sir, and therefore your requests does not surprise me. But Mrs. has, and while you sit up, Mim,
turns to Mrs. Varden.
I couldn't, no, not if 20 times the quantity of cold water was apparently running down my back at this moment. Go to bed with a quiet spirit.
Having spoken these words, Miggs makes divers efforts to rub her shoulders in an impossible place, and shivers from head to foot.
Because I never interfere or interrupt, because I never question where anybody comes or goes, because my whole mind and soul is bent on saving where I can save, and labouring in this house. Therefore they try me as they do.
Sighs deeply. G. endeavouring to look as wakeful as possible.
Martha, what is it you complain of? I really came home with every wish and desire to be happy. I did indeed.
What do I complain of? Is it a chilling thing to have one's husband sulking and falling asleep directly he comes home? To have him freezing all one's warm-heartedness and throwing cold water over the fireside? Is it natural, when I know he went out upon a matter in which I am as much interested as anybody can be, that I should wish to know all that has happened, or that he should tell me without my begging and praying him to do it? Is that natural, or is it not?
I'm sorry, Martha. I was really afraid you were not disposed to talk pleasantly. I'll tell you everything. I shall only be too glad, my dear.
Mrs. V. rising with dignity.
No, Varden, I dare say, thank you. I'm not a child to be corrected one minute and petted the next. I'm a little too old for that, Varden. Miggs, carry the light. You can be cheerful, Miggs, at least.
Miggs, who to this moment has been in the very depths of compassionate despondency, passes instantly into the liveliest state conceivable, and tossing her head as she glances towards the locksmith, bears off her mistress and the light together. G. shrugging his shoulders and drawing his chair to the fire.
Now, who would think that that woman could ever be pleasant and agreeable? And yet she can be. Well, well, all of us have our faults. I'll not be too hard upon hers. We have been man and wife too long for that.
He dozes for a minute, then yawns and speaks the next word dreamily.
I wish I wish somebody would marry Miggs. But that's impossible. I wonder whether there's any madman alive who would marry Miggs.
Falls asleep as the curtain falls. Scene 2. Exasperation. Gabriel Varden, Mrs. Varden, Dolly, Miggs, and Edward Chester. Arrangement of stage. As in the preceding scene, but the supper things removed. Their place is taken by tea things and a work basket. Near the table sit Dolly Varden sewing and her mother reading the Protestant manual. As soon as the curtain rises, Miggs comes bursting in, carrying a scrubbing brush in her hand.
"Oh, Mim, there's Mr. Edward Chester a-standing in the workshop among the rusty locks and keys, like love among the roses."
On hearing this, Mrs. Varden and Dolly rise up, and Mrs. Varden goes towards the door. As she reaches it, Mr. Edward Chester enters, closely followed by Gabriel, who has on a leather apron, and has his shirt-sleeves rolled up to the elbows. Both his arms and his face show signs of the work that he has been engaged upon. After the others have seated themselves, he also sits down on a chair near the door. Mrs. V. curtsying.
"I'm sure you'll excuse me, sir. Varden is so very thoughtless and needs so much reminding. Miggs, bring a chair here."
Miggs obeys, and Edward Chester sits down.
"And you can go, Miggs."
Miggs obeys again, and Mrs. Varden pours out a cup of tea, which Edward accepts from the hands of Dolly. Mrs. V. very agreeably.
"I am sure if there's anything we can do, Varden, or I, or Dolly either, to serve you, sir, at any time, you have only to say it, and it shall be done."
I am much obliged to you, I'm sure. You encouraged me to say that I have come here now to beg your good offices.
Mrs. Varden looks delighted beyond measure.
It occurred to me that probably your fair daughter might be going to the Warren, either today or tomorrow.
Glances at Dolly.
And if so, and you will allow her to take charge of this letter, ma'am.
Produces a letter from his breast pocket.
You will oblige me more than I can tell you. The truth is, that while I am very anxious it should reach its destination, I have particular reasons for not trusting it to any other conveyance, so that without your help I am wholly at a loss.
Mrs. V. graciously.
"She was not going that way, sir, either today or tomorrow, nor indeed all next week. But we shall be very glad to put ourselves out of the way on your account, and if you wish it, you may depend upon its going today. You might suppose—"
Frowns at her husband.
"From Varden sitting there so glum and silent, that he objected to this arrangement, but you must not mind that, sir, if you please. It's his way at home. Out of doors he can be cheerful and talkative enough."
G., who has all the time been sitting with a beaming face and is quite taken by surprise.
"My dear Martha!"
Mrs. V. interrupting, and with a smile of mingled scorn and pleasantry.
"Oh, yes, I dare say, very dear. We all know that."
"No, but on my good soul you are quite mistaken. You are indeed. I was delighted to find you so kind and ready. I waited, my dear, anxiously, I assure you, to hear what you would say."
"You waited anxiously, yes. Thank you, Varden, you waited as you always do, that I might bear the blame if any came of it. But I am used to it, and that's my comfort."
G. rising.
"I give you my word, Martha."
Mrs. V. interposing with a Christian smile.
"Let me give you my word, my dear, that such discussions as these between married people are much better left alone. Therefore, if you please, Varden, we'll drop the subject. I have no wish to pursue it. I might say a great deal, but I would rather not. Pray don't say any more."
"I don't want to say any more."
Sits down resignedly.
"Well, then don't."
G. good-humouredly.
"Nor did I begin it, Martha. I must say that."
"You did not begin it, Varden?"
Opens her eyes very wide and looks round upon the company.
"You did not begin it, Varden? But you shall not say I was out of temper. No, you did not begin it. Oh, dear, no, not you, my dear."
"Well, well, that's settled then."
"Oh, yes, quite. If you like to say Dolly began it, my dear, I shall not contradict you. I know my duty. I need know it, I'm sure. I am often obliged to bear it in mind, when my inclination perhaps would be for the moment to forget it. Thank you, Varden."
Here Mrs. Varden, with a mighty show of humility and forgiveness, folds her hands, and looks round again with the smile of a martyr. At this juncture Edward Chester rises to go, and Mrs. Varden suddenly becomes very gracious again.
I am afraid I must be going, Mrs. Varden. It is very kind indeed of you and of Miss Dolly.
Dolly curtsies.
To take so much trouble on my account.
Shakes hands with Mrs. Varden and whispers to Dolly.
I will call tomorrow in case there should happen to be an answer.
Bows gracefully and goes out. Gabriel follows, and shortly after comes back with his hands in his pockets. He fidgets about the room in a very uneasy manner, and casts a great many sidelong looks at Mrs. Varden, who, with the calmest countenance in the world, is 5 fathoms deep in the Protestant manual.
Well, Dolly, how do you mean to go?
I suppose by the stagecoach.
Dee looks at her mother, who, finding herself silently appealed to, dives down at least another fathom into the manual, and becomes unconscious of all earthly things.
Martha?
I hear you, Varden.
Goes on reading.
I am sorry, my dear, you have such an objection to the Maypole and old John, for, otherwise, as it's a very fine morning, and Saturday's not a busy day with us, we might have all 3 gone to Chigwell in the chaise, and had quite a happy day of it.
Mrs. V. immediately closing the manual and bursting into tears.
Oh, lead me upstairs.
G. hopelessly.
What is the matter now, Martha?
Oh, don't speak to me. If anybody had told me so, I wouldn't have believed it.
But Martha!
Puts himself in the way as she is moving off with the aid of Dolly's shoulder.
Wouldn't have believed what? Tell me what's wrong now. Do tell me. Upon my soul, I don't know. Do you know, child?
Plucks at his wig in a kind of frenzy.
Dear me! Nobody does know, I verily believe, but Miggs.
Mrs. V. faintly and with symptoms of approaching incoherence.
Miggs is attached to me, and that is sufficient to draw down hatred upon her in this house. She is a comfort to me, whatever she may be to others.
G. despairingly.
She's no comfort to me. She's the misery of my life. She's all the plagues of Egypt in one.
She's considered so, I have no doubt. I was prepared for that. It's natural. It's of a piece with the rest. When you taunt me as you do to my face, how can I wonder that you taunt her behind her back?
Here, the incoherence coming on very strong, Mrs. Varden weeps and laughs and sobs and shivers, and is finally led away upstairs by Dolly. Meanwhile, Gabriel stands scratching his head with a look of despair on his face. When the 2 women have gone, he takes his pipe out of his pocket, sits down by the fireplace, and lights it resignedly. By this time Dolly returns. D. coming in.
Go upstairs, father, if it's only for the sake of peace and quietness.
Oh, Doll. If you ever have a husband of your own...
Dolly glances at the glass.
Well, when you have, never faint, my darling. More domestic unhappiness has come of easy fainting, Doll, than from all the greater passions put together. Remember that, my dear, if you would be really happy, which you never can be if your husband isn't. And a word in your ear, my precious. Never have Miggs about you.
Kisses her on the cheek and slowly repairs to Mrs. Varden's room. Curtain falls. Scene 3, Reformation. Gabriel Varden, Mrs. Varden, Dolly, Joe Willett, Miggs, and Small Boy. Arrangement of stage. As in scenes 1 and 2, the table is laid for tea, the tea kettle is on the hob, there are plenty of flowers about the room, and everybody is looking very happy. When the curtain rises, Gabriel is sitting at the table with Toby near his elbow. Mrs. Varden is pouring out tea, and Joe Willett and Dolly are looking at some of the flowers on a side table. He has his arm round her waist. Mrs. Varden is speaking. The door leading to the workshop is standing ajar. Mrs. V.
Yes, my dear, I saw it from the first. I've known it all along. I said within myself, for I remember the exact words, that young Willett is certainly looking after our Dolly, and I must look after him.
They all laugh heartily, and Joe and Dolly cross over near to Gabriel. G. slapping Joe on the back.
And Joe, my boy, you remember when you brought the flowers? Crocuses, weren't they, for Dolly, and I told you to give them to the old lady? And then, when you'd done so, you remembered how she had put 'em out of the window because she couldn't bear the smell of 'em?
Laughs heartily again, and they all join in, Mrs. Varden included. At this moment a startling knock is heard from behind the stage.
Hello, there's someone at the street door.
Joe at once goes off to see who is there, and is followed closely by Dolly, who pulls the door gently after her without shutting it. There is a long pause, and the knock is repeated in yet a more startling manner.
Is anyone going to open that door?
Laughs to his wife.
Or shall I come?
Upon this, Dolly comes running back, blushing, and a great noise is heard from the back of the stage, as of a door being shut noisily. Finally, Joe reappears.
Well, what is it, Joe? What are you laughing at?
Nothing, sir. It's coming in.
Who's coming in? What's coming in?
Looks at Mrs. Varden inquiringly, but she only shakes her head, so he wheels his chair round to command a better view of the workshop door and stares at it with eyes wide open and with a mingled expression of curiosity and wonder. Meanwhile, remarkable sounds are heard, as though some unwieldy chest or heavy piece of furniture is being brought in by an amount of human strength inadequate to the task. At length, after much struggling and bumping, the door opens, and the locksmith, steadily regarding what appears beyond, smites his thigh, opens his mouth, and speaks in a loud voice expressive of the utmost consternation.
"Damn me, if it ain't Miggs come back!"
Miggs no sooner hears these words than she deserts the small boy and a very large box by which she is accompanied, and advancing with such precipitation that her bonnet flies off her head, bursts into the room, clasps her hands, in which she holds a pair of pattens, one in each, raises her eye devotedly to the ceiling, and sheds a flood of tears. Meanwhile, Joe and Dolly go off to one side and sit down on the same chair, laughing. The small boy sits down on the box, open mouthed, and makes various attempts to see all there is to be seen on the table.
The old story.
Looks at her in desperation.
She was born to be a damper, this young woman. Nothing can prevent it.
Oh, master, oh, Mim, can I constrain my feelings in these here once again united moments? Oh, Mr. Warden, here's blessedness among relations, sir, here's forgiveness of injuries, here's amicablenesses.
Gabriel looks from his wife to Dolly, and from Dolly to Joe, and from Joe to Miggs, with his eyebrows still elevated and his mouth still open. When his eyes get back to Miggs, they rest on her, fascinated.
To think,
with hysterical joy,
that Mr. Joe and dear Miss Dolly has really come together after all has been said and done contrary. To see them two a-sitting along with him and her, so pleasant, and in all respects so affable and mild, and me not knowing of it, and not being in the ways to make no preparations for their teas. Oh, what a cutting thing it is, and yet what sweet sensations is awoke within me.
In clasping her hands again, Miggs clinks her pattens after the manner of a pair of cymbals, and then resumes.
And did my missus think, oh goodness, did she think, as her own Miggs, which supported her under so many trials, and understood her nature when them as intended well, but acted rough, went so deep into her feelings, did she think as her own Miggs would ever leave her? Did she think as Miggs, though she was but a servant, and knowed that servitudes was no inheritances, would forget that she was the humble instruments as always made it comfortable between them two when they fell out, and always told master of the meekness and forgiveness of her blessed dispositions? Did she think as Miggs had no attachments? Did she think that wages was her only object?
Here Miggs falls on the neck of the small boy, who happens at that moment to be standing up absorbed in contemplation of the things on the table. He disengages himself rudely, whereupon she uses her handkerchief freely on bursting into tears. Then she gets hold of one end of her box, gives her nephew a push, and prepares to bear her wardrobe upstairs. G. turning to Mrs. Varden.
My dear, do you desire this?
I desire it. I am astonished. I am amazed at her audacity. Let her leave the house this moment.
M., who here, letting one end of the box fall heavily to the floor, gives a very loud sniff, crosses her arms, and screws down the corners of her mouth.
Oh, good gracious! Oh, good gracious! Oh, good gracious!
You hear what your mistress says, my love? You had better go, I think. Stay. Take this with you, for the sake of old service.
Miggs clutches the banknote he takes from his pocketbook and holds out to her, deposits it in a small red leather purse, puts the purse in her pocket, displaying as she does so a considerable portion of some undergarment made of flannel, and more black cotton stocking than is commonly seen in public, and tosses her head as she looks at Mrs. Varden.
Oh, good gracious!
I think you said that once before, my dear.
M. bridling.
Times is changed, is they, Mim? You can spare me now, can you? You can keep 'em down without me? You're not in wants of anyone to scold or throw the blame upon no longer, ain't you, Mim? I'm glad to find you've grown so independent. I wish you joy, I'm sure.
With this she drops a curtsy and keeps her head erect, her eyes on each of the company as she alludes to them in her remarks.
I'm quite delighted, I'm sure, to find such independency. Feeling sorry, though, at the same time, Mim, that you should have been forced into submission when you couldn't help yourself. It must be great vexations, especially considering how ill you always spoke of Mr. Joe, to have him for a son-in-law at last. And I wonder Miss Dolly can put up with him either, after being off and on for so many years with a coachmaker. But I have heard say that the coachmaker thought twice about it, and that he told a young man as was a friend of his, that he hoped he knowed better than to be drawed into that, though she and all the family did pull uncommon strong.
Pauses for a reply, and receiving none, goes on as before.
I have heard say, Mim, that the illnesses of some ladies was all pretensions, and that they could faint away stone dead whenever they had the inclination so to do. Of course I never see such cases with my own eyes. Ho, no! He, nor master neither. Ho, no! I have heard the neighbours make remark as someone as they was acquainted with was a poor, good-natured, mean-spirited creature, as went out fishing for a wife one day, and caught a tartar. Of course, I never, to my knowledge, see the poor person himself. Nor did you neither, Mim. Oh, no. I wonder who it can be. Don't you, Mim? No doubt you do, Mim. Oh, yes. He.
Again pauses for a reply, and none being offered, becomes oppressed with teeming spite and spleen.
I'm glad Miss Dolly can laugh. He. I like to see folks a-laughing. So do you, Mim, don't you? You was always glad to see people in spirits, wasn't you, Mim? And you always did your best to keep 'em cheerful, didn't you, Mim? Though there ain't such a great deal to laugh at now, either. Is there, Mim? It ain't so much of a catch, after looking out so sharp ever since she was a little chit, and costing such a deal in dress and show, to get a poor common soldier with one arm, is it, Mim? He. I wouldn't have a husband with one arm anyways. I would have 2 arms. I would have 2 arms if it was me, though instead of hands they'd only got hooks at the end, like our dustmen.
Here Miggs, who is aggravated to madness by want of contradiction, can hold out no longer, and bursts into a storm of sobs and tears. Then she falls on the small boy, giving him several cuffs to emphasize her next remarks.
Oh, and how long am I going to have to stand here to be insulted? Of course you'll take pleasure in hearing your family reviled, won't you?
This causes the small boy to go off indignant, leaving Miggs and her box to follow as best they can. By a great deal of pushing and pulling, she eventually gets the box outside the door.
That's a thing to laugh at, Martha, not to care for.
Follows his wife, who has gone to the other side of the room and has her handkerchief to her eyes.
What does it matter? You had seen your fault before. Come, bring up Toby again, my dear. Dolly shall sing us a song, and will be all the merrier for this interruption.
Curtain falls. End of stormy scenes in the Varden household. Hatching a Conspiracy, from Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hatching a Conspiracy, from Barnaby Rudge. Characters:
Miggs, the domestic of Mrs. Varden. Read by Bev Stevens.
Simon Tappertit, Gabriel Varden's apprentice. Read by Thomas Peter.
Stage directions read by Lydia. Scene: the kitchen in Gabriel Varden's house in the suburb of Clerkenwell. Description of characters: Miggs, see Auntie on page 48. For special illustration, see page 68. Simon Tappertit, an old-fashioned, thin-faced, sleek-haired, sharp-nosed, small-eyed little fellow, very little more than 5 feet in height, and thoroughly convinced in his own mind that he is above the middle size. His legs are encased in knee breeches and are perfect curiosities of littleness, but for these he entertains the highest admiration. In years he is just 20, in his looks much older, and in conceit at least 200. For illustration, see front piece in page 65. Arrangement of stage. This scene is slightly more difficult to arrange than most of the others, since it requires a partition in one part of the stage from back to front. The stage on one side of this partition is arranged as a kitchen, and on the other, which should be the narrower portion of the stage, is left bare, as representing a passage or roadway. This partition must have in it a door with lock and key, and a window sufficiently large to admit of the entrance through it of a person's body. The partition must also be sufficiently strong to allow for this. The kitchen requires a fireplace on the side opposite to the partition, and another door at the back of the stage. The furniture should be a small kitchen table about the middle of the stage, 3 chairs, a coal pan on the side of the fireplace nearest to the front of the stage, various dishes and pan lids on the back wall, and a large screen placed round the fireplace so as to hide it from view from both the doors and leave it open to the audience. There should be an unlighted candle on the table and a lighted lamp suspended from the side of the passage so as to shine obliquely through the window. See the diagram below. When the curtain rises, the kitchen is in semi-darkness. Within the screen is seen Miggs, minus her outer skirt, wearing a shawl round her shoulders and a nightcap, and sitting with her feet on the fender. She gets up, passes round the screen to the outer door, makes sure that it is locked, and hangs the key on a nail by the side of the door. Then she returns, draws the screen round her, and resumes her former position. Presently a noise is heard as of someone turning the handle of the inner door, the one at the back of the stage, listening acutely and speaking to herself.
Oh, what a providence it is as I am bolted in.
The inner door opens gently, and a head is thrust in, followed by a hand holding a lighted lantern. They suddenly disappear, however, and the door is closed just as Miggs is carefully glancing round the corner of the screen.
Here's mysteries. Oh, gracious, here's mysteries.
Pulls the screen close round the fireplace, and applies her eye closely to a hole in it facing the door. The door slowly opens again, and Simon Tappertit appears, walking carefully on tiptoe, carrying his shoes in one hand and a lantern in the other. He crosses over to the outer door, puts down the lantern, strikes an attitude as shown on the preceding page, takes the key out of his pocket, unlocks the door, passes outside, locks it again, puts the key in his pocket, tries the door with his knee, and goes away on tiptoe. Meanwhile, Miggs gently moves her eye to another hole in the screen and watches the outer door.
Gracious!
Comes from behind the screen.
Goodness gracious!
Lights the candle and looks at the lock on the outer door, then at the key which hangs near.
Goodness gracious me!
Takes down the key, unlocks the door, peeps out, shuts the door and locks it, replacing the key on its nail.
Why, I wish I may only have a walking funeral, and never be buried decent with a mourning coach and feathers, if the boy hasn't been and made a key for his own self. Oh, the little villain!
Deliberates for some little time, looking hard at the door while she does so, as though her eyes and thoughts are both upon it, and then taking a sheet of paper from a drawer in the table, twists it into a long, thin spiral tube. Having filled this instrument with a quantity of small coal dust from the coal pan, she approaches the door, and dropping on one knee before it, dexterously blows into the keyhole as much of these fine ashes as the lock will hold. When she has filled it to the brim in a very workmanlike and skilful manner, she goes towards the door again and chuckles.
There. Now let's see whether you won't be glad to take some notice of me, mister. He. You'll have eyes for somebody besides Miss Dolly now, I think. A fat-faced puss she is as ever I come across.
As she says this, she puts down the piece of paper, takes out a piece of looking-glass from her pocket, holds it near the candle, and glances approvingly at herself.
I thank my stars that can't be said of me.
Wraps herself more closely in her shawl, draws a couple of chairs near the window, flounces down upon one, and puts her feet upon the other.
I don't go to bed this night till you come home, my lad. I wouldn't...
Viciously.
No, not for £45.
With this she puts out her candle, composes herself to wait and listen, and sits there perfectly still for some time. At length there is a footstep in the passage, and presently Simon Tappertit stops at the door. Then he tries his key, blows into it, knocks it on the ground to beat the dust out, pokes bits of stick into the lock to clear it, peeps into the keyhole, first with one eye, then with the other, tries the key again, gives it a mighty twist and a great pull, and it comes out so suddenly that he staggers backwards, kicks the door, shakes it, finally smites his forehead and sits down in despair. When this crisis has arrived, Miggs, affecting to be exhausted with terror, and to cling to the window-sill for support, calls out in a faint voice,
Who is there?
Hush!
Backs away from the window, and exhorts her in a frenzied pantomime to secrecy and silence.
Tell me one thing. Is it thieves?
No, no, no.
More faintly than before.
Then it's fire. Where is it, sir? It's near this room, I know. I've a good conscience, sir, and would much rather die than open the door. All I wish is, respecting my love to my married sister, Golden Lion Court, number 27, second bell handle on the right-hand door-post.
Miggs, don't you know me? Sim, you know. Sim.
Clasping her hands.
Oh, what about him? Is he in any danger? Is he in the midst of flames and blazes? Oh, gracious, gracious.
Knocking himself on the breast.
Why, I'm here, ain't I? Don't you see me? What a fool you are, Miggs.
Comes close to the window and holds up his lantern.
There. Why, so it... Goodness, what is the meaning of...
Loudly.
If you please, ma'am, here's...
Runs away from the window. Standing on tiptoe against the window.
No, no, don't. I've been out without leave, and something or another's the matter with the lock. Come and undo the window that I might get in that way.
I dursn't do it, Simon. I dursn't do it indeed. You know as well as anybody how particular I am. And to open the window in the dead of night, when the house is wrapped in slumbers and veiled in obscurity.
Stops and shivers, getting still closer to the window that she may see his eyes.
But Miggs, my darling, Miggs.
Miggs screams slightly.
That I love so much, and never can help thinking of.
Makes great use of his eyes when he says this.
Do, for my sake, do.
Oh, Simon, that is worse than all. I know if I let you in, you'll go and...
And what, my precious?
Hysterically.
And try to kiss me or some such dreadfulness. I know you will.
With remarkable earnestness.
I swear I won't. Upon my soul I won't. It's getting broad day and the watchman's waking up. Angelic Miggs, if you'll only let me in, I promise you faithfully and truly I won't.
Miggs lights her candle and holds it up against the window. Then she draws back the fastenings. Having helped Tappertit in, she faintly articulates the words,
Simon is safe.
And faints in his arms. Tappertit is rather embarrassed by this circumstance.
I knew I should quench her. Of course I was certain it would come to this, but there was nothing else to be done. If I hadn't eyed her over, she wouldn't have let me in. Here, keep up a minute, Miggs. What a slippery figure she is. There's no holding her comfortably. Do keep up a minute, Miggs, will you?
As Miggs, however, is deaf to all entreaties, Tappertit leans her against the wall as one might dispose of a walking stick or umbrella until he has secured the window, when he takes her in his arms again, and in short stages and with great difficulty carries her to a chair, plants her in it, and leaves her to her repose, recovering as soon as she is left alone.
He may be as cool as he likes, but I'm in his confidence, and he can't help himself, nor couldn't if he was 20 Simmonses.
Curtain falls. End of hatching a conspiracy. The Stranger's Visit, from Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stranger's Visit, from Barnaby Rudge. Characters.
Barnaby Rudge, an idiot youth. Read by Thomas Peter.
Mrs. Rudge, his mother, living as a widow.
Read by Lian Yao.
The Stranger.
Barnaby's father, a murderer in hiding, but supposed to have been murdered himself.
Read by Adrian Strowett.
Stage directions read by Lydia. Scene, the interior of Mrs. Rudge's cottage in a by-street in Southwark. Time, 20 minutes. Description of characters. Barnaby Rudge, a youth about 23 years old, and though rather spare, of a fair height and strong make. His hair, of which he has a great profusion, is red, and hanging in disorder about his face and shoulders. His looks are restless, and his complexion pale. His dress is green, clumsily trimmed here and there with gaudy lace, brightest where the cloth is most worn and soiled, and poorest where it is at the best. A pair of tawdry ruffles dangle at his wrist, while his throat is nearly bare. He has ornamented his hat with a cluster of peacock's feathers, but they are limp and broken, and now trail negligently down his back. Girded to his side is the steel hilt of an old sword without blade or scabbard, and some party-coloured ends of ribbons and a poor glass toy complete the ornamental portion of his attire. Strapped over his shoulders is a wicker basket containing his constant companion, Grip the Raven. See illustration on page 75. N.B. As the scene is arranged, the fact that there is no grip within the basket will not matter at all. But by Barnaby's having in his hand a small clicker, he can imitate the bird supposed to be inside. In case of the player who takes Barnaby's part having any powers of ventriloquism, the scene can be made very effective. Chapter 17 of Barnaby Rudge should then be referred to for guidance. Mrs. Rudge, a woman of about 40, perhaps 2 or 3 years older, with a face that has once been pretty, but which bears evident traces of affliction and care. There is a strong resemblance between the faces of Barnaby and his mother, but while his bears a look of vacancy, hers bears one of terror. She is dressed in dingy black and has her head tied up in a black cloth fastened under her chin. On entering, she carries a basket on her arm. See illustration on page 75. The Stranger. A hard-featured man of 60 or thereabouts, dressed in torn and ragged clothes which are saturated with wet and besmeared with mire. His complexion is of a cadaverous hue, and he has a grisly, jagged beard of some 3 weeks' date. There is an ugly seam across his cheekbone, which is partially hidden by a dark handkerchief bound tightly round his head and almost hiding his eyebrows. Above this he wears an old 3-cornered hat. For illustrations, see page 75 and Barnaby Rudge, page 4, An Unsociable Stranger. Arrangement of stage. The same as in the preceding scene, hatching a conspiracy, but the window must have outside shutters, which are closed when the scene begins, and the screen is not required. The door at the back of the stage here represents the cupboard door. See diagram on page 64. When the curtain rises, the stage should be nearly dark. Mrs. Rudge is seen coming up the passage towards her door. Closely and silently following her is the stranger. She stops at the door, stoops to get the key from her basket, raises her head, and sees him standing silently beside her. He claps a hand over her mouth, speaking hoarsely while his teeth chatter.
I've been looking for you for many nights. Is the house empty? Answer me. Is anyone inside?
Mrs. Rudge answers by a rattle in her throat. He takes the key, unlocks the door, carries her in, places her in a chair, and secures the door carefully. Then, stooping down before the half-extinguished ashes, he rakes them together and fans them with his hat. From time to time he glances at her over his shoulder. Then he lights 2 candles and puts them on the table. She has covered her face with her hands, fearing, as it seems, to look toward him. So they remain for some short time in silence. Glancing round again, he at length speaks.
Is this your house?
It is. Why, in the name of heaven, do you darken it?
Sullenly.
Give me meat and drink. The very marrow of my bones is cold with wet and hunger. I must have warmth and food. Then I will have them here.
You were the robber on the Chigwell Road.
I was.
And nearly a murderer, then?
The will was not wanting. There was one came upon me and raised the hue and cry, that it would have gone hard with, but for his nimbleness. I made a thrust at him.
Mrs. R. looking upwards.
You thrust your sword at him?
He looks at her as, with her head thrown back, and her hands tightly clenched together, she utters these words. Then, starting to his feet, he advances toward her.
Give me to eat and drink, lest I do what heaven cannot help my doing.
Will you leave me, if I do thus much? Will you leave me and return no more?
Seating himself at the table.
I will promise nothing, but this. I will shoot myself dead if you betray me.
Takes a pistol from his breast, then replaces it. Mrs. Rudge goes to the door at the back of the stage and brings forth some fragments of cold meat and bread and puts them on the table. He asks for brandy and for water. These she produces likewise. He eats and drinks with voracity. All the time he is so engaged, she keeps at the uttermost distance from him and sits there shuddering, but with her face towards him. She never turns her back upon him once, and when she passes him, as she is obliged to do in going to and from the cupboard, she gathers the skirts of her garment about her. His repast ended, he moves the chair towards the fire again and warms himself.
I am an outcast, to whom a roof above his head is often an uncommon luxury, and the food a beggar would reject as delicate fare. You live here at your ease. Do you live alone?
With an effort.
I do not.
Who dwells here besides?
1. It is no matter who. You had best be gone, or he may find you here. Why do you linger?
Spreading his hands out before the fire.
For warmth. For warmth. You are rich, perhaps?
Faintly.
Very, very rich. No doubt I am very rich.
At least you are not penniless. You have some money. You are making purchases tonight.
I have a little left. It is but a few shillings.
Give me your purse. You had it in your hand at the door. Give it to me.
She steps to the table and lays it down. He reaches across, takes it up, and tells the contents into his hand. As he is counting them, she listens for a moment and springs toward him. Meanwhile, Barnaby Rudge comes dancing along outside the cottage. As he dances, he admires his shadow, makes attempts to catch it, and goes back again as if he were chasing it. Shortly he returns.
Take what there is, take all, but go before it is too late. I have heard a wayward step without. I know full well. It will return directly. Be gone.
What do you mean?
Do not stop to ask. I will not answer. Much as I dread to touch you, I would drag you to the door if I possessed the strength, rather than you should lose an instant. Miserable wretch, fly from this place.
If there are spies without, I am safer here. I will remain here and will not fly till the danger is past.
Listening.
It is too late. Hark to that foot upon the ground. Do you tremble to hear it? It is my son, my idiot son.
As she says this wildly, Barnaby knocks heavily at the door. The stranger looks at her and she at him. Hoarsely.
Let him come in. I fear him less than the dark, houseless night.
He knocks again.
Let him come in.
Barnaby leaves the door and rattles at the shutter.
He rattles at the shutters. He calls you. That voice and cry. It was he who grappled with me in the road. Was it he?
Mrs. Rudge has sunk upon a chair, moving her lips but uttering no sound. As he gazes upon her, uncertain what to do or where to turn, the shutters fly open. He has barely time to catch a knife from the table, sheathe it in the loose sleeve of his coat, and hide in the cupboard when Barnaby taps at the glass and opens the window exultingly, thrusting in his head and staring round the room.
Why, who can keep out gripping me? Are you there, mother? How long you keep us from the fire and light?
Climbs in by the window, hugging the basket.
We have been afield, mother, leaping ditches, scrambling through hedges, running down steep banks, up and away, and hurrying on. The wind has been blowing, in the rushes and young plants bowing and bending to it, lest it should do 'em harm, the cowards and Grip. Brave Grip, who cares for nothing, and when the wind rolls him over in the dust, turns manfully to bite it. Grip, bold Grip, has quarrelled with every little bowing twig, thinking he'd tell me that it mocked him, and has worried it like a bulldog.
As Barnaby mentioned Grip's name, he holds up the basket at arm's length and dances round and round. Then he closes the window and secures it, and coming to the fireplace, prepares to sit down with his face to the cupboard. But his mother prevents this by hastily taking that side herself and motioning him towards the other.
How pale you are tonight.
Leans on his stick and speaks to the basket.
We have been cruel, Grip, and made her anxious.
The stranger holds the door of his hiding place open with his hand and closely watches Barnaby.
He flaps his wings.
Turns almost quickly enough to catch the retreating form and closing door.
As if there were strangers here. But Grip is wiser than to fancy that. Mother.
Lays aside his hat and stick.
I'll tell you where we have been today, and what we have been doing, shall I?
She takes his hand in hers, and holding it, nods in answer.
You mustn't tell.
Holds up his finger.
For it's a secret, mind, and only known to me and Grip and Hugh. We have the dog with us, but he's not like Grip, clever as he is, and doesn't guess it yet, I'll wager. Why do you look behind me so?
Faintly.
Did I? I didn't know I did. Come nearer me.
You're frightened. Mother, you don't see.
See what?
Speaking in a whisper, drawn closer to her, and clasping a mark upon his wrist.
There's none of this about, is there? Blood? I'm afraid there is, somewhere. You make my hair stand on end and my flesh creep. Why do you look like that? Is it in the room as I've seen it in my dreams, dashing the ceiling and the walls with red? Tell me, is it?
Falls into a shivering fit as he puts the question, and shutting out the light with his hands, sits shaking every limb until it has passed away. After a time he raises his head and looks about him.
Is it gone?
Soothing him.
There has been nothing here. Nothing indeed, dear Barnaby. Look, you see, there are but you and me.
He gazes at her vacantly, and becoming reassured by degrees, bursts into a wild laugh, thoughtfully.
But let us see, were we talking? Was it you and me? Where have we been?
Nowhere but here.
Aye, but Hugh and I, that's it. Maple Hugh and I, you know, and Grip. We have been lying in the forest, and among the trees by the roadside, with a dark lantern after night came on, and the dog in our noose ready to slip in when the man came by.
What man?
The door opens and the stranger looks out.
Sir Robber, him that the stars winked at. We have waited for him after dog these many nights, and we shall have him. I know him in 1,000. Mother, see here. This is the man, look.
Twists his handkerchief round his head, pulls his hat upon his brow, wraps his coat about him, and stands up before her.
Ha ha ha! We shall have him.
Rids himself of the semblance as hastily as he assumed it.
You shall see him, mother, bound hand and foot and brought to London at a saddle girth, and you shall hear of him at Tyburn Tray if we have luck. So Hugh says. You're pale again and trembling, and why do you look behind me so?
It is nothing. I am not quite well. Go you to your bed, dear, and leave me here.
To bed? I don't like bed. I like to lie before the fire, watching the prospects in the burning coals, the rivers, hills, and dells, in the deep red sunset and the wild faces. I am hungry too, and Grip has eaten nothing since broad noon. Let us to supper. Grip, to supper, lad.
Puts a piece of meat inside the basket. Then, having pressed his mother to eat in vain, he sits down to supper. Once, during the progress of his meal, he wants more bread from the cupboard and rises to get it. She hurriedly interposes to prevent him, and summoning her utmost fortitude, passes into the cupboard and brings it back herself. Barnaby looks at her steadfastly as she sits down.
Mother, is today my birthday?
Today? Don't you recollect? It was but a week or so ago, and that summer, autumn and winter have to pass before it comes again.
I remember that it has been so till now, but I think today must be my birthday too, for all that.
Why?
I'll tell you why. I've always seen you, I didn't let you know it, but I have, on the evening of that day grow very sad. I've seen you cry when Grip and I were most glad, and look frightened with no reason, and I have touched your hand, and felt that it was cold, as it is now. Once, mother, on a birthday that was also, Grip and I thought of this after we went upstairs to bed, and when it was midnight, striking 1 o'clock, we came down to your door to see if you were well. You were on your knees. I forget what it was you said, but when you rose and walked about, you looked just as you do now. I found that out, you see, though I am silly. So I say you're wrong, and this must be my birthday. My birthday, Grip.
Gets up laughing madly, picks up the basket, and dances round with it. Then he puts it down again gently, and stretches himself at full length on the mat before the fire with one arm round the basket. Here he gradually falls into a restless sleep. Mrs. Rudge rises from her seat, and the stranger comes out from his hiding-place. At this moment Barnaby turns over toward the fire. His arm falls to the ground, and his head droops heavily upon it. The widow and her unwelcome visitor gaze at him and at each other for a moment, and then she motions him towards the door, whispering,
Stay. You teach your son well.
I have taught him nothing that you heard tonight. Depart instantly, or I will rouse him.
You are free to do so. Shall I rouse him?
You dare not do that.
I dare do anything I have told you. He knows me well, it seems. At least I will know him.
Advances, and bending down over the prostrate form, softly turns back the head and looks into the face. He contemplates it for a brief space and hastily gets up.
Observe.
Whispers.
In him, of whose existence I was ignorant until tonight, I have you in my power. Be careful how you use me. Be careful how you use me. I am destitute and starving, and a wanderer upon the earth. I may take a sure and slow revenge.
There is some dreadful meaning in your words. I do not fathom it.
There is a meaning in them, and I leave you to digest it. Do not forget my warning.
Points as he leaves her to the slumbering form and stealthily withdraws. Mrs. Rudge falls on her knees beside the sleeper, and the curtain falls. End of the stranger's visit. The Great Protestant Association, from Short Plays from Dickens, by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Protestant Association, from Barnaby Rudge. Characters:
Lord George Gordon, a religious fanatic, President of the Great Protestant Association. Read by Trisha G.
Gashford,
his secretary.
Read by Leanne Yao.
Dennis the Hangman, read by Adrian Strowett.
Hugh, an ostler at the Maypole Inn, who has run away from his master. Read by Thomas Peter. John, read by Thomas Peter.
Stage directions, read by Lydia. Scene: Gashford's room in the house of Lord George Gordon. Description of characters: Lord George Gordon, a nobleman of quaint and odd exterior. He is of about the middle height, and of a slender make, stiff, lank, and solemn. He has a sallow complexion, a thin and melancholy-looking face, an aquiline nose, and long hair of reddish-brown, combed perfectly straight and smooth about his ears, and slightly powdered, but without the faintest vestige of a curl. He is dressed in a black velvet coat, and trousers and waistcoat of the Gordon plaid, all of the same Quaker cut. He carries about with him a great gold-headed cane, which he sometimes holds upright before his face like the sabre of a horse soldier, but always in some uncouth and awkward fashion. For illustrations, see Barnaby Rudge, page 306. Barnaby is enrolled. Gashford, taller than his master, angularly made, high-shouldered, bony, and ungraceful. He has an overhanging brow, great hands and feet and ears, and very low-sunk eyes. His dress is black and cut in the fashion of his master's. His manner is smooth and humble, but very sly and slinking. He wears the aspect of a man who is always lying in wait for something that will not come to pass, but he looks patient, very patient, and he fawns like a spaniel dog. See illustration, page 89, and also Barnaby Rudge, as above. Dennis, a squat, thick-set man with low, retreating forehead, a coarse shock head of hair, broken nose, and eyes very close together. He wears about his neck a dingy handkerchief twisted like a cord, which leaves its great veins exposed to view. His dress is of threadbare velveteen, a faded, rusty, whitened black. In lieu of buckles at his knees, he wears unequal loops of pack thread. He wears also a three-cornered hat and carries in his grimy hands a knotted stick, the knob of which is carved into a rough likeness of his own face. See illustrations on pages 89 and 91. Hugh, a young man of a hale athletic figure and a giant's strength, with sunburnt face and swarthy throat overgrown with jet-black hair. He is loosely attired in the coarsest and roughest garb, with scraps of hay and straw, his usual bed clinging and mingling with his uncombed locks. There is something fierce and sullen in his features, and he carries about with him a thick, rough-cut stick. For illustration, see as above. Scene 1. Evening. Arrangement of stage. A table about center of stage. On it a thick cloth, a writing desk, lighted candles, and several books. Various papers on the desk. An inkstand with quill pens in it close by. A chair before the desk. Near the fireplace, which should be on one side and opposite the door, is a large armchair. There should be somewhere a window made to open. When the curtain rises, Lord George Gordon is seen lying back in the armchair with his feet before the fire. He rises sufficiently to stir the fire, then sinks listlessly back in the chair. At this moment Gashford enters. Gashford, speaking softly as he peeps in at the door.
Hush! He seems to be asleep. Pray heaven he is. Too much watching, too much care, too much thought. Ah, he is a saint, if ever saint drew breath on this bad earth.
Placing his light upon the table, he walks on tiptoe towards the fire and stands beside Lord George.
The saviour of his country and his country's religion, the friend of his poor countrymen, the enemy of the proud and harsh, beloved of the rejected and oppressed, adored by 40,000 bold and loyal English hearts. What happy slumbers his should be!
Sighs and warms his hand, then sighs again. Lord George, who has been staring at him all the time.
Why, Gashford?
Gashford, starting and looking round as in great surprise.
My lord, I have disturbed you.
I have not been sleeping.
Gashford, with assumed confusion.
Not sleeping? What can I say for having in your presence given utterance to thoughts? But they were sincere. They were sincere!
Draws his sleeve in a hasty way across his eyes.
And why should I regret your having heard them?
Lord George, stretching out his hand with manifest emotion.
Gashford, do not regret it. You love me well, I know. Too well. I don't deserve such homage.
Gashford makes no reply, but grasps the hand and presses it to his lips. Then rising and going to his desk, he unlocks it with a key he carries in his pocket and sits down before it, takes out a pen, and, before dipping it in the inkstand, sucks it.
How do our numbers stand since last enrolling night? Are we really 40,000 strong, or do we still speak in round numbers when we take the association at that amount?
Gashford, casting his eyes upon his papers.
Our total now exceeds that number by 103.
The funds?
Not very improving, but there is some manna in the wilderness, my lord. On Friday night, the widow's mites dropped in. 40 scavengers, 3 and 4 pence. An aged pew opener of St. Martin's parish, 6 pence. A bell ringer of the established church, 6 pence. A Protestant infant, newly born, 1 halfpenny. The United Link boys, 3 shillings, 1 bad. The anti-popish prisoners in Newgate, 5 and 4 pence. A friend in Bedlam, half a crown. Dennis the hangman, 1 shilling.
That Dennis is an earnest man. I marked him in the crowd in Welbeck Street last Friday.
A good man. A staunch, sincere, and truly zealous man.
He should be encouraged. Make a note of Dennis. I'll talk with him.
Gashford obeys and goes on reading from his list.
The Friends of Reason, half a guinea. The Friends of Liberty, half a guinea. The Friends of Peace, half a guinea. The Friends of Charity, half a guinea. The Friends of Mercy, half a guinea. The Associated Rememberers of Bloody Mary, half a guinea. The United Bulldogs, half a guinea.
Lord George, biting his nails.
The United Bulldogs are a new society, are they not?
Formerly the Prentice Knights, my lord. The indentures of the old members expiring by degrees, they changed their name, it seems, though they still have prentices among them, as well as workmen.
What is their president's name?
Gashford, reading.
President, Mr. Simon Taptit.
I remember him, the little man who sometimes brings an elderly sister to our meetings, and sometimes another female too, who is conscientious, I have no doubt, but not well favoured.
The very same, my lord.
Lord George, thoughtfully.
Tappertit is an earnest man, eh, Gashford?
One of the foremost among them all, my lord. He snuffs the battle from afar, like the war-horse. He throws his hat up in the street as if he were inspired, and makes most stirring speeches from the shoulders of his friends.
Make a note of Tappertit. We may advance him to a place of trust.
Gashford, doing as he is told.
That is all, except Mrs. Varden's box, 14th time of opening. 7 shillings and 6 pence in silver and copper, and half a guinea in gold. And Miggs, being the saving of a quarter's wages, 1 and 3 pence.
Miggs? Is that a man?
The name is entered on the list as a woman. I think she is the tall, spare female of which you spoke just now, my lord, as not being well favoured, who sometimes comes to hear the speeches, along with Taptit and Mrs. Varden.
Mrs. Varden is the elderly lady, then, is she?
Gashford nods and rubs the bridge of his nose with the feather of his pen.
She is a zealous sister. Her collection goes on prosperously, and she is pursued with fervour. Has her husband joined?
Gashford, folding up his papers.
A malignant, unworthy such a wife. He remains in outer darkness, and steadily refuses.
The consequences be upon his own head. Gashford.
My lord.
Rises and goes over to the fireplace.
You don't think...
Turns restlessly in his chair as he speaks.
These people will desert me when the hour arrives? I have spoken boldly for them, ventured much, suppressed nothing. They'll not fall off, will they?
No fear of that, my lord. Be sure there's no fear of that.
Lord George turning with a more restless motion than before.
Nor of their... But they can sustain no harm from leaguing for this purpose. Right is on our side, though might may be against us. You feel as sure of that as I? Honestly, you do?
You do not doubt...
Doubt? No. Who says I doubt? If I doubted, should I cast away relatives, friends, everything, for this unhappy country's sake? This unhappy country...
Springs up after repeating the phrase unhappy country's sake to himself several times, then sinks down wearily into the chair where his head nods forward gradually, and he goes to sleep. Meanwhile Gashford goes over to the desk, takes out some handbills, and slowly reads, by the light of one of the candles, the following words from one of them.
To every Protestant into whose hands this shall come, men and brethren, whoever shall find this letter will take it as a warning to join, without delay, the friends of Lord George Gordon. There are great events at hand, and the times are dangerous and troubled. Read this carefully, keep it clean, and drop it somewhere else. The King and Country, Union.
He now crosses over to the window, opens it, and drops out 2 of the handbills. Having closed the windows again, he comes back to center of room.
More seed, more seed. When will the harvest come?
Goes over to the fireplace and whispers in his master's ear.
My lord, my lord.
Lord George waking up startled.
Yes, who's that? What is it?
Gashford, standing with meekly folded hands.
The clock has struck 11. You have been asleep.
Lord George rubbing his eyes and looking round the room.
To say the truth, I have slept so soundly that I don't remember quite... What place is this?
Gashford, with a smile.
My lord.
Oh, yes, you're not a Jew then?
Gashford, recoiling.
A Jew?
I dreamed that we were Jews, Gashford. You and I, both of us, Jews with long beards.
Heaven forbid, my lord. We might as well be papists.
Lord George, very quickly.
I suppose we might, eh? You really think so, Gashford?
Gashford, with looks of great surprise.
Surely I do.
Huh. Yes, that seems reasonable.
I hope, my lord.
Hope? Why do you say you hope? There is no harm in thinking of such things.
Not in dreams.
In dreams, no, nor waking either.
As these words are uttered, Lord George, who has been going on impetuously, stops short and is silent.
The holy cause goes bravely on, my lord. I have not been idle, even tonight. I have dropped 2 of the handbills, and both will be gone in the morning. 1 or 2 recruits will be their first fruit, I predict, and who shall say how many more, with heaven's blessing on your inspired exertions.
Lord George getting up from the chair.
It was a famous device in the beginning, an excellent device, and did good service in Scotland. It was quite worthy of you. You remind me not to be a sluggard, Gashford, when the vineyard is menaced with destruction, and may be trodden down by papist feet. Let us go to bed, Gashford.
Gashford hands his master a cane and opens the door for him. Lord George walks slowly out, holding up his cane. Gashford, thoughtfully as he closes the door after his master.
Dreamed he was a Jew. He may come to that before he dies. It's like enough. Well, after a time, and provided I lost nothing by it, I don't see why that religion shouldn't suit me as well as any other. There are rich men among the Jews. Shaving is very troublesome. Yes, it would suit me well enough. For the present, though, we must be Christians to the core.
Is locking the desk as the curtain falls. Scene 2, the following morning. Arrangement of stage. As in the preceding scene, but the candles are removed. When the curtain rises, Gashford is seen at his desk, sorting papers. The door opens slightly. Voice outside.
Here's a visitor, sir.
Let him come in, John.
Voice outside, growling.
Here, come in. You're a Protestant, aren't you?
Dennis, outside.
I should think so.
Voice outside.
Here's the looks of it. I'd have known you for one anywhere.
Dennis comes in and the door is closed.
Ah, Dennis. Sit down.
I see my lord down yonder.
Jerks his thumb towards one side.
And he says to me, Says my lord, "If you've nothing to do, Dennis, go on up to my house and talk with Muster Gushford. Course I'd nothing to do, you know. They want my working hours. Ha ha! I was a-taking the air when I see my lord, that's what I was doing. I takes the air by night, as the house does, Muster Gushford."
And sometimes in the daytime, eh? When you go out in state, you know.
Dennis, smiting his leg and roaring with laughter.
Ha ha! For a gentleman, and I'll say a pleasant thing in a pleasant way. Give me Muster Gushford again, all London and Westminster. My lord ain't a bad un at that, but he's a fool to you. Ah, to be sure. When I go out in state...
And have your carriage, and your chaplain, eh? And all the rest of it.
You'll be the death of me, you will. But what's the wind now, Muster Gushford? Eh? Are we under orders to pull down one of them popish chapels, or what?
Sits down. Gashford, suffering the faintest smile to play upon his face.
Hush, hush. God bless me, Dennis. We associate, you know, for strictly peaceable and lawful purposes.
Dennis, thrusting his tug into his cheek.
I know, bless you. I had it a purpose, didn't I?
Gashford, smiling as before.
No doubt.
When he says this, Dennis roars again, smites his leg still harder, falls into fits of laughter, and wipes his eyes with the corner of his neckerchief.
Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Oh, Muster Gushford again, all England! Hello!
Gashford, after a pause.
Lord George and I were talking of you last night. He says you are a very earnest fellow.
So I am.
And that you truly hate the Papists.
So I do, curse 'em. Looky here, Muster Gushford.
Lays his hand and stick upon the floor and slowly beats the palm of one hand with the fingers of the other.
Observe, I'm a constitutional officer that works for a living and does my work creditably. Do I or do I not?
Unquestionably.
Very good. Stop a minute. My work is sound, Protestant, constitutional English work. Is it or is it not?
No man alive can doubt it.
Nor dead neither. Parliament says this here, says Parliament. If any man, woman or child does anything which goes against a certain number of our acts... How many hanging laws may there be at this present time, Muster Gushford? 50?
Gashford, leaning back in his chair and yawning.
I don't exactly how many. A great number, though.
Well, say 50. Parliament says, if any man, woman or child does anything again, any one of them 50 acts, that man, woman or child, shall be worked off by Dennis. George III steps in when the number very strong at the end of the sessions and says, "These too many for Dennis. I'll have half for myself and Dennis shall have the other half for himself." Sometimes he throws me in one over that I don't expect, as he did 3 years ago, when I got Mary Jones, a young woman of 19 who come up to Tyburn and was worked off for taking a piece of cloth off the counter of a shop in Ludgate Hill and putting it down again when the shopman see her. Ha ha! Well, that being the law and the practice of England is the glory of England, ain't it, Muster Gushford?
Certainly.
And in times to come, if our grandsons should think of their grandfathers' times and find these things altered, they'll say, "Those were days indeed, and we've been going downhill ever since." Won't they, Muster Gushford?
I have no doubt they will.
Well then, look here. If these papists gets into power and begins to boil and roast instead of hang, what becomes of my work? If they touch my work that's a part of so many laws, what becomes of the laws in general? What becomes of the religion? What becomes of the country? Did you ever go to church, Muster Gushford?
Gashford, with some indignation.
Ever? Of course.
Well, I've been once, twice counting the time I was christened. And when I heard the Parliament prayed for and thought how many new hanging laws they made every sessions, I considered that I was prayed for. Now, mind, Master Gushford,
Takes up his stick and shakes it with a ferocious air.
I mustn't have my Protestant work touched, nor this here Protestant state of things altered in no degree, if I can help it. I mustn't have no papists interfering with me, unless they come to me to be working off in course of law. I mustn't have no biling, no roasting, no frying, nothing but hanging. My lord may well call me an earnest fellow. In support of the great Protestant principle of having plenty of that, I'll
Here he beats his club upon the ground.
burn, fight, kill, do anything you bid me so that it's bold and devilish, though the end of it was that I got hung myself. There, Master Gushford.
Wipes his heated face upon his neckerchief. Gashford, leaning back in his chair and speaking slowly and distinctly.
You are indeed an earnest fellow, Dennis. A most valuable fellow. The staunchest man I know of in our ranks. But you must calm yourself. You must be peaceful, lawful, mild as any lamb. I am sure you will be, though.
Dennis, shaking his head.
Aye, aye, we shall see, Master Gushford. We shall see. You won't have to complain of me.
I am sure I shall not. You will be cool, I know, obedient to orders, and perfectly temperate. You will lead your party into no danger, I am certain.
Dennis, recklessly.
I'll lead them, Master Gushford.
Here Gashford starts forward, lays his finger on his lips, and feigns to write, just as the door is opened. Voices outside.
Here's another Protestant.
Gashford, in a bland voice.
Some other room, John. I am engaged just now.
But Hugh walks in unbidden as the words are uttered.
Aye, aye. I recollect. It's quite right, John. You needn't wait. Don't go, Dennis.
Your servant, master.
Stands very ill at ease. Gashford, in the smoothest manner.
Yours, friend? What brings you here? We left nothing behind us, I hope.
Hugh gives a short laugh, and thrusting his hand into his breast, produces one of the handbills, soiled and dirty, which he lays upon Gashford's desk, after flattening it upon his knee, and smoothing out the wrinkles with his heavy palm.
Nothing but that, master. It fell into good hands, you see.
What is this?
Turns it over with the air of perfectly natural surprise.
Where did you get it from, my good fellow? What does it mean? I don't understand this at all.
A little disconcerted by this reception, Hugh looks from Gashford to Dennis, who has risen and is standing at the table too. Observing Hugh by stealth, and seeming to derive the utmost satisfaction from his manner and appearance, considering himself silently appealed to by this action, Dennis shakes his head thrice. Aside.
No, he don't know anything at all about it. I know he don't. I'll take my oath he don't.
Hides his profile from Hugh with one long end of his frowsy neckerchief, and nods and chuckles behind this screen, in extreme approval of Gashford's proceedings.
It tells the man that finds it to come here, don't it? I'm no scholar myself, but I showed it to a friend, and he said it did.
It certainly does. Really. This is the most remarkable circumstance I have ever known. How did you come by this piece of paper, my good friend?
Dennis, aside.
Master Gushford. Again all Newgate.
Hugh, hearing him and seeing by his manner that he is being played upon.
Here.
Stretches out his hand and takes it back.
Never mind the bill, or what it says, or what it don't say. You don't know anything about it, master. No more do I. No more does he.
Glances at Dennis.
None of us know what it means, or where it comes from. There's an end of that. Now I want to make one against the Catholics. I'm a no-bobbery man, and ready to be sworn in. That's what I've come here for.
Dennis, approvingly.
Put him down on the roll, Master Gushford. That's the way to go to work. Right to the end at once, and no palaver.
What's the use of shooting wide of the mark, eh, old boy?
My sentiments all over. This is the sort of chap for my division, Master Gushford. Down with him, sir. Put him on the roll. I'd stand godfather to him if he was to be christened at a bonfire, made of the ruins of the Bank of England.
Here Dennis gives him a hearty slap on the back, which he was not slow to return.
No popery, brother.
No property, brother.
Gashford, mildly.
Popery.
It's all the same. It's all right. Down with him, Master Gusford. Down with everybody. Down with everything. Hurrah for the Protestant religion. That's the time of day, Master Gusford.
Takes hold of Hugh's hand and dances about with him clumsily. Gashford regards them both with a very favourable expression of countenance, and is about to make some remark when Dennis, stepping up to him and shading his mouth with his hand, nudges him with his elbow.
Don't split upon a constitutional officer's profession, Master Gashford. There are popular prejudices, you know, and he mightn't like it. Wait till he comes to be more intimate with me. He's a fine-built chap, ain't he?
Says this in a hoarse whisper.
A powerful fellow indeed.
Dennis, whispering with admiration.
Did you ever, Master Gashford? Did you ever?
Here he draws still closer to his ear and fences his mouth with both his hands open.
See such a throat as his. Do but cast your eye upon it. There's a neck for stretching, Master Gashford.
Curtain falls as they start dancing again. End of the Great Protestant Association.
Mr. Pecksniff's Pleasant Family Party, from Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Pecksniff's Pleasant Family Party, from Martin Chuzzlewit. Characters:
Mr. Pecksniff,
an architect and land surveyor.
Read by Adrian Strowett.
Charity Pecksniff.
His daughters.
Read by Lydia.
Mercy Pecksniff, his daughter. Read by Rachel.
Mr. Spottletoe, relative of Mr. Pecksniff. Read by Todd.
Mr. Anthony Chuzzlewit, read by Trisha G.
Mr. George Chuzzlewit, read by Thomas Peter.
Mrs. Chuzzlewit, read by Amy Deutschler.
Miss Chuzzlewit, read by Leanne Yao.
Relatives of Mr. Pecksniff, each of whom had designs on the property of old Mr. Martin Chuzzlewit. Scene: a room in Mr. Pecksniff's house near Salisbury. Description of characters: Mr. Pecksniff, a moral man, and a most exemplary man, fuller of the virtuous precept than a copybook. His very throat is moral. It looks over a very low fence of white cravat, and there it lies, in the valley between two jutting highs of the collar, serene and whiskerless. It seems to say, there is no deception, ladies and gentlemen, all is peace. A holy calm pervades me. So does his hair, just grizzled with an iron gray, which is all brushed off his forehead, and stands bolt upright. So does his person, which is sleek, though free from corpulency. So does his manner, which is soft and oily. And his plain black suit and dangling double eyeglasses all tend to the same purpose. Charity Pecksniff, the elder of Mr. Pecksniff's two daughters. Mercy Pecksniff, a creature of girliness, and wildness and kiddish buoyancy. She wears her hair in loose flowing crop, which has so many rows of curls in it that the top row is only one curl. Her shape is moderately buxom, and she even wears a pinafore. Mr. Spottletoe, a man so bold and with such a big whiskers that he seems to have stopped his hair in the very act of falling off his head, and to have fastened it irrevocably on his face. Mrs. Spottletoe, a lady much too slim for her years, and of poetic constitution. She can, by reason of her strong affection for her uncle Chuzzlewit, do nothing but cry, except moan. Mr. Anthony Chuzzlewit, an old miser, whose face has been so sharpened by the weariness and cunning of his life that it seems to cut him a passage through the crowded room, as he edges away behind the remotest chair. Mr. George Chuzzlewit, a gay bachelor, who claims to be young, and is inclined to corpulency, to the extent that his eyes are strained in their sockets, as if with constant surprise. He has such an obvious disposition to pimples that the bright spots on his cravat, the rich pattern of his waistcoat, and even his glittering trinkets seem to have broken out upon him. Mrs. Chuzzlewit, a widow who, being almost supernaturally disagreeable, and having a dreary face, and a long figure, and a masculine voice, is in the right of these qualities, which is commonly called strong-minded woman. Miss Chuzzlewit, eldest daughter of the above lady. She is of gentlemanly deportment, and has so mortified herself with tight stays that her temper is reduced to something less than that of her waist, and sharp lacing is expressed in her very nose. The scene is very simple to arrange. All that will be required are a table covered with a cloth and 9 chairs. For the general arrangement of the scene, consult the illustration on page 97, which, it must be noticed, shows 6 more characters than are here introduced. When the curtain rises, all the characters are on stage except Mr. Anthony Chuzzlewit, Mrs. Chuzzlewit, and Miss Chuzzlewit. Mr. Pecksniff is standing in the attitude shown, but near to the door, and the others are seated as shown. Mr. Pecksniff is smiling very benignly at the company already assembled, of whom Mr. Spottletoe is glaring at Mr. George Chuzzlewit, who is engaged in winking at Charity and Mercy Pecksniff, while they in turn are sitting looking into the distance, with their noses scornfully elevated. Mrs. Spottletoe is weeping into her handkerchief. Mr. Anthony Chuzzlewit enters, and Mr. Pecksniff effusively seizes his hand and shakes it. But Anthony pulls it away and slips around behind the chairs and the table to the corner opposite the door. His entry is followed by that of Mr. and Miss Chuzzlewit, the mother preceding. As they enter, Mr. Pecksniff makes an elaborate bow, but they tilt up their noses, ignore both him and his daughters, and march to the vacant chairs, where they sit down and turn their backs to the company, generally by facing the audience. So they remain until the moment when they join in attacking Mr. Spottletoe. When all are seated, Mr. Pecksniff takes his stand behind the tables and looks round them with folded hands. Mr. Pecksniff.
This does me good. It does my daughters good. We thank you for assembling here. We are grateful to you with our whole hearts. It is a blessed distinction that you have conferred upon us, and believe me,
Smiles very serenely.
we shall not easily forget it.
Mr. Spottletoe, rising angrily.
I am sorry to interrupt you, Pecksniff, but you are assuming too much to yourself, sir. Who do you imagine has it in contemplation to confer a distinction upon you, sir?
A general murmur echoes his inquiry, and applauds it.
If you are about to pursue the course with which you have begun, sir.
Gets up in a great heat, and gives a violent rap on the table with his knuckles.
The sooner you desist, and this assembly separates, the better. I am no stranger, sir, to your preposterous desire to be regarded as the head of this family, but I can tell you, sir.
Mrs. Chuzzlewit and Miss Chuzzlewit, to the company generally.
Oh,
yes, indeed.
He
tell. He? What? He is the head, is he?
Mr. Spottletoe, after vainly attempting to be heard in the silence, is fain to sit down again, folding his arms and shaking his head most wrathfully. Mr. Spottletoe to Mrs. Spottletoe.
That scoundrel Pecksniff may go on for the present, but I will cut in presently and annihilate him.
I am not sorry. I am really not sorry that this little incident has happened. It is good to feel that we are met here without disguise. It is good to know that we have no reserve before each other, but are appearing freely in our own characters.
Miss Chuzzlewit, speaking to the company generally, rising a little way from her seat, and trembling violently from head to toe, more, as it seems, with passion than temerity.
All I do hope is that some people would appear in their own characters, if it were only for such a proceeding having the attraction of novelty to recommend it, and that when they talk about the relations, they would be careful to observe who was present in company at the time. Otherwise, it might come around to those relations' ears, in a way they little expect. And as to red noses, I have yet to learn that a red nose is any disgrace, inasmuch as people neither make nor colour their own noses, but have that feature provided for them without being first consulted, though even upon that branch of the subject I have great doubts whether certain noses are redder than other noses, or indeed half as red as some.
Charity, with much politeness.
May I ask to be informed whether any of those very low observations were levelled at me?
Those the cap fits. Let them wear it.
Here she sits down sharply and turns her back on the Miss Pecksniffs. Charity and Mercy begin at once to laugh scornfully. Mercy laughing far more naturally than life. Miss Chuzzlewit then rises and begins to make inaudible remarks to Mrs. Spottletoe, who immediately falls to weeping afresh. At this, Mr. Spottletoe rises, holds his clenched fist close to Mr. Pecksniff's eyes, and tells Mrs. Spottletoe, in a dumb show, that they will go. Mr. George Chuzzlewit politely rises to open the door for them, and Mr. Spottletoe takes his wife under his arm. Mr. Spottletoe, speaking to Mr. George Chuzzlewit, and shaking his fist at Mr. Pecksniff.
As for you, sir, I would kick you, sir, for 6pence.
Goes off, slamming the door violently after him. Mr. Pecksniff now resumes, and the two Miss Pecksniffs compose themselves to look as if there were no such beings present as Mrs. and Miss Chuzzlewit, while these become equally unconscious of the existence of the two Miss Pecksniffs.
It is to be lamented that our friend should have withdrawn himself so very hastily, though we have cause for mutual congratulation even in that, since we are assured that he is not distrustful of us in regard to anything we may say or do while he is absent. Now that is very soothing, is it not?
Mr. Anthony Chuzzlewit, who has been watching the whole party with peculiar keenness from the first.
Pecksniff, don't you be a hypocrite.
What, my good sir?
A hypocrite.
Charity, my dear, when I take my chamber candlestick tonight, remind me to be more than usually particular in praying for Mr. Anthony Chuzzlewit, who has done me an injustice.
This is said in a very bland voice, and aside, as being addressed to his daughter's private ear.
All our thoughts centering in our very dear but unkind relative, and he being as it were beyond our reach, we are met today really as if we were a funeral party, except, a blessed exception, that there is no body in the house.
I am not at all sure that that is a blessed exception. Quite the contrary.
Well, my dear madam, be that as it may, here we are, and being here, we are able to consider whether it is possible, by any justifiable means.
Why, you know as well as I that any means are justifiable in such a case, don't you?
Very good, my dear madam, very good. Whether it is possible by any means, we will say by any means, to open the eyes of our valued relative to his present infatuation. Whether it is possible to make him acquainted by any means with the real character and purpose of that young female whose very strange position in reference to himself,
sinks his voice to an impressive whisper,
really casts a shadow of disgrace and shame upon this family, and who, we know,
raises his voice again,
else why is she his companion, harbours the very basest of designs upon his weakness and his property.
Here the others join in, and find themselves for once in agreement.
She should be poisoned, the shameless hussy.
Mr. George Chuzzlewit, smiling.
Or sent to Botany Bay.
Or flogged.
Mr. Pecksniff, crossing his two forefingers in a manner which is at once conciliatory and argumentative.
Now, I will not, upon one hand, go so far as to say that she deserves all the inflictions which have been so very forcibly and hilariously suggested, nor will I, upon the other, on any account compromise my common understanding as a man by making the assertion that she does not. What I would observe is, that I think some practical means might be devised of inducing our respected, shall I say our revered,
Mrs. Chuzzlewit, interposing in a loud voice.
No!
Then I will not.
You are quite right, my dear madam, and I appreciate and thank you for your discriminating objection. Our respected relative, to dispose himself to listen to the promptings of nature, and not to the—
Go on, Pa.
Mr. Pecksniff, smiling upon his assembled kindred.
Why, the truth is, my dear, that I am at a loss for a word. The name of those fabulous animals, pagan, I regret to say, who used to sing in the water, has quite escaped me.
Swans.
No, not swans. Very like swans, too. Thank you.
Oysters.
Mr. Pecksniff, with urbanity.
No, nor oysters. But by no means unlike oysters. A very excellent idea. Thank you, my dear lady, very much. Wait. Sirens. Dear me, sirens, of course. I think, I say, that means might be devised of disposing our respected relative to listen to the promptings of nature and not to the siren-like delusions of art. Now, we must not lose sight of the fact that our esteemed friend has a grandson to whom he was, until lately, very much attached, and whom I could have wished to see here today, for I have a real and deep regard for him. A fine young man, a very fine young man. I would submit to you whether we might not remove Mr. Chuzzlewit's distrust of us and vindicate our own disinterestedness by—
Mrs. Chuzzlewit, interposing sternly.
If Mr. George Chuzzlewit has anything to say to me, I beg him to speak out like a man, and not to look at me and my daughter as if he could eat us.
Mr. George Chuzzlewit, angrily.
As to looking, I have heard it said, Mrs. Ned, that a cat is free to contemplate a monarch, and therefore I hope I have some right, having been born a member of this family, to look at a person who only came into it by marriage. As to eating, I beg to say, whatever bitterness your jealousies and disappointed expectations may suggest to you, that I am not a cannibal, ma'am.
I don't know that.
At all events, if I was a cannibal, I think it would occur to me that a lady who had outlived 3 husbands, and suffered so very little from their loss, must be most uncommonly tough.
Mrs. Chuzzlewit immediately rises.
And I will further add—
nods his head violently at every second syllable.
Naming no names, and therefore hurting nobody but those whose consciences tell them they are alluded to, that I think it would be much more decent and becoming if those who hooked and crooked themselves into this family by getting on the blind side of some of its members before marriage, and manslaughtering them afterwards by crowing over them to that strong pitch that they were glad to die, would refrain from acting the part of vultures in regard to other members of this family who are living. I think it would be fully as well, if not better, if those individuals would keep at home, contenting themselves with what they have got, luckily for them, already, instead of hovering about and thrusting their fingers into a family pie, which they flavour much more than enough, I can tell them, when they are 50 miles away.
Mrs. Chuzzlewit, looking about her with a disdainful smile, as she moves towards the door, followed by her daughter.
I might have been prepared for this. Indeed, I was fully prepared for it from the first. What else could I expect in such an atmosphere as this?
Charity, interposing.
Don't direct your half-pay officer's gaze at me, ma'am, if you please, for I won't bear it.
This remark tells immensely on the company.
I passed from the memory of a grateful country, you very miserable minx, when I entered this family, and I feel now, though I did not feel then, that it served me right, and that I lost my claim upon the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, when I so degraded myself.
To her daughter.
Now, my dear, if you're quite ready and have sufficiently improved yourself by taking to heart the genteel example of these 2 young ladies, I think we'll go. Mr. Pecksniff, we are very much obliged to you, really. We came to be entertained, and you have far surpassed our utmost expectations in the amusement you have provided for us. Thank you. Goodbye.
With these departing words, she sweeps out of the room, attended by her daughter, each elevating her nose in the air, and joining in a contemptuous titter. Before Mr. Pecksniff or any of his remaining visitors can offer a remark, Mr. Spottletoe bursts into the chamber in a state of heat, his face violently inflamed, his limbs trembling, and he gasps and strives for breath.
My good sir!
Oh, yes, certainly. Oh, to be sure. Oh, of course. You hear him? You hear him, all of you?
What's the matter?
Mr. Spottletoe, still gasping.
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. It's of no consequence. Ask him. He'll tell you.
Points derisively to Mr. Pecksniff. Mr. Pecksniff, looking about him in utter amazement.
I do not understand our friend. I assure you that he is quite unintelligible to me.
Unintelligible, sir? Unintelligible? Do you mean to say, sir, that you don't know what has happened? That you haven't decoyed us here and laid a plot and a plan against us? Will you venture to say that you didn't know old Mr. Chuzzlewit was going, sir? And that you don't know he's gone, sir?
Gone.
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 Gone?
Gone. Gone while we were sitting here. Gone. Nobody knows where he's gone. Oh, of course not. Nobody knew he was going. Oh, of course not. The landlady thought up to the last moment that they were merely going for a ride. She had no other suspicion. Oh, of course not. She's not this fellow's creature. Oh, of course not.
Adding to these exclamations a kind of ironic howl, and gazing upon the company for one brief instant afterwards, in sudden silence. Mr. Spottletoe starts off again, and is followed by the others, each of whom tries to be the first out of the room. Several chairs are knocked over in the scuffle, the tablecloths pulled off, and the curtain falls. End of Mr. Pecksniff's Pleasant Family Party.
An Unexpected Meeting from Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Unexpected Meeting from Martin Chuzzlewit. Characters:
Martin Chuzzlewit, a young gentleman who is hard up. Read by Thomas Peter.
Montague Tigg.
An undesirable acquaintance of Martin Chuzzlewit.
Read by Adrian Strowett.
A Shopman. Read by Todd.
Stage directions read by Lydia. Scene: the house of a mutual relation. Description of characters: Martin Chuzzlewit, a young gentleman, 21 perhaps, and handsome. He appears in this play closely muffled up in a greatcoat, and has his hat pulled as far down possible over his eyes. See illustration on page 106. Montague Tigg, a very dirty, very jaunty, and very swaggering gentleman, with a shaggy moustache, in the fierce and scornful style, with a vast quantity of unbrushed hair. He is of that order of appearance which is currently termed shabby genteel. His fingers are a long way out of his gloves, and the soles of his feet are at an inconvenient distance from the upper leather of his boots. His nether garments are of a bluish grey, and are so stretched and strained in a tough conflict between his braces and his straps that they appear every moment in danger of flying asunder at the knees. His coat, in colour blue and of a military cut, is buttoned and frogged up to his chin. His cravat is, in hue and pattern, like one of those mantles which hairdressers are accustomed to wrap about their clients during the progress of the professional mysteries. His hat has arrived at such a pass that it would be hard to determine whether it was originally white or black. See illustration on page 106. A shopman. See illustration as above. Arrangement of stage. For this sketch, an arrangement is needed similar to that as described in Hatching a Conspiracy and The Stranger's Visit, see pages 63-4. The larger portion of the stage is made to look like a pawnbroker's shop. Along the back and along the side containing the door should run a counter at some distance from the walls. Behind the back portion of the counter should be constructed 2 closets as shown in the illustration on page 106. Prominently displayed in the shop should be a notice, Money Lent, and there should be various bundles and scattered articles lying about. The smaller portion of the stage is to represent an alley as in the other sketches, and projecting from the corner should be the pawnbroker's sign. When the curtain rises, the shopman should be seated on his stool, as shown in the illustration, while Montague Tigg occupies the closet farthest from the door. He is engaged in undoing a parcel. Martin Chuzzlewit is seen coming up the entry. He stops at the door, takes a hasty glance round in both directions, opens the door quickly, and passes in, making for the first of the closets, which he enters. As he enters it, Montague Tigg passes the contents of his bundle over the counter to the shopman.
2 shillings.
Upon my life and soul, you must make it more. You must make it a trifle more. You must indeed. You must dispense with 1/2 of an ounce in weighing out your pound of flesh, my best of friends, and make it 2 6.
Martin draws back involuntarily, for he knows the voice at once. Shopman, rolling up the article, which looks like a shirt, quite as a matter of course, and nibbing his pen upon the counter.
You're always full of your chaff.
I shall never be full of my wheat as long as I come here. Ha ha! Not bad. Make it 2 6, my dear friend. Positively for this occasion only. 1/2 crown is a delightful coin. 2 6. Going at 2 6 for the last time at 2 6.
It'll never be the last time till it's quite worn out. It's grown yellow in the service as it is.
Its master has grown yellow in the service, if you mean that, my friend. In the patriotic service of an ungrateful country. You are making it 2 6, I think.
I'm making it what it always has been, 2 shillings. Same name as usual, I suppose?
Still the same name. My claim to the dormant peerage not yet being established by the House of Lords.
The old address?
Not at all. I have removed my town establishment from 38 Mayfair to number 1542 Park Lane.
Shopman, with a grin.
Come, I'm not going to put down that, you know.
You may put down what you please, my friend. The fact is still the same. The apartments for the under butler and the 5th footman being of most confounded low and vulgar kind of 38 Mayfair, have been compelled, in my regard for the feelings which do them so much honour, to take on lease for 7, 14, or 21 years, renewable at the option of the tenant, the elegant and commodious family mansion, number 1542, Park Lane. Make it 2 6, and come and see me.
The shopman is so highly entertained by this piece of humour that Mr. Tigg himself cannot repress some little show of exultation. It vents itself, in part, in a desire to see how the occupant of the next box receives his pleasantry, to a certain which he glances round the partition and immediately recognizes Martin. Thereupon he stretches out his body so far that his head is as much in Martin's little cell as Martin's own head is.
I wish I may die, but this is one of the most tremendous meetings in ancient or modern history. How are you? What is the news from the agricultural districts? How are our friends, the peas? Ha ha! David, pay particular attention to this gentleman immediately. As a friend of mine, I beg.
Martin handing his watch to the shopman.
Here, please to give me the most you can for this. I want money sorely.
Tigg, with excessive sympathy.
He wants money sorely. David, would you have the goodness to do your very utmost for my friend, who wants money sorely? You will do with my friend as if he were myself. A gold hunting watch, David. Engine turned, capped and jewelled in 4 holes, escape movement, horizontal lever, and warranted to perform correctly upon my personal reputation, who have observed it narrowly for many years, under the most trying circumstances.
Here he winks at Martin.
What do you say, David, to my friend? Be very particular to deserve my custom and recommendation, David.
Shopman, to Martin confidentially.
I can lend you £3 on this if you like. It is very old-fashioned. I couldn't say more.
And devilish handsome, too. 2 6 for the watch, and 7 6 for personal regard. I am gratified. It may be weakness, but I am. £3 will do. We take it. The name of my friend is Smivey, Chicken Smivey of Holborn, 26 1/2 B, lodger.
Here he winks at Martin again, Martin gives a nod of the head to the shopman, who makes out a ticket and pays over the money. Martin puts this in his pocket and goes out. He is joined in the shop by Mr. Tigg, who takes his arm and accompanies him outside.
As for my part of the same, don't mention it. Don't compliment me, for I can't bear it.
Martin, releasing his arm and stopping.
I have no such intention, I assure you.
You oblige me very much. Thank you.
Martin, biting his lip.
Now, sir, this is a large town, and we can easily find different ways in it. If you will show me which is your way, I will take another.
Mr. Tigg is about to speak, but Martin interposes.
I need scarcely tell you, after what you have just seen, that I have nothing to bestow upon your friend Mr. Slime, and it is quite as unnecessary for me to tell you that I don't desire the honour of your company.
Tigg, holding out his hand.
Stop. Hold. There is a most remarkably long-headed, flowing-bearded, and patriarchal proverb which observes that it is the duty of a man to be just before he is generous. Be just now, and you can be generous presently. Do not confuse me with the man Slime. Do not distinguish the man Slime as a friend of mine, for he is no such thing. I have been compelled, sir, to abandon the party whom you call Slime. I have no knowledge of the party whom you call Slime. I am, sir,
strikes himself upon the breast,
a premium tulip, of a very different growth and cultivation from the cabbage Slime, sir.
Martin, coolly.
It matters very little to me whether you have set up as a vagabond on your own account, or are still trading on behalf of Mr. Slime. I wish to hold no correspondence with you. In the devil's name, man.
He is scarcely able, despite his vexation, to repress a smile as Mr. Tigg stands leaning his back against the wall, adjusting his hair with great composure.
Will you go one way or other?
Tigg, with sudden dignity.
You will allow me to remind you, sir, that you, not I, that you, I say emphatically you, have reduced the proceedings of this evening to a cold and distant matter of business, when I was disposed to place them on a friendly footing. It being a matter of business, sir, I beg to say that I expect a trifle, which I shall bestow in charity, as commission upon the pecuniary advance in which I have rendered you my humble services. After the terms in which you have addressed me, sir, you will not insult me, if you please, by offering me more than half a crown.
Martin draws that piece of money from his pocket and tosses it towards him. Mr. Tigg catches it, looks at it as if to assure himself of its goodness, spins it in the air, and buttons it up. Finally, he raises his hat an inch or two from his head with a military air, and after pausing a moment with deep gravity as to decide in which direction he shall go, sticks his hands in his skirt pockets and swaggers off. Martin stands looking after him. Curtain falls. End of An Unexpected Meeting.
A Division Between Friends, from Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Division Between Friends, from Martin Chuzzlewit. Characters.
Sari Gamp, professional nurse, read by Trisha G.
Betsy Prigg, a nurse, read by Abai.
Mr. Sweetlepipe, a barber and bird fancier, read by Todd.
And the stage directions, read by Marianne Spiegel. The scene, Mrs. Gamp's apartment over the bird fancier's shop, in Kingsgate Street, High Holborn. Description of characters. Sari Gamp, a fat old woman with a husky voice and a moist eye, which she has a remarkable power of turning up and only showing the white of it. Having very little neck, it costs her some trouble to look over herself, if one may say so, at those to whom she talks. She wears a very rusty black gown, rather the worse for snuff, and a shawl and bonnet to correspond. Her face, the nose in particular, is somewhat red and swollen, and she carries about with her a smell of spirits. Her usual paraphernalia include a pair of pattens and a species of gig umbrella, the latter article in colour like a faded leaf, except where a circular patch of lively blue has been dexterously let in at the top. For her appearance, see illustration on page 115. Betsy Prigg, a woman of the Gamp build, but not so fat, and her voice is deeper and more like a man's. She also has a beard. She and Sary Gamp are used to nursing together, turn and turn about, one on, one off. See illustration on page 115. Mr. Sweetlepipe, a little elderly man with something of the bird in his nature. In his walk he struts, and, in this respect, he bears a faint resemblance to the pigeon, as well as in a certain prosiness of speech, which may, in its monotony, be likened to the cooing of that bird. He has a very small, shrill, treble voice, and a tender heart. In his part occupation as a barber, he wears an apron not over clean, a flannel jacket, and corduroy knee-shorts. He is bald-headed, and wears a wig of curly black ringlets, parted on one side, and cut away almost to the crown, to indicate immense capacity of intellect. See the illustration to Martin Chuzzlewit, page 373, Easy Shaving. Arrangement of stage. To be strictly true to the text of Dickens' Martin Chuzzlewit, the most prominent property in this scene should be Mrs. Gamp's tent bedstead, but it is proposed here to do without that article of furniture. The properties that will be required are 2 round mahogany tables, one large and one small, 2 large and broad-backed, old-fashioned mahogany elbow chairs, a collection of bandboxes, each having a carefully closed lid, but not one among them having a bottom, a small chest of drawers, from which the handles had been removed, a small cupboard by the fireplace, a small almanac suspended over the fireplace, and by it 3 profiles, one in colours of Mrs. Gamp herself in early life, one in bronze of a lady in feathers, supposed to be Mrs. Horace as she appeared when dressed for a ball, and one in black of Mr. Gamp, deceased. The last is a full length, in order that the likeness may be rendered more obvious and forcible by the introduction of his wooden leg. A pair of bellows, a pair of pattens, a toasting fork, a kettle, a pap boat, a spoon for the administration of medicine to the refractory, and lastly, Mrs. Gamp's umbrella, which, as something of great price and rarity, is displayed with particular ostentation, complete the decorations of the chimney-piece and adjacent wall. Hanging from nails are 2 rusty gowns and other articles of Mrs. Gamp's wardrobe, which have, by long usage, so adapted themselves to her figure that, on a hasty glance, each conveys the impression that Mrs. Gamp has hanged herself. When the curtain rises, Mrs. Gamp is about to lay the cloth on the larger of the 2 tables, which should be placed on the side of the stage farthest from the fireplace. First she takes a pinch of snuff, then goes to the chest of drawers to get out the tablecloth. To open these, she tilts the whole structure forwards and shakes it well. As this has no effect, she gets a table knife from the cupboard and opens a drawer with it. This done, the cloth is laid, and adorned with a new loaf, a plate of butter, a basin of fine white sugar, 2 plates, cups and saucers, a dish containing pickled salmon, knives and forks. These preparations complete, Mrs. Gamp raises her eyes in satisfaction towards the decorations of the chimney-piece, and takes another pinch of snuff. At this moment a little bell is heard ringing outside the door, which has been standing ajar. Hurrying to the door and looking out.
"There's the little bell a-ringin' now. Betsy Prigg, why, it's that there disapp'intin' Sweetlepipes, I do believe."
Comes back, closely followed by Mr. Sweetlepipe. Mr. Sweetlepipe, in a faint voice.
"Yes, it's me. I've just come in."
Sary Gamp, to herself.
"You're always a-comin' in, I think, 'cept when you're a-goin' out."
Aside.
"I ain't got no patience with the man."
"Mrs. Gamp? I say, Mrs. Gamp?"
Sary Gamp, impatiently, as she sits down in her chair.
"Well, what is it? Is the Thames afire and cooking its own fish, Mr. Sweetlepipes?"
Looks at Mr. Sweetlepipes for the first time.
Why, what's the man gone and been a-doing of to himself? He's as white as chalk.
Mr. Sweetlepipe, falling into the other chair.
You recollect young...
Not young Wilkins. Don't say young Wilkins, whatever you do. If young Wilkins' wife is took...
It isn't anybody's wife. Bailey. Young Bailey.
Why, what do you mean to say that chit's been a-doing of? Stuff and nonsense, Mr. Sweetlepipes.
Quite desperate.
He hasn't been a-doing anything. What do you catch me up so short for, when you see me put out to that extent that I can hardly speak? He'll never do anything again. He's done for. He's killed. The first time I ever see that boy, I charged him too much for a red poll. I asked him 3 halfpence for a penny one, 'cause I was afraid he'd beat me down. But he didn't. And now he's dead. And if you was to crowd all the steam engines and electric fluids that ever was into my shop, and set 'em every one to work their hardest, they couldn't square the account, although it's only a halfpenny.
Mr. Sweetlepipe turns aside to wipe his eyes. Mrs. Gamp takes a pinch of snuff.
And what a clever boy he was! What a surprising young chap he was! How he talked! And what a deal he'd know! Shaved in my very chair he was. Only for fun. It was all his fun. He was full of it. Ah, to think he'll never be shaved in earnest.
How did you come to hear of it? Who told you?
I went out into the city to meet a sporting gent upon the stock exchange that wanted a few slow pigeons to practice at. And when I'd done with him, I went to get a little drop of beer, and there I heard everybody a-talking about it. It's in the papers.
Sary Gamp, shaking her head.
You are in a nice state of confusion, Mr. Sweetlepipes, you are. And my opinion is, as half a dozen fresh young lively leeches on your temples wouldn't be too much to clear your mind, which so I tell you. What were they a-talking on, and what was in the papers?
All about it. What else do you suppose? Him and his master were upset on a journey, and he was carried to Salisbury, and was breathing his last when the account came away. He never spoke afterwards. Not a single word. That's the worst of it to me. Oh, what a life young Bailey's was.
Sary Gamp, with philosophical coolness.
He was born into a whale, and he lived in a whale, and he must take the consequences of such a situation.
Takes more snuff. At this juncture the bell rings again, and the deep voice of Mrs. Prigg strikes into the conversation as she enters.
Oh, you're a-talking about it, are you? Well, I hope you've got it over, for I ain't interested in it myself.
Sary Gamp, getting off her chair.
My precious Betsy, how late you are!
Mr. Sweetlepipe gently removes himself.
Well, all I can say is that if perverse people go off dead when they is least expected, it ain't no fault of mine. It's quite aggravation enough to be made late when one is dropping for one's tea without hearing on it again.
As she says this, she turns to look at the large table.
There, I know she wouldn't have a cowcumber.
Sary Gamp, changing colour and sitting down again.
Lord bless you, Betsy Prigg, your words is true. I quite forgot it.
Mrs. Prigg, looking steadfastly at her friend, puts her hand in her pocket, and with an air of surly triumph, draws forth either the oldest of lettuces or the youngest of cabbages, but at any rate a green vegetable of an expansive nature, and of such magnificent proportions that she is obliged to shut it up like an umbrella before she can pull it out. She also produces a handful of mustard and cress, a trifle of the herb called dandelion, 3 bunches of radishes, an onion rather larger than an average turnip, 3 substantial slices of beetroot, and a short prong of celery. These she hands over to Mrs. Gamp.
Now, my dear, you can slice 'em up for immediate consumption in plenty of vinegar. And don't go a-dropping none of your snuff in it. In gruel, barley water, apple tea, mutton broth, and that, it don't signify. It stimulates a patient. but I don't relish it myself.
Sary Gamp, laying down the snuff.
Why, Betsy Prig, how can you talk so?
Why, ain't your patients, whatever their diseases is, always a-sneezing their weary heads off along of your snuff?
Sits down by the fireplace.
And what if they are?
Nothing if they are. But don't deny it, Sarah.
Who denies of it?
Mrs. Prig returns no answer.
Who denies of it, Betsy? Betsy, who denies of it?
Nobody if you don't, Sarah.
She prepares herself for tea by chucking her bonnet and shawl upon the floor, and giving her hair 2 pulls, one upon the right side and one upon the left, as if she were ringing a couple of bells. Then she sits down again. Meanwhile Mrs. Gamp takes from the top shelf of the cupboard a teapot and 2 wine-glasses, places these on the small table near the fireplace, and sits down facing Mrs. Prig. Sary Gamp, filling her own glass and passing the teapot.
Betsy, I will now propose a toast. My frequent partner, Betsy Prig.
Which, altering the name to Sarah Gamp, I drink with love and tenderness.
Fills her glass and drinks.
Now, Sarah, joining business with pleasure, what is this case in which you wants me?
Mrs. Gamp makes no reply.
Is it Mrs. Harris?
No, Betsy Prig, it ain't.
Well, I'm glad of that, at any rate.
Sary Gamp, warmly.
Why should you be glad of that, Betsy? She is unbeknown to you except by hearsay. Why should you be glad? If you have anythink to say contrary to the character of Mrs. Harris, which well I knows behind her back, afore her face, or anywheres, is not to be impeaged, out with it, Betsy. I have knowed that sweetest and best of women,
shakes her head, and sheds tears,
ever since afore her first, which Mr. Harris, who was dreadful timid, went and stopped his ears in an empty dog kennel, and never took his hands away, or come out once till he was showed the baby. When being took with fits, the doctor collared him and laid him on his back upon the airy stones, and she was told to ease her mind, his owls was organs. And I have knowed her, Betsy Prig, when he has hurt her feelin' art by sayin' of his 9th that it was 1 too many, if not 2, while that dear innocent was cooing in his face, which thrive it did, though bandy. But I have never knowed as you had occasion to be glad, Betsy, on accounts of Mrs. Harris not requiring you. Require she never will, depend upon it, for her constant words in sickness is, and will be, send for Sary.
During this touching address, Mrs. Prig, adroitly feigning to be the victim of absence of mind, helps herself from the teapot without appearing to observe it. Mrs. Gamp observes it, however, and comes to a premature close in consequence. Betsy Prig, coldly.
Well, it ain't her, it seems. Who is it, then?
Sary Gamp, after glancing in an expressive and marked manner at the teapot.
You have heard me mention, Betsy, a person as I took care on the time as you and me was pardners off and on, in that there fever at the Bull?
Old Snuffy?
Mrs. Gamp looks at her angrily. Sary Gamp, politely but firmly.
Chuffy.
Mrs. Prig receives the correction with a diabolical laugh, while her countenance becomes derisive and defiant, and she sits with her arms folded and one eye shut up.
Mr. Chuffy, Betsy, is weak in his mind. Excuse me if I makes remark that he may neither be so weak as people thinks, nor people may not think he is so weak as they pretends, and what I knows, and what you don't, you don't. So do not ask me, Betsy. But Mr. Chuffy's friends has made proposals for his being took care on, and has said to me, Mrs. Gamp, will you undertake it? We couldn't think, they says, of trusting him to nobody but you, for, Sary, you are gold as has passed the furnage. Will you undertake it at your own price, day or night, and by your own self? No, I says, I will not. Do not reckon on it. There is, I says, but one creetur in the world as I would undertake on such terms, and her name is Harris. But, I says, I am acquainted with a friend, whose name is Betsy Prig, that I can recommend and will assist me. Betsy, I says, is always to be trusted under me, and will be guided as I could desire.
Here Mrs. Prig again counterfeits abstraction of mind, and stretches out her hand to the teapot. It is more than Mrs. Gamp can bear. She stops the hand of Mrs. Prig with her own, and speaks with great feeling.
No, Betsy, drink fair, whatever you do.
Mrs. Prig, thus baffled, throws herself back in her chair, and closing the same eye more emphatically, and folding her arms tighter, suffers her head to roll slowly from side to side, while she surveys her friend with a contemptuous smile.
Mrs. Harris, Betsy.
Bother Mrs. Harris.
Mrs. Gamp looks at her with amazement, while Mrs. Prig shuts her eyes still closer and folds her arms still tighter.
I don't believe there's no such a person.
After the utterance of these expressions, she leans forward and snaps her fingers once, twice, thrice, each time nearer to the face of Mrs. Gamp, and then rises to put on her bonnet. The shock of this blow is so violent and sudden that Mrs. Gamp sits staring at nothing with uplifted eyes, and her mouth open, as if she is gasping for breath, until Mrs. Prig has put on her bonnet and her shawl, and is gathering the latter about her throat. Then Mrs. Gamp rises and denounces her.
What, you bage creature! Have I knowed Mrs. Harris 35 year to be told at last that there ain't no sich person livin'? Have I stood her friend in all her troubles, great and small, for it to come at last to such an end as this, which her own sweet picter hanging up afore you all the time to shame your bragging words? But well you mayn't believe there's no such a creetur, for she wouldn't demean herself to look at you, and often as she said, when I have made mention of your name, which, to my sinful sorrow, I have done, what, Sary Gamp, debate yourself to her? Go along with you.
Betsy Prig, stopping as she speaks.
I'm a-going, ma'am, ain't I?
You had better, ma'am.
Do you know who you're talking to, ma'am?
Sary Gamp, surveying her with scorn from head to foot.
Apparently to Betsy Prig, apparently so. I know her, no one better. Go along with you.
Betsy Prig, surveying Mrs. Gamp from head to foot in her turn.
And you was a-going to take me under you. You was you? Oh, how kind.
With a rapid change from banter to ferocity.
Why, deuce take your impertinence, what do you mean?
Go along with you. I blush for you.
You had better blush a little for yourself while you are about it. You and your chuffies. What? The poor old creature isn't mad enough, is he? Uh-huh.
He'd very soon be mad enough if you had anything to do with him.
Betsy Prig, triumphantly.
And that's what I was wanted for, is it? Yes, but you'll find yourself deceived. I won't go near him. We shall see how you get on without me. I won't have nothing to do with him.
You never spoke a truer word than that. Go along with you.
Here Mr. Sweetlepipe again enters.
Why, bless my life! What's amiss? The noise you ladies have been making, Mrs. Gamp. Why, 2 gentlemen have been standing on the stairs, outside the door, nearly all the time, trying to make you hear while you were pelting away, hammer and tongs. It'll be the death of the little bullfinch in the shop that draws his own water. In his fright he's been a-straining himself all to bits, drawing more water than he could drink in a 12-month. He must have thought it was fire.
Mrs. Prig goes, looking round scornfully at Mrs. Gamp, who has in the meanwhile sunk into her chair, where she turns up her overflowing eyes and clasps her hands.
Oh, Mr. Sweetlepipes, what I have took from Betsy Prig this blessed night, no mortal creature knows. If she had obliged me, being in liquor, which I thought I smelt her when she come, but could not so believe, not being used myself, I could have bore it with a thankful art. But the words she spoke of Mrs. Harris, lambs could not forgive. No, Betsy, nor worms forget.
Mr. Sweetlepipe scratches his head, shakes it, looks at the teapot, and gradually gets out of the room. Mrs. Gamp drops asleep in her chair, and the curtain falls. End of A Division Between Friends.
The Friendly Waiter, from Short Plays from Dickens, by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Friendly Waiter, from David Copperfield. Characters:
David Copperfield, read by Lydia.
William, a waiter, read by Adrian Strowett.
Stage directions, read by Avai. Scene: the coffee room of an inn at Yarmouth. Description of characters: David Copperfield. See illustration on page 121. William, a twinkling-eyed, pimple-faced man with his hair standing upright all over his head. See illustration as above. Arrangement of stage: a table near the center, spread with a white cloth, on which are placed knives, forks, and spoons, and a set of casters. 2 or 3 chairs standing about, one near the door. Various maps, auction bills, etc., hang on the walls. When the curtain rises, a woman's voice is heard from behind the stage, the door standing open. Is that the little gentleman from Blunderston?
Yes, ma'am.
What name?
Copperfield, ma'am.
That won't do. Nobody's dinner is paid for here in that name.
Is it Murdstone, ma'am?
If you're Master Murdstone, why don't you go and give another name first? William, show the coffee room. Here William comes bustling in, a serviette over his left arm. David follows, looking very nervous and bashful. When William gets to the table, he turns round to David and feigns astonishment when he sees him. David sits down with his cap in his hand, on the corner of the chair nearest the door, and William brings in a dish of 4 chops, another of potatoes, and a jug of ale, takes the covers off, and puts a chair for David at the table. William, very affable.
Now, 6 foot. Come on.
David takes his seat at the table, but finds it extremely difficult to handle his knife and fork with anything like dexterity, while William stands opposite, staring hard.
There's half a pint of ale for you. Will you have it now?
Yes, if you please.
William pours it out of a jug into a large tumbler, holds it up against the light, and makes it look beautiful.
My eye! It seems a good deal, don't it?
David, with a smile.
It does seem a good deal.
William, looking very friendly.
There was a gentleman here yesterday, a stout gentleman, by the name of Top Sawyer. Perhaps you know him.
No, I don't think...
In breeches and gaiters, broad-brimmed hat, grey coat, speckled choker.
David, bashfully.
No, I haven't the pleasure...
William, looking at the light through the tumbler.
He came in here, ordered a glass of this ale, would order it, I told him not, drank it, and fell dead. It was too old for him. It oughtn't to be drawn, that's the fact.
David, much shocked.
I think I had better have some water.
William, still looking at the light through the tumbler, with one of his eyes shut up.
Why, you see, our people don't like things being ordered and left. It offends 'em. But I'll drink it, if you like. I'm used to it, and use is everything. I don't think it'll hurt me if I throw my head back and take it off quick. Shall I?
You will much oblige me by drinking it, if you think you can do it safely, but by no means otherwise.
William throws his head back and drinks it quickly, while David looks on, frightened. He pats himself with a satisfactory putting a fork into the dish.
What have we got here? Not chops.
Chops.
Lord bless my soul! I didn't know they were chops. Why are chops the very thing to take off the bad effects of that beer? Ain't it lucky?
Takes a chop by the bone in one hand and a potato in the other, and eats away with a very good appetite, to David's extreme satisfaction. He afterwards takes another chop and another potato, and after that another chop and another potato. When he has done, he brings in a pudding, and having set it before David, seems to ruminate, and to become absent in his mind for some moments. At length he rouses himself.
How's the pie?
It's a pudding.
Pudding? Why, bless me, so it is. What?
Looks at it nearer.
You don't mean to say it's a batter pudding?
Yes, it is indeed.
William, taking up a tablespoon.
Why, a batter pudding is my favourite pudding. Ain't that lucky? Come on, little un, and let's see who'll get most.
William certainly gets most. He entreats David more than once to come in and win, but what with his tablespoon to David's teaspoon, his dispatch to David's dispatch, and his appetite to David's appetite, David is left far behind at the first mouthful and has no chance with him. And when it is all gone, he laughs, as if his enjoyment of it lasts still.
Do you think I could have a pen, ink, and paper, please?
Right you are, sir.
Runs off with the dinner things and returns with pen, ink, and paper. This he places before David, who writes the following letter, which William reads aloud from over his shoulder as David writes.
My dear Peggotty, I have come here safe. Barkis is willing. My love to Mamma. Yours affectionately, David. P.S. He says he particularly wants you to know Barkis is willing.
When this is done, he folds it, puts it in an envelope, and addresses it.
Clara, Peggotty, the Rookery, Blunderstone. Where might she be going to school?
Near London.
William, looking very low-spirited.
Oh, my eye. I am sorry for that.
Why?
William, shaking his head.
Oh, Lord, that's the school where they broke the boy's ribs. 2 ribs. A little boy he was. I should say he was, let me see, how old are you about?
Between 8 and 9.
That's just his age. He was 8 years and 6 months old when they broke his first rib. 8 years and 8 months old when they broke his second. And that did him.
Oh dear, how was it done?
William dismally.
With whopping.
At this moment the coach horn blows from behind the stage. David, getting up and taking his purse out of his pocket.
Is there anything to pay, please?
There's a sheet of letter paper. Did you ever buy a sheet of letter paper?
David shakes his head.
It's dear on account of the duty. 3d. That's the way we're taxed in this country. There's nothing else except the waiter. Never mind the ink. I lose on that.
What should I... How much ought I to... What would it be right to pay the waiter, if you please?
If I hadn't a family, and that family hadn't the cowpox, I wouldn't take a 6d. If I didn't support an aged parent, and a lovely sister...
Here William is greatly agitated.
I wouldn't take a farthing. If I had a good place and was treated well here, I should beg acceptance of a trifle instead of taking of it. But I live on broken victuals, and I sleep on the coals.
Bursts into tears. David looks very much concerned for his misfortunes, and gives him a shilling, which he receives with much humility and veneration, and spins up with his thumb. The coach horn blows again, and they go out, David going first, and William following, with his finger to the side of his nose. After a moment's interval, a woman's voice is heard from behind. "Take care of that child, George, or he'll burst." Curtain falls. End of The Friendly Waiter.
Betsy Trotwood at Home, from Short Plays from Dickens, by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betsy Trotwood at Home, from David Copperfield. Characters:
Betsy Trotwood,
an elderly lady.
read by Christine Lehman.
Mr. Dick,
a harmless lunatic.
read by Twinkle.
Janet, maidservant to Miss Betsy Trotwood, read by Rachel.
David Copperfield,
a small boy to whom Miss Betsy Trotwood is great aunt.
read by Lydia.
Mr. Murdstone, David Copperfield's stepfather, read by Todd.
Miss Murdstone,
his sister,
read by Christine Lehman.
Stage directions, read by Trisha G. Scene: the front garden to Miss Betsy Trotwood's cottage at Dover. The action of Scene 2 takes place a few days after that of Scene 1. Description of characters: Miss Betsy Trotwood, a tall, hard-featured lady, but by no means ill-looking. She has an inflexibility in her face, in her voice, and in her gait and carriage. But her features are rather handsome than otherwise, though unbending and austere. Her hair, which is gray, is arranged in 2 plain divisions, under a mob cap, that is, a cap with side pieces fastening under the chin. Her dress is of lavender color and perfectly neat, but scantily made. In form, something like a riding habit, with the superfluous skirt cut off. She wears at her side a gentleman's gold watch, with an appropriate chain and seals, and she has some linen at her throat, not unlike a shirt collar, and things at her wrists like little shirt wristbands. She is given to speaking very abruptly and determinedly, but she is at heart a very kind-hearted woman. Her pet aversion is donkeys, which the donkey boys delight to drive over a piece of green in front of her house that she claims as her own private property. In Scene 1 she wears a handkerchief tied over her cap, a pair of gardening gloves in her hands, and a gardening pocket like a tollman's apron. These are discarded in Scene 2, in which she wears a black silk apron. For her appearance in these scenes see, respectively, the illustrations on pages 129 and 136. Mr. Dick, a florid, pleasant-looking gentleman with a grey and curiously bowed head, who is much given to shutting up one eye in a grotesque manner, nodding his head and laughing. His grey eyes are prominent and large, with a kind of watery brightness in them, and he has a peculiarly vacant manner. He is dressed in a loose, grey morning coat and waistcoat, and white trousers, and he has his watch in his fob, and his money in his pocket, which he rattles as if he is very proud of it. See illustration on page 136, and, for his kite especially, that to David Copperfield, page 392, My aunt astonishes me. Janet, a pretty, blooming girl of about 19 or 20, and a perfect picture of neatness. David Copperfield, a small boy of 10. When he appears at the beginning of Scene 1, he has a hat that is crushed and bent, and shoes whose soles have shed themselves bit by bit, and whose upper leathers have broken and burst until the very shape and form of shoes has departed from them. He has no coat, and his shirt and trousers are torn, and stained with grass and soil. His hair is uncombed, and his face, neck, and hands are, from unaccustomed exposure to the air and sun, burnt to a berry brown, while from head to foot he is powdered as white with chalk and dust, as if he has come out of a lime kiln. On his reappearance he is robed in a shirt and a pair of trousers belonging to Mr. Dick, and tied up in 2 or 3 great shawls. He wears the same strange-looking attire in Scene 2. See illustrations, pages 129 and 136. Mr. Murdstone, a gloomy and stern-looking gentleman with black hair and whiskers. He has a kind of shallow black eye, a squareness about the lower part of the face, regular eyebrows, and the dotted indication of a strong black beard which he shaves every day. Both he and his sister are dressed in deep mourning. See illustration on page 136. Miss Jane Murdstone, a gloomy-looking and metallic lady, dark like her brother, whom she greatly resembles in face and voice, and with very heavy eyebrows nearly meeting over her large nose. She carries with her a jail of a bag, which hangs upon her arm by a heavy chain. See as above. N.B. Of the following two scenes, the first is complete in itself, and it can therefore be acted independently of Scene 2. But if Scene 2 is acted, it should be preceded by Scene 1. Scene 1. Miss Betsy Trotwood, Mr. Dick, Janet, and David Copperfield. Arrangement of stage. Back of stage arranged to represent the front of a country cottage, the stage being arranged as a garden. A door at the back acts as the front door of the cottage. Across the left-hand back corner is some low trellis work containing a hinged gate. Entrance from behind must be possible by this gate. On the side of the stage opposite the trellis work should be a garden seat, and a low garden chair can be placed somewhere near it. When the curtain rises, the stage is empty. Shortly David comes on from behind, and stands outside the garden gate, looking wistfully over it. Betsy Trotwood appears, through the house door at the back of the stage, carrying a large knife. As she comes out, she catches sight of David. B.T. shaking her head and making a distant chop in the air with her knife.
Go away. Go along. No boys here.
D. watches her as she marches to a corner of her garden and stoops to dig up some little root there. Then he goes softly in and stands beside her, touching her with his finger.
If you please, ma'am.
Miss Betsy starts and looks up.
If you please, aunt.
In a tone of great amusement.
Eh?
If you please, aunt, I am your nephew.
Oh, Lord!
Sits flat down in the garden path.
I am David Copperfield, of Blunderstone in Suffolk, where you came on the night when I was born, and saw my dear mamma. I have been very unhappy since she died. I have been slighted, and taught nothing, and thrown upon myself, and put to work not fit for me. It made me run away to you. I was robbed at first setting out, and have walked all the way, and have never slept in a bed since I began the journey.
Here D's self-support gives way all at once, and with a movement of his hands, intended to show her his ragged state, he breaks into a passion of crying. His aunt sets him down on the garden seat, runs into the house, brings out a bottle of anise seed water, another labeled anchovy sauce, and another of salad dressing. From each of these in turn she pours some of the contents into a glass and makes D drink it. Then she fetches a shawl, lays him down on the seat with his head on the shawl and his feet on the handkerchief from her head, and sits down on the other chair.
Mercy on us! Mercy on us! Mercy on us!
Loudly.
Janet!
Janet comes into the garden.
Janet, go upstairs, give my compliments to Mr. Dick, and say I wish to speak to him.
Janet looks surprised to see D lying stiffly on the garden seat, and goes on her errand. Miss Betsy, with her hands behind her, walks up and down until Mr. Dick comes in laughing. Janet follows and stands near the door.
Mr. Dick, don't be a fool, because nobody can be more discreet than you can when you choose. We all know that, so don't be a fool, whatever you are.
Mr. Dick is serious instantly.
Mr. Dick, you have heard me mention David Copperfield. Now don't pretend not to have a memory, because you and I know better.
Who does not appear to remember much about it.
David Copperfield? David Copperfield? Oh, yes, to be sure. David, certainly.
Well, this is his boy, his son. He would be as like his father as it's possible to be if he was not so like his mother, too.
His son? David's son? Indeed.
Yes, and he has done a pretty piece of business. He has run away. Ah, his sister, Betsy Trotwood, never would have run away.
Shakes her head firmly, confident in the character and behavior of the girl who never was born.
Oh, you think she wouldn't have run away?
Sharply. Bless and save the man, how he talks. Don't I know she wouldn't? She would have lived with her godmother, and we should have been devoted to one another. Where, in the name of wonder, should his sister, Betsy Trotwood, have run from, or to?
Nowhere.
Softened by the reply.
Well then, how can you pretend to be wool-gathering, Dick, when you are as sharp as a surgeon's lancet? Now, here you see young David Copperfield, and the question I put to you is, what shall I do with him?
Feebly and scratching his head.
What shall you do with him? Oh, do with him?
With a grave look, and her forefinger held up.
Yes. Come, I want some very sound advice.
Considering and looking vacantly at D.
Why, if I was you, I should...
The contemplation of D seems to inspire him with a sudden idea.
I should wash him.
Turning round with an air of triumph.
Janet, Mr. Dick sets us all right. Heat the bath.
Janet goes off quickly. Shortly afterwards, Miss Betsy picks up D and carries him off. When left alone, Mr. Dick strolls about aimlessly, alternately scratching his head as if worried about something, and laughing, till Miss Betsy comes back. She walks up and down whilst talking to herself.
Whatever possessed that poor unfortunate baby that she must go and be married again, I can't conceive.
Perhaps she fell in love with her second husband.
Fell in love? What do you mean? What business had she to do it?
Simpering, after thinking a little.
Perhaps she did it for pleasure.
Pleasure, indeed. A mighty pleasure for the poor baby to fix her simple faith upon any dog of a fellow certain to ill-use her in some way or other. What did she propose to herself, I should like to know? She had had one husband. She had seen David Copperfield out of the world, who was always running after wax dolls from his cradle. She had got a baby. Oh, there were a pair of babies when she gave birth to the child within there that Friday night, and what more did she want?
Mr. Dick shakes his head as if he thinks there is no getting over this.
She couldn't even have a baby like anybody else. Where was this child's sister, Betsy Trotwood? Not forthcoming. Don't tell me.
Mr. Dick seems quite frightened.
That little man of a doctor, with his head on one side, Jellips, or whatever his name was, what was he about? All he could do was to say to me, like a robin redbreast, as he is, "It's a boy." A boy? Yah! The imbecility of the whole set of 'em.
The heartiness of the ejaculation startles Mr. Dick exceedingly.
And then, as if this was not enough, and she had not stood sufficiently in the light of this child's sister, Betsy Trotwood, she marries a second time, goes and marries a murderer, or a man with a name like it, and stands in this child's light. And the natural consequence is, as anybody but a baby might have foreseen, that he prowls and wanders. He's as like Cain before he was grown up as he can be. And then there's that woman with the pagan name, that Peggotty. She goes and gets married next, because she has not seen enough of the evil attending such things. She goes and gets married next, as the child relates. I only hope,
shakes her head,
that her husband is one of those poker husbands who abound in the newspapers, and will beat her well with one.
At this moment Janet comes in, all smiles, and leading D by the hand. He is now dressed as described previously, and looks clean. Miss Betsy goes over to him and addresses Mr. Dick with a grave look, and with her forefinger up as before.
Now, Mr. Dick, I am going to ask you another question. Look at this child.
With an attentive, puzzled face.
David's son?
Exactly so. What would you do with him now?
Do with David's son?
Aye, with David's son.
Oh, yes, do with... I should put him to bed.
With the same complacent triumph as before.
Janet, Mr. Dick sets us all right. If the bed is ready, we'll take him up to it.
Janet is leading Dee indoors when Miss Betsy happens to glance towards the trellis work. She instantly becomes rigid with indignation.
Janet! Donkeys!
She rushes off through the gate, and Janet follows her, flourishing a big stick. Curtain falls. Scene 2. Miss Betsy Trotwood, Mr. Dick, Janet, David Copperfield, Mr. Murdstone, Miss Jane Murdstone. Arrangement of stage. In David Copperfield, part of this scene takes place in Mr. Dick's room, and part in Miss Betsy Trotwood's parlour. Here the whole is arranged as taking place in the garden, so that no alteration of scene is required. When the curtain rises, Mr. Dick is seen writing at a small table which stands behind the garden seat and opposite to the garden gate. The table is strewn with papers, and behind it in the corner stands a large kite, about 7 feet high, which is covered with sheets of closely written manuscript. There are 2 other small chairs at the side of the garden near the gate. As Mr. Dick is writing, accompanying this by alternate laughs and scratchings of the head with his quill, David enters by the house door, attired as he was at the conclusion of the last scene. Mr. D. Laying down his pen.
Oh, Phoebus, how does the world go? I'll tell you what.
In a lower tone.
I shouldn't wish it to be mentioned, but it's
beckons to D and puts his lips close to his ear.
It's a mad world. Mad as Bedlam, boy.
Takes snuff from a round box on the table and laughs heartily.
My aunt sends her compliments, Mr. Dick, and she would like to know how you are getting on with your memorial.
Well, my compliments to her, and I believe I have made a start. I think I have made a start.
Passes his hand among his grey hair and casts everything but a confident look at his manuscript.
You have been to school?
Yes, sir, for a short time.
Looking earnestly at D and taking up his pen to write it down.
Do you recollect the date when King Charles I had his head cut off?
I believe it happened in the year 1649.
Scratching his ear with his pen.
Well, so the books say, but I don't see how that can be, because if it was so long ago, how could the people about him have made that mistake of putting some of the trouble out of his head, after it was taken off, into mine?
D looks much surprised by the inquiry, and shakes his head.
It's very strange.
Casts a despondent look upon his papers, and passes his hand among his hair again.
That I can never get that quite right. I never can make that perfectly clear. But no matter, no matter.
Cheerfully, and rousing himself.
There's time enough. My compliments to Miss Trotwood. I am getting on very well indeed.
D is going away when Mr. Dick directs his attention to the kite.
What do you think of that for a kite?
It is a beautiful one.
I made it. We'll go and fly it, you and I. Do you see this?
Points to the manuscripts with which it is covered.
Yes, sir. Is that writing all done by you?
Yes, David. Those are the facts that I am writing in my memorial to the Lord Chancellor. You see there's plenty of string, and when it flies high, it takes the facts a long way. That's my manner of diffusing 'em. I don't know where they come down. It's according to circumstances and the wind and so forth, but I take my chance of that.
D is just going away when Miss Betsy emerges suddenly from the house door, calling out, "Janet, donkeys!" She stops at the garden gate and gesticulates wildly, shaking her fist over the gate.
Go along with you. You have no business there. How dare you trespass? Go along. Oh, you bold-faced thing.
Meanwhile, Janet has followed her mistress out of the house door, flourishing a stick. She rushes through the gate and disappears. David comes up to his aunt, and after looking in the same direction as herself, gets behind her and whispers to her in a frightened sort of way.
Aunt Betsy, that is Mr. Murdstone, and Miss Murdstone with him.
Still shaking her head.
I don't care who it is. I won't be trespassed upon. I won't allow it. Go away. Janet, turn him round. Lead him off.
As Miss Betsy says this, sounds are heard from behind as of the stick being applied to a donkey's hide, and confused shouts as from Janet and the donkey boys, and above all a donkey's bray. Hee-haw, hee-haw. Then Miss Betsy suddenly wheels around, takes David with her, sits down on the other side of the stage, and picks up some sewing from the seat. Mr. Dick has meanwhile escaped within the house. When Miss Betsy has been seated a moment, Mr. Murdstone and Miss Murdstone appear at the garden gate, looking very hot and very angry. Miss Betsy takes not the slightest notice of them, until Janet comes in by the same gate, also looking slightly warm, but rather as if she had enjoyed the work of driving off the donkeys, and announces them.
Mr. Murdstone and Miss Murdstone to see you, ma'am.
Trembling.
Shall I go away, aunt?
No, sir, certainly not.
With this she pushes Dee into a corner, and fences him in with a chair, as if it were a prison or a bar of justice. This position he continues to occupy during the whole interview. Then she turns to Mr. and Miss Murdstone.
Oh, I was not aware at first, to whom I had the pleasure of objecting, but I don't allow anybody to ride over that turf. I make no exceptions. I don't allow anybody to do it. Your regulation is rather awkward to strangers. Is it?
Janet places chairs, and they sit down. Janet stands behind the door.
Miss Trotwood.
I beg your pardon. You are the Mr. Murdstone who married the widow of my late nephew, David Copperfield of Blunderstone Rookery. Though why Rookery, I don't know.
I am.
You'll excuse my saying, sir, that I think it would have been a much better and happier thing if you had let that poor child alone.
Miss M., bridling.
I so far agree with what Miss Trotwood has remarked that I consider our lamented Clara to have been, in all essential respects, a mere child. It is a comfort to you and me, ma'am, who are getting on in life, and are not likely to be made unhappy by our personal attractions, that nobody can say the same of us. No doubt. And it certainly might have been, as you say, a better and happier thing for my brother if he had never entered into such a marriage. I have always been of that opinion. I have no doubt you have. Janet, my compliments to Mr. Dick, and beg him to come down.
Until he comes, Miss Betsy sits perfectly upright, frowning at the gate. When he comes, she performs the ceremony of introduction.
Mr. Dick, an old and intimate friend, on whose judgment,
with emphasis, as an admonition to Mr. Dick, who is biting his forefinger and looking rather foolish,
I rely.
Mr. Dick takes his finger out of his mouth on this hint, and stands among the group, with a grave and attentive expression of face. Miss Betsy inclines her head to Mr. Murdstone.
Miss Trotwood, on the receipt of your letter, I considered it an act of greater justice to myself, and perhaps of more respect to you,
eyeing him keenly.
Thank you. You needn't mind me.
To answer it in person, however inconvenient the journey, rather than by letter. This unhappy boy who has run away from his friends and his occupation,
interposing and directing general attention to D,
and whose appearance is perfectly scandalous and disgraceful.
Jane Murdstone, have the goodness not to interrupt me. This unhappy boy, Miss Trotwood, has been the occasion of much domestic trouble and uneasiness, both during the lifetime of my late dear wife and since. He has a sullen, rebellious spirit, a violent temper, and an untoward, intractable disposition. Both my sister and myself have endeavoured to correct his vices, but ineffectually. And I have felt, we both have felt, I may say, my sister being fully in my confidence, that it is right you should receive this grave and dispassionate assurance from our lips.
It can hardly be necessary for me to confirm anything stated by my brother, but I beg to observe that of all the boys in the world, I believe this is the worst boy.
Shortly.
Strong, but not at all too strong for the facts. Ha! Well, sir?
Whose face darkens more and more, the more he and Miss Betsy observe each other, which they do narrowly.
I have my own opinions as to the best mode of bringing him up. They are founded in part on my knowledge of him, and in part on my knowledge of my own means and resources. I am responsible for them to myself. I act upon them, and I say no more about them. It is enough that I place this boy under the eye of a friend of my own in a respectable business. That it does not please him, that he runs away from it, makes himself a common vagabond about the country, and comes here in rags to appeal to you, Miss Trotwood. I wish to set before you, honourably, the exact consequences, so far as they are within my knowledge, of your abetting him in this appeal.
But about the respectable business first. If he had been your own boy, you would have put him to it just the same, I suppose?
Striking in.
If he had been my brother's own boy, his character, I trust, would have been altogether different. Or if the poor child, his mother, had been alive, he would still have gone into the respectable business, would he?
With an inclination of his head.
I believe that Clara would have disputed nothing which myself and my sister, Jane Murdstone, were agreed was for the best.
Miss Murdstone confirms this with an audible murmur.
Humph! Unfortunate baby.
Mr. Dick, who has been rattling his money all the time, is rattling it so loudly now that Miss Betsy feels it necessary to check him with a look.
The poor child's annuity died with her?
Died with her.
And there was no settlement of the little property, the house and garden, the what's-its-name rookery, without any rooks in it, upon her boy?
It had been left to her, unconditionally, by her first husband.
With the greatest irascibility and impatience.
Good Lord, man, there's no occasion to say that. Left to her unconditionally. I think I see David Copperfield looking forward to any condition of any sort or kind, though it stared him point blank in the face. Of course it was left to her unconditionally. But when she married again, when she took that most disastrous step of marrying you, in short, to be plain, did no one put in a word for the boy at that time?
My late wife loved her second husband, ma'am, and trusted implicitly in him.
Shaking her head at him.
Your late wife, sir, was a most unworldly, most unhappy, most unfortunate baby. That's what she was. And now, what have you got to say next?
Merely this, Miss Trotwood. I am here to take David back, to take him back unconditionally, to dispose of him as I think proper, and to deal with him as I think right. I am not here to make any promise, or give any pledge to anybody. You may possibly have some idea, Miss Trotwood, of abetting him in his running away, and in his complaints to you. Your manner, which I must say does not seem intended to propitiate, induces me to think it possible. Now I must caution you that if you abet him once, you abet him for good and all. If you step in between him and me, now, you must step in, Miss Trotwood, for ever. I cannot trifle or be trifled with. I am here, for the first and last time, to take him away. Is he ready to go? If he is not, and you tell me he is not, on any pretence, it is indifferent to me what. My doors are shut against him henceforth, and yours, I take it for granted, are open to him.
To this address Miss Betsy listens with the closest attention, sitting perfectly upright, her hands folded on one knee, and looking grimly on the speaker. When he has finished, she turns her eyes so as to command Miss Murdstone, without otherwise disturbing her attitude.
Well, ma'am, have you got anything to remark? Indeed, Miss Trotwood, all that I could say has been so well said by my brother, and all that I know to be the fact has been so plainly stated by him, that I have nothing to add except my thanks for your politeness, for your very great politeness, I am sure.
With an irony which does not affect Miss Betsy.
And what does the boy say? Are you ready to go, David?
Taking his aunt's hand.
Oh, no, Aunt. Please do not let Mr. Murdstone take me away. Neither Mr. Murdstone nor Miss Murdstone has ever liked me, or has ever been kind to me.
Mr. Dick, what shall I do with this child?
Mr. Dick considers, hesitates, and brightens.
Have him measured for a suit of clothes directly.
Triumphantly.
Mr. Dick, give me your hand, for your common sense is invaluable.
Having shaken it with great cordiality, she pulls Dee towards her and turns to Mr. Murdstone.
You can go when you like. I'll take my chance with the boy. If he's all you say he is, at least I can do as much for him then as you have done. But I don't believe a word of it.
Shrugging his shoulders as he rises.
Miss Trotwood, if you were a gentleman.
Bah! Stuff and nonsense! Don't talk to me.
Rising.
How exquisitely polite! Overpowering, really.
Turning a deaf ear to Miss Murdstone, and continuing to address Mr. Murdstone, and to shake her head at him.
Do you think I don't know what kind of life you must have led that poor, unhappy, misdirected baby? Do you think I don't know what a woeful day it was for the soft little creature when you first came in her way, smirking and making great eyes at her, I'll be bound, as if you couldn't say "bo" to a goose? I never heard anything so elegant. Do you think I can't understand you as well as if I had seen you, now that I do see and hear you, which I tell you candidly is anything but a pleasure to me? Oh, yes, bless us, who so smooth and silky as Mr. Murdstone at first? The poor benighted innocent had never seen such a man. He was made of sweetness. He worshipped her. He doted on her boy, tenderly doted on him. He was to be another father to him, and they were all to live together in a garden of roses, weren't they? Ugh, get along with you, do. I never heard anything like this person in my life. And when you had made sure of the poor little fool, God forgive me that I should call her so, and she gone where you won't go in a hurry, because you had not done wrong enough to her and hers, you must begin to train her, must you? Begin to break her, like a poor caged bird, and wear her deluded life away in teaching her to sing your notes.
In a perfect agony at not being able to turn the current of Miss Betsy's address towards herself.
This is either insanity or intoxication, and my suspicion is that it's intoxication.
Miss Betsy, without taking the least notice of the interruption, continues to address herself to Mr. Murdstone as if there had been no such thing. Shaking her finger at him.
Mr. Murdstone, you were a tyrant to the simple baby, and you broke her heart. She was a loving baby. I know that. I knew it years before you ever saw her, and through the best part of her weakness you gave her the wounds she died of. There is the truth for your comfort, however you like it, and you and your instruments may make the most of it. Allow me to inquire, Miss Trotwood, whom you are pleased to call, in a choice of words in which I am not experienced, my brother's instruments.
Still tone-deaf to the voice, and utterly unmoved by it.
It was clear enough, as I have told you, years before you ever saw her, and why, in the mysterious dispensations of Providence, you ever did see her, is more than humanity can comprehend. It was clear enough that the poor soft little thing would marry somebody at some time or other, but I did hope it wouldn't have been as bad as it has turned out. That was the time, Mr. Murdstone, when she gave birth to her boy here, to the poor child you sometimes tormented her through afterwards, which is a disagreeable remembrance, and makes the sight of him odious now. Ay, you needn't wince. I know it's true without that.
Mr. Murdstone has been standing by the gate, all this while, with a smile upon his face, though his black eyebrows are heavily contracted. Now, though the smile is on his face still, he seems to breathe as if he had been running.
Good day, sir, and good-bye. Good day to you too, ma'am.
Turns suddenly upon his sister.
Let me see you ride a donkey over my green again, and as sure as you have a head upon your shoulders, I'll knock your bonnet off and tread upon it.
Miss Murdstone, without a word in answer, discreetly puts her arm through her brother's, and walks haughtily off the stage, Miss Betsy remaining, looking after them. Curtain falls. End of Betsy Trotwood at Home.
Mr. Micawber's Prospects from Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Micawber's Prospects from David Copperfield. Characters.
Mr. Wilkins Micawber, a gentleman who was waiting for something to turn up. Read by Todd.
Mrs. Micawber.
His wife.
Read by Ariel Lipshaw.
David Copperfield.
Law student.
Read by Lian Yao.
Traddles, law student. Read by Thomas Peter.
Stage directions read by Lydia. Scene. David Copperfield's chambers in Buckingham Street in the Adelphi. Description of characters. Mr. Wilkins Micawber, a stoutish, middle-aged man, dressed in a brown surtout and black tights and shoes, with no more hair upon his head, which is a very large one and very shining, than there is upon an egg, and with a very extensive face. His clothes are shabby, but he has an imposing shirt-collar. He carries a jaunty sort of stick, with a large pair of tassels to it, and a quizzing-glass hung outside his coat for ornament. He is accustomed to speaking with a certain condescending roll in his voice, and a certain indescribable air of doing something genteel. For illustrations of his characteristic appearance and pose, see David Copperfield, page 204. Somebody Turns Up. Page 328. We Are Disturbed in Our Cookery. And page 423. Mr. Micawber delivers some valedictory remarks. Mrs. Micawber. A thin and faded lady, not at all young. She is, in her temperament, quite as elastic as her husband. For her appearance, see the last two illustrations named above. David Copperfield. A well-dressed youth of 18 or 19. See illustrations as for Mrs. Micawber. Traddles. A simple, good-natured young man of retiring manners, with a comic head of hair and eyes that are rather wide open. See illustrations as above. Arrangement of stage. A table covered with a white cloth near center of stage. 4 old-fashioned mahogany chairs pushed back from it. A side table on which are the dinner things, evidently just cleared from the center table. A punch bowl, decanters, and glasses on the center table. When the curtain rises, Mr. Micawber is in the act of pouring boiling water from a kettle into the punch bowl, while the others are sitting round watching him. Mr. Micawber, mirthfully.
My dear Copperfield, this is luxurious. This is a way of life which reminds me of the period when I was myself in a state of celibacy, and Mrs. Micawber had not yet been solicited to plight her faith at the hymeneal altar.
Mrs. Micawber, archly.
He means solicited by him, Mr. Copperfield. He cannot answer for others.
Mr. Micawber, with sudden seriousness.
My dear, I have no desire to answer for others. I am too well aware that when, in the inscrutable decrees of fate, you were reserved for me, it is possible you may have been reserved for one, destined, after a protracted struggle, at length to fall a victim to pecuniary involvements of a complicated nature. I understand your allusion, my love. I regret it, but I can bear it.
Flourishes the punch ladle while saying this. Mrs. Micawber, in tears.
Micawber, have I deserved this? I, who never have deserted you, who never will desert you, Micawber.
Mr. Micawber, much affected.
My love, you will forgive, and my old and tried friend Copperfield will, I am sure, forgive, the momentary laceration of a wounded spirit, made sensitive by a recent collision with the minion of power. In other words, with a ribald turncock attached to the waterworks, and will pity, not condemn, its excesses.
Embraces Mrs. Micawber and presses Copperfield's hand. He then returns to the punch bowl and becomes cheerful again.
But punch, my dear Copperfield,
tastes it,
like time and tide, waits for no man. Ah, it is at the present moment in high flavour. My love, will you give me your opinion?
Hands a glass to Mrs. Micawber. Mrs. Micawber, in great spirits again.
Excellent, my dear.
Mr. Micawber, ladling out the punch and handling glasses round.
Then I will drink, if my friend Copperfield will permit me to take that social liberty, to the days when my friend Copperfield and myself were younger, and fought our way in the world side by side. I may say of myself and Copperfield, in words we have sung together before now, that we twae ha run aboot the braes, and pu'd the goings fine, in a figurative point of view, on several occasions. I am not exactly aware what goings may be, but I have no doubt that Copperfield and myself would frequently have taken a pull at them, if it had been feasible.
Takes a pull at his punch. The others follow suit.
Ahem!
Clearing his throat.
My dear, another glass?
It must be very little, then.
Oh, no, nothing less than a glassful.
Mr. Micawber ladles it out. Mrs. Micawber, sipping her punch.
As we are quite confidential here, Mr. Copperfield, Mr. Traddles being a part of our domesticity, I should much like to have your opinion on Mr. Micawber's prospects. For corn, as I have repeatedly said to Mr. Micawber, may be gentlemanly, but it is not remunerative. Commission to the extent of 2 and 9 in a fortnight cannot, however limited our ideas, be considered remunerative.
Quite so.
Of course not.
Then I ask myself this question. If corn is not to be relied upon, what is? Are coals to be relied upon? Not at all. We have turned our attention to that experiment, on the suggestion of my family, and we find it fallacious.
Mr. Micawber, leaning back in his chair with his hands in his pockets, eyes the others aside and nods his head as much as to say that the case is very clearly put.
The articles of corn and coals being equally out of the question, Mr. Copperfield, I naturally look round the world and say, what is there in which a person of Mr. Micawber's talent is likely to succeed? And I exclude the doing anything on commission, because commission is not a certainty. What is best suited to a person of Mr. Micawber's peculiar temperament is, I am convinced, a certainty.
Just so. And it does Mr. Micawber great credit.
I will not conceal from you, my dear Mr. Copperfield, that I have long felt the brewing business to be particularly adapted to Mr. Micawber. Look at Barclay and Perkins. Look at Truman, Hanbury, and Buxton. It is on that extensive footing that Mr. Micawber, I know from my own knowledge of him, is calculated to shine. And the profits, I am told, are enormous. But if Mr. Micawber cannot get into those firms, which decline to answer his letters, when he offers his services even in an inferior capacity, what is the use of dwelling upon that idea? None. I may have a conviction that Mr. Micawber's manners...
Mr. Micawber, interposing.
Really, my dear?
Mrs. Micawber, laying her brown glove on his hand.
My love, be silent. I may have a conviction, Mr. Copperfield, that Mr. Micawber's manners peculiarly qualify him for the banking business. I may argue within myself that if I had a deposit at a banking house, the manners of Mr. Micawber, as representing that banking house, would inspire confidence and must extend the connection. But if the various banking houses refuse to avail themselves of Mr. Micawber's abilities, or receive the offer of them with contumely, what is the use of dwelling upon that idea? None. As to originating a banking business, I may know that there are members of my family who, if they chose to place their money in Mr. Micawber's hands, might found an establishment of that description. But if they do not choose to place their money in Mr. Micawber's hands, which they don't, what is the use of that? Again, I contend that we are no farther advanced than we were before.
David Copperfield, shaking his head.
Not a bit.
Traddles, shaking his head.
Not a bit.
What do I deduce from this? What is the conclusion, my dear Mr. Copperfield, to which I am irresistibly brought? Am I wrong in saying it is clear that we must live?
Not at all.
A person must either live or die.
Just so. It is precisely that. And the fact is, my dear Mr. Copperfield, that we cannot live without something widely different from existing circumstances shortly turning up. Now I am convinced myself, and this I have pointed out to Mr. Micawber several times of late, that things cannot be expected to turn up of themselves. We must, in a measure, assist to turn them up. I may be wrong, but I have formed that opinion.
Hear, hear.
Very well. Then what do I recommend? Here is Mr. Micawber, with a variety of qualifications, with great talent.
Really, my love.
Pray, my dear, allow me to conclude. Here is Mr. Micawber, with a variety of qualifications, with great talent. I should say with genius, but that may be the partiality of a wife.
No.
Certainly not.
And here is Mr. Micawber, without any suitable position or employment. Where does that responsibility rest? Clearly, on society. Then I would make a fact so disgraceful known, and boldly challenge society to set it right. It appears to me, my dear Mr. Copperfield, that what Mr. Micawber has to do is to throw down the gauntlet to society and say, in effect, show me who will take that up. Let the party immediately step forward.
And how do you think this can be done?
By advertising in all the papers. It appears to me that what Mr. Micawber has to do, in justice to himself, in justice to his family, and I will even go so far as to say, in justice to society, by which he has been hitherto overlooked, is to advertise in all the papers, to describe himself plainly as so-and-so, with such and such qualifications, and to put it thus: Now, employ me, on remunerative terms, and address, post-paid, to W.M. Post Office, Camden Town.
Mr. Micawber, making his shirt collar meet in front of his chin and glancing at Copperfield sideways.
This idea of Mrs. Micawber's, my dear Copperfield, is, in fact, the leap to which I alluded, when I last had the pleasure of seeing you.
David Copperfield, dubiously.
Advertising is rather expensive.
Exactly so. Quite true, my dear Mr. Copperfield. I have made the identical observation to Mr. Micawber. It is for that reason, especially, that I think Mr. Micawber ought, as I have already said, in justice to himself, in justice to his family, and in justice to society, to raise a certain sum of money on a bill.
Mr. Micawber, leaning back in his chair, trifles with his eyeglass and casts his eyes up at the ceiling, but at the same time is observant of Traddles, who is looking at the fire.
If no member of my family is possessed of sufficient natural feeling to negotiate that bill, I believe there is a better business term to express what I mean.
Mr. Micawber, with his eyes still cast up at the ceiling.
Discount.
To discount that bill, then my opinion is that Mr. Micawber should go into the city, should take that bill into the money market, and should dispose of it for what he can get. If the individuals in the money market oblige Mr. Micawber to sustain a great sacrifice, that is between themselves and their consciences. I view it steadily, as an investment. I recommend Mr. Micawber, my dear Mr. Copperfield, to do the same, to regard it as an investment which is sure of return, and to make up his mind to any sacrifice. I will not.
Finishes her punch and gathers her scarf about her shoulders, preparatory to her withdrawal.
I will not protract these remarks on the subject of Mr. Micawber's pecuniary affairs. At your fireside, my dear Mr. Copperfield, and in the presence of Mr. Traddles, who, though not so old a friend, is quite one of ourselves, I could not refrain from making you acquainted with the course I advise Mr. Micawber to take. I feel that the time is arrived when Mr. Micawber should exert himself, and, I will add, assert himself, and it appears to me that these are the means. I am aware that I am merely a female, and that a masculine judgment is usually considered more competent to the discussion of such questions. Still, I must not forget that, when I lived at home with my papa and mamma, my papa was in the habit of saying, Emma's form is fragile, but her grasp of a subject is inferior to none. That my papa was too partial, I well know, but that he was an observer of character in some degree, my duty and my reason equally forbid me to doubt.
Goes off for the purpose of dressing.
Mr. Micawber, I congratulate you on the treasure you possess.
So do I, Mr. Micawber.
Mr. Micawber extends his hand to each of them in succession, and then covers his face with his pocket-handkerchief, which has more snuff upon it than he is aware of. He then returns to the punch in the highest state of exhilaration.
My dear Copperfield, in our children we live again, and under the pressure of pecuniary difficulties, any accession to their number is doubly welcome. Mrs. Micawber has latterly had her doubts on this point, but I have dispelled them, and reassured her. As to her family, they are totally unworthy of her, and their sentiments are utterly indifferent to me, and they may go to the devil.
Takes a pull at his glass.
Ah, Mr. Traddles, yours is a character, to the steady virtues of which I can lay no claim, but which, I thank heaven, I can admire.
Refills his glass.
I pledge the young lady, unknown, whom Mr. Traddles has honoured with his affection, and who has reciprocated that affection by honouring and blessing Mr. Traddles with her affection.
Mr. Micawber and Copperfield drink her health.
I am very much honoured to you indeed, and I do assure you she's the dearest girl.
And nothing but the serious assurance of my friend Copperfield can deprive me of the impression that my friend Copperfield loves and is beloved.
David Copperfield, after a good deal of blushing and stammering.
Well, I will give you D.
Mr. Micawber, much excited and running out of the door with a glass of punch.
My dear, Copperfield gives us D.
Mrs. Micawber, from behind the stage.
Hear, hear, my dear Mr. Copperfield, I am delighted. Hear, hear.
Taps on the wall by way of applause. Mr. Micawber, returning.
To D.
Drinks heartily.
To continue, my dear Copperfield, as you will readily understand, Mrs. Micawber and myself find Camden Town inconvenient, and the first thing I contemplate doing, when the advertisement shall have been the cause of something satisfactory turning up, is to move. There is a terrace at the southern end of Oxford Street, fronting Hyde Park, on which I have always had my eye, but which I do not expect to attain immediately, as it would require a large establishment. There will probably be an interval, in which I shall content myself with the upper part of a house over some respectable place of business, say in Piccadilly, which will be a cheerful situation for Mrs. Micawber, and where, by throwing out a bow window, or carrying up the roof another story, or making some little alteration of that sort, we may live comfortably and reputably for a few years. Whatever is reserved for me, however, and wherever my abode may be, you may rely upon this. There will always be a room for Mr. Traddles, and a knife and a fork for my dear Copperfield. But I beg you to forgive me having launched into these practical and businesslike details, and to excuse it as natural in one who is making entirely new arrangements in life.
Mrs. M. here comes in dressed for leaving. While Traddles is getting on his coat, Mr. M. slips a letter into Copperfield's hand and whispers,
Read it at your leisure.
General leave-takings are gone through. Mr. M. gives Mrs. M. his arm, and they pass out jauntily. As Traddles is following, Copperfield detains him and brings him back to the front of the stage.
Traddles, Mr. Micawber don't mean any harm, poor fellow. But if I were you, I wouldn't lend him anything.
Traddles, smiling.
My dear Copperfield, I haven't got anything to lend.
You have got a name, you know.
Traddles, with a thoughtful look.
Oh, you call that something to lend?
Certainly.
Oh, yes, to be sure. I am very much obliged to you, Copperfield, but I am afraid I have lent him that already.
For the bill that is to be a certain investment?
No, not for that one. This is the first I have heard of that one. I have been thinking that he will most likely propose that one on the way home. Mine's another.
I hope there will be nothing wrong about it.
I hope not. I should think not, though, because he told me only the other day that it was provided for. That was Mr. Micawber's expression. Provided for.
Here Mr. Micawber looks in again, and Traddles goes off. When he is gone, Copperfield takes the letter from his pocket, sits down near the table, and reads it aloud.
Sir, for I dare not say my dear Copperfield, it is expedient that I should inform you that the undersigned is crushed. Some flickering efforts to spare you the premature knowledge of his calamitous position you may observe in him this day, but hope has sunk beneath the horizon, and the undersigned is crushed. The present communication is penned within the personal range, I cannot call it the society, of an individual, in a state closely bordering on intoxication, employed by a broker. That individual is in legal possession of the premises, under a distress for rent. His inventory includes not only the chattels and effects of every description belonging to the undersigned, as yearly tenant of this habitation, but also those pertaining to Mr. Thomas Traddles, lodger, a member of the Honourable Society of the Inner Temple. If any drop of gloom were wanting in the overflowing cup, which is now commended, in the language of an immortal writer, to the lips of the undersigned, it would be found in the fact that a friendly acceptance granted to the undersigned by the before-mentioned Mr. Thomas Traddles, for the sum of £23, 4 shillings and 9½ pence is overdue, and is not provided for. Also, in the fact that the living responsibilities clinging to the undersigned will, in the course of nature, be increased by the sum of one more helpless victim, whose miserable appearance may be looked for, in round numbers, at the expiration of a period not exceeding 6 lunar months from the present date. After premising thus much, it would be a work of supererogation to add that dust and ashes are forever scattered on the head of Wilkins Micawber.
Shakes his head.
Poor Traddles.
Curtain falls. End of Mr. Micawber's Prospects. Mr. Guppy's Proposal, from Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Guppy's Proposal, from Bleak House. Characters:
Esther Summerson, ward of John Jarndyce. Read by Rachel.
Mr. Guppy, clerk to the firm of Kenge and Carboy, solicitors. Read by Thomas Peter.
Stage directions, read by Lydia. Scene: the dining room at Bleak House. Description of characters: Esther Summerson, a sweet-tempered girl of about 20 years of age. For illustration of her dress, see page 154. Mr. Guppy, a young man very awkward and shy, dressed in a new suit of clothes and with a shining hat, lilac kid gloves, a neckerchief of a variety of colors, a large hothouse flower in his buttonhole, and a thick gold ring on his little finger. He is strongly scented with bear's grease and other perfumery. See illustration, page 154, and see also Bleak House, page 323, the young man of the name of Guppy. Arrangement of stage. See illustration, page 154. 2 tables, one having a writing desk on it, and the other laid for a meal for one person. Several chairs standing about. Esther Summerson is seated at her desk when the curtains rise and Mr. Guppy then enters, advancing and speaking in a low voice.
Why, miss, Mr. Boythorn's a tartar.
Pray take some refreshment, sir.
Mr. Guppy sits down at the table and begins nervously sharpening the carving knife on the carving fork. Esther raises her eyes, whereupon he immediately looks at the dish and begins to carve.
What will you take yourself, miss? You'll take a morsel of something.
No, thank you.
Shan't I give you a piece of anything at all, miss?
Hurriedly drinks off a glass of wine.
Nothing, thank you. I have only waited to see that you have everything you want. Is there anything I can order for you?
No, I am much obliged to you, miss, I'm sure. I've everything that I can require to make me comfortable. At least, not comfortable. I'm never that.
Drinks off 2 more glasses of wine, one after another. Esther rises to go.
I beg your pardon, miss.
Rises.
But would you allow me the favour of a minute's private conversation?
Esther sits down again, and Mr. Guppy brings a chair toward her table.
What follows is without prejudice, miss.
I don't understand what you mean.
It's one of our law terms, miss. You won't make any use of it to my detriment at Kenge and Carboys or elsewhere. If our conversation shouldn't lead to anything, I am to be as I was, and am not to be prejudiced in my situation or worldly prospects. In short, it's in total confidence.
I'm at a loss, sir, to imagine what you can have to communicate in total confidence to me, whom you've never seen but once, but I should be very sorry to do you any injury.
Thank you, miss. I'm sure of it. That's quite sufficient.
All this time Mr. Guppy is either planing his forehead with his handkerchief or tightly rubbing the palm of his left hand with the palm of his right.
If you would excuse my taking another glass of wine, miss, I think it might assist me in getting on, without a continual choke that cannot fail to be mutually unpleasant.
He does so and comes back again. Esther takes the opportunity of moving well behind her table.
You wouldn't allow me to offer you one, would you, miss?
Not any.
Not half a glass? Quarter? No? Then to proceed. My present salary, Miss Summerson, at Kensington Carboys is £2 a week. When I first had the happiness of looking upon you, it was £1.15, and had stood at that figure for a lengthened period. A rise of 5 has since taken place, and a further rise of 5 is guaranteed at the expiration of a term not exceeding 12 months from the present date. My mother has a little property, which takes the form of a small life annuity, upon which she lives in an independent though unassuming manner, in the Old Street Road. She is eminently calculated for a mother-in-law. She never interferes, is all for peace, and her disposition easy. She has her feelings, as who has not? But I never knew her do it when company was present. At which time you may freely trust her with wine, spirits, or malt liquors. My own abode is lodgings at Penton Place, Pentonville. It is lowly, but airy, open at the back, and considered one of the healthiest outlets. Miss Summerson, in the mildest language, I adore you. Would you be so kind as to allow me, as I may say, to file a declaration, to make an offer?
Mr. Guppy goes down on his knees.
Get up from that ridiculous position immediately, sir, or you will oblige me to break my implied promise and ring the bell.
Hear me out, miss.
Folds his hands.
I cannot consent to hear another word, sir, unless you get up from the carpet directly and go and sit down at the table as you ought to do if you have any sense at all.
He looks at her piteously but slowly obeys. With his hand upon his heart and shaking his head in a melancholy manner over the tray.
Yet what a mockery it is, miss, to be stationed behind food at such a moment. The soul recoils from food at such a moment, miss.
I beg you to conclude. You have asked me to hear you out, and I beg you to conclude.
I will, miss. As I love and honour, so likewise I obey. Would that I could make thee the subject of that vow before the shrine.
That is quite impossible, and entirely out of the question.
I am aware.
Leans forward over the tray.
I am aware that in a worldly point of view, according to all appearances, my offer is a poor one. But, Miss Summerson, angel, no, don't ring. I've been brought up in a sharp school, and am accustomed to a variety of general practice. Though a young man, I have ferreted out evidence, got up cases, and seen lots of life. Blessed with your hand, what means might I not find of advancing your interests and pushing your fortunes? What might I not get to know, nearly concerning you? I know nothing now, certainly, but what might I not, if I had your confidence, and you set me on?
You address my interest, sir, or what you suppose to be my interest, quite as unsuccessfully as you address my inclination, and you will now understand that I request you, if you please, to go away immediately.
Cruel miss, hear but another word. I think you must have seen that I was struck with those charms, on the day when I waited at the Whitehall cellar. I think you must have remarked that I could not forbear a tribute to those charms when I put up the steps of the hackney coach. It was a feeble tribute to thee, but it was well meant. Thy image has ever since been fixed in my breast. I have walked up and down of an evening opposite Jellyby's house, only to look upon the bricks that once contained thee. This out of today, quite an unnecessary out so far as the attendance, which was its pretended object, went, was planned by me alone for thee alone. If I speak of interest, it is only to recommend myself in my respectful wretchedness. Love was before it, and is before it.
I should be pained, Mr. Guppy.
Rises and puts her hand upon the bell rope.
To do you, or anyone who is sincere, the injustice of slighting any honest feeling, however disagreeably expressed. If you have really meant to give me a proof of your good opinion, though ill-timed and misplaced, I feel that I ought to thank you. I have very little reason to be proud, and I am not proud. I hope that you will now go away as if you had never been so exceedingly foolish, and attend to Messrs. Kenge and Carboy's business.
Half a minute, miss.
Check, sir, as she is about to ring.
This has been without prejudice.
I will never mention it, unless you should give me future occasion to do so.
A quarter of a minute, miss. In case you should think better. At any time, however distant, that's no consequence, for my feelings can never alter. Of anything I have said, particularly what might I not do. Mr. William Guppy, 87 Penton Place, or if removed or dead, of blighted hopes or anything of that sort, care of Mrs. Guppy, 302 Old Street Road, will be sufficient.
Esther rings the bell, and Mr. Guppy, laying his written card upon the table, and making a dejected bow, departs. Curtain falls. End of Mr. Guppy's proposal.
Mrs. Snagsby's Guests, from Short Plays from Dickens, by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Snagsby's Guests, from Bleak House. Characters:
Mr. Snagsby, a law stationer. Read by Trisha G.
Mrs. Snagsby.
His wife.
Read by Leanne Yao.
The Reverend Mr. Chadband, a vessel in the ministry. Read by Thomas Peter.
Mrs. Chadband, his wife.
Guster.
Mrs. Snagsby's maid of all work.
Read by Lydia.
Narration by Todd. Scene: the drawing room of Mr. Snagsby's house, Cook's Court, Cursitor Street. Description of characters: Mr. Snagsby, a mild, bald, timid man with a shining head, and a scrubby clump of black hair sticking out at the back. He tends to meekness and obesity, and very rarely is found speaking. Mrs. Snagsby, a short, shrewd woman, something too violently compressed about the waist, and with a sharp nose, inclined to be frosty towards the end. The Reverend Mr. Chadband, a large yellow man with a fat smile, who moves cumberously, has a habit of fixing some person present with his eye, and arguing his points with that particular person, and never speaks without first putting up his great hand. Mrs. Chadband, a stern, severe-looking, silent woman. Guster, a lean young woman of 3 or 24, but looking around 10 years older. She is very excitable, and subject to fits. For each of the above characters, see the illustration on page 160, which, it should be noticed, shows 3 more characters than are here introduced. Arrangement of stage: a round table covered with a cloth and arranged for tea. 4 or 5 old-fashioned mahogany chairs placed about the stage. Eatables are already on the table, and, when the curtain rises, Mr. and Mrs. Snagsby are putting the finishing touches to the preparations for receiving their guests. Mr. Snagsby, looking at all the preparations when they are completed, and coughing a cough of deference behind his hand.
At what time did you expect Mr. and Mrs. Chadband, my love?
At 6.
Mr. Snagsby, in a mild and casual way.
It's gone that.
Mrs. Snagsby, reproachfully.
Perhaps you'd like to begin without them.
Mr. Snagsby, looking as if he would like it very much.
No, my dear, no. I merely mentioned the time.
What's time to eternity?
Very true, my dear. Only when a person lays in victuals for tea, a person does it with a view, perhaps, more to time. And when a time is named for having tea, it's better to come up to it.
Mrs. Snagsby, with severity.
To come up to it? Up to it? As if Mr. Chadband was a fighter.
Not at all, my dear.
Guster, falling flushed into the drawing-room, and much discomposed in her nerves.
Mr. and Mrs. Cheeseming, leastwhich, I mean to say, what's her name?
Retires, conscience-stricken. Mr. Chadband, advancing with Mrs. Chadband.
My friends, peace be on this house, on the master thereof, on the mistress thereof, on the young maidens, and on the young men. My friends, why do I wish for peace? What is peace? Is it war? No. Is it strife? No. Is it lovely, and gentle, and beautiful, and pleasant, and serene, and joyful? Oh yes,
Therefore, my friends, I wish for peace upon you and upon yours.
Mrs. Snagsby looks deeply edified.
Amen.
Now, my friends, since I am upon this theme.
Guster presents herself. Mrs. Snagsby, in a bass voice, and without removing her eyes from Mr. Chadband.
Go away!
Now, my friends, since I am upon this theme, and in my lowly path improving it.
1782.
Mrs. Snagsby, more solemnly.
Go away!
Now, my friends, we will inquire in a spirit of love.
1782.
Mr. Chadband, pausing with the resignation of a man accustomed to be persecuted.
Let us hear the maiden. Speak, maiden.
Guster, breathlessly.
1782, if you please, sir, which he wished to know what the shilling were for.
For his fare.
1782, if you please, sir, insist on 1 and 8 pence, or on summonizing the party.
Mrs. Snagsby and Mrs. Chadband are proceeding to grow shrill in indignation, when Mr. Chadband quiets the tumult by lifting up his hand.
My friends, I remember a duty unfulfilled yesterday. It is right that I should be chastened in some penalty. I ought not to murmur. Rachel, pay the 8 pence.
Mrs. Snagsby, whispering, and looking hard at Mr. Snagsby.
You hear this, Apostle?
While Mr. Chadband glows with humility and train oil, Mrs. Chadband pays the money.
My friends, 8 pence is not much. It might justly have been 1 and 4 pence. It might justly have been half a crown. Oh, let us be joyful. Joyful. Oh, let us be joyful.
Stalks to the table, and before taking a chair, lifts up his admonitory hand.
My friends, what is this which we now behold as being spread before us? Refreshment. Do we need refreshment then, my friends? We do. And why do we need refreshment, my friends? Because we are but mortal, because we are but sinful, because we are but of the earth, because we are not of the air. Can we fly, my friends? We cannot. Why can we not fly, my friends?
Mr. Snagsby, in a cheerful and rather knowing tone,
No wings,
is immediately frowned down by Mrs. Snagsby. Mr. Chadband, utterly rejecting and obliterating Mr. Snagsby's suggestion.
I say, my friends, why can we not fly? Is it because we are calculated to walk? It is. Could we walk, my friends, without strength? We could not. What should we do without strength, my friends? Our legs would refuse to bear us, our knees would double up, our ankles would turn over, and we should come to the ground. Then from whence, my friends, in a human point of view, do we derive the strength that is necessary to our limbs? Is it?
Glances over the table.
From bread in various forms, from butter which is churned from the milk which is yielded unto us by the cow, from the eggs which are laid by the fowl, from ham, from tongue, from sausage, and from such like. It is. Then let us partake of the good things which are set before us.
Sits down at Mr. Snagsby's table, and lays about him prodigiously. Curtain falls. End of Mrs. Snagsby's Guests.
Mr. George's Shooting Gallery, from Short Plays from Dickens, by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. George's Shooting Gallery, from Bleak House. Characters. Mr. George,
proprietor of the shooting gallery. Read by Average Moe. Phil Squad, his familiar. Read by Todd.
Grandfather Smallweed, a miser and money lender. Read by Trisha G.
And stage directions read by Marianne. Scene: the living room at George's Shooting Gallery in the neighborhood of Leicester Square. Description of characters. Mr. George, a swarthy, bronzed man of 50, well-made and good-looking, with crisp dark hair, bright eyes, and a broad chest. He is close-shaved, but has a habit of laying the open palm of his broad brown hand upon his mouth, as though he had once worn a moustache, has a measured and heavy step, and, when he sits forward on his chair, as if he were from long habit allowing space for some dress or accoutrements that he has altogether laid aside. See illustration, page 168. Phil Squad, a grotesque little man with a large head dressed in a green baize apron and cap, and with his hands and face begrimed with dirt. One side of his face is speckled with the marks of gunpowder, and on this side he has no eyebrow, but on the other side is a bushy black one. His hands are notched and seamed all over. He is very strong, and has a curious way of limping round with his shoulder against the wall, and tacking off at objects he wants to lay hold of, instead of going straight to them, which has left a smear all around the wall known as Phil's mark. See illustration, page 168. Grandfather Smallweed, an old dwarfish man in a helpless condition as to his lower limbs, and nearly so as to his upper limbs, a mere clothes bag, with a black skull-cap on the top of it. He is always rubbing his legs, is carried in on a chair, and is wearing a large top-hat over his skull-cap. See illustration, page 168, and see also Bleak House, page 386. Mr. Smallweed breaks the pipe of peace. Judy, a vixenish girl, sharp-featured and sharp of tongue. See illustration, page 168. Cab driver and street loafer. See illustration, as above. Arrangement of stage. A small oblong deal table near a fireplace, with crockery upon it. 2 chairs close at hand. 2 mattresses rolled up and standing in a corner. In the opposite corner a cupboard. Some targets, fencing masks and foils, a gun or 2, a large sword, and dumbbells lying about. When the curtain rises, Phil is on his knees lighting the fire, while Mr. George is coming in bare-headed and bare-chested, rubbing himself after a visit to the pump. This over, he brushes his head vigorously, puts on his jacket, fills his pipe, lights it, and marches slowly up and down.
And so, Phil, you were dreaming of the country last night?
Yes, Governor.
What was it like?
I hardly know what it was like, Governor.
How do you know it was the country?
On account of the grass, I think, and the swans upon it.
What are the swans doing on the grass?
They was a-eatin' of it, I expect.
Mr. George resumes his march, and Phil resumes his preparation of breakfast, preparation being limited to the setting forth of very simple breakfast requisites for 2, and the broiling of a rasher of bacon at the fire in a rusty grate. At length the breakfast is ready. Mr. George knocks the ashes out of his pipe on the hob, stands his pipe on the chimney-shelf, and sits down to the meal. When he has helped himself, Phil follows suit, sitting at the extreme end of the little oblong table, and taking his plate on his knees. Mr. George, plying his knife and fork.
The country. Why, I suppose you never clapped your eyes on the country, Phil?
Contentedly eating.
I see the marshes once.
What marshes?
The marshes, Commander.
Where are they?
I don't know where they are, but I see 'em, Governor. They was flat and misty.
I was born in the country, Phil.
Was you indeed, Commander?
Yes, and bred there.
Phil elevates his one eyebrow, and, after respectfully staring at his master to express interest, swallows a great gulp of coffee, still staring at him.
There's not a bird's note that I don't know. Not many an English leaf or berry that I couldn't name. Not many a tree that I couldn't climb yet if I was put to it. I was a real country boy once. My good mother lived in the country.
She must have been a fine old lady, Governor.
Aye, and not so old either. 35 years ago. But I'll wager that at 90 she would be near as upright as me, and near as broad across the shoulders.
Did she die at 90, Governor?
No, bosh. Let her rest in peace. God bless her. What set me about country boys and runaways and good-for-nothings? You, to be sure. So you never clapped your eyes upon the country, marshes, and dreams accepted, eh?
Phil shakes his head.
Do you want to see it?
No, I don't know as I do, particular.
Sounds enough for you, eh?
Why, you see, Commander, I ain't acquainted with anything else, and I doubt if I ain't a-getting too old to take to novelties.
pausing as he conveys his smoking saucer to his lips.
How old are you, Phil?
I'm something with an 8 in it. It can't be 80, nor yet 18. It's betwixt 'em somewheres.
Slowly putting down his saucer without tasting its contents.
Why, what the deuce, Phil?
Stops, seeing that Phil is counting on his dirty fingers.
I was just 8, agreeable to the parish calculation, when I went with the tinker. I was sent on an errand, and I see him a-sittin' under an old buildin' with a fire all to himself, wery comfortable. And he says, "Would you like to come along o' me, my man?" I says, "Yes." And him and me and the fire goes home to Clerkenwell together. That was April Fool's Day. I was able to count up to 10. And when April Fool Day come around again, I says to myself, "Now, old chap, you're 1 and an 8 in it." April Fool Day after that, "Now, old chap, you're 2 and an 8 in it." O' course of time I come to 10 and an 8 in it. 2 10s and an 8 in it. When it got so high, it got the upper hand of me. But this is how I always know there's an 8 in it.
Resuming his breakfast.
Ah. And where's the tinker?
Drink put him in the hospital, governor, and the hospital put him in a glass case, I have heard.
Mysteriously.
Why, that means you got promotion. Took the business, Phil.
Yes, Commander, I took the business, such as it was. It wasn't much of a beat. Round Saffron Hill, Hayton Garden, Clerkenwell, Smithville, and there, poor neighbourhood, where they uses up the kettles till they're past mending. Most of the tramping tinkers used to come and lodge at our place. That was the best part of my master's earnings. But they didn't come to me. I weren't like him. He could sing 'em a good song. I couldn't. He could play 'em a tune on any sort of pot you please, so as it was iron or block tin. I could never do nothin' with a pot but mend it or bile it. Never had a note of music in me. Besides, I was too ill-lookin', and their wives complained of me.
They were mighty particular. You would pass muster in a crowd.
With a pleasant smile, Phil shaking his head.
No, governor, no, I shouldn't. I was passable enough when I went with the tinker, though nothing to boast of then. But what with blowing the fire with my mouth when I was young, and spilin' my complexion, and singeing my hair off, and swallerin' the smoke, and what with being nat'rally unfortunate in the way of running against hot metal, and marking myself by such means, and what with having turn-ups with the tinker as I got older, almost whenever he was too far gone in drink, which was almost always, my beauty was queer, wery queer, even at that time. As to sense, what with a dozen years in a dark forge, where the men was given to larking, and what with being scorched in an accident at a gas-works, and what with being blowed out a winder, case fillin' at the fireworks business, I'm ugly enough to be made a show on. It was after the case fillin' blow-up when I first see you, Commander. You remember?
I remember, Phil. You were walking along of a sudden.
Crawlin', governor, agin a wall.
True, Phil. Shouldering your way on.
In a nightcap.
In a nightcap?
And hobblin' with a couple of sticks.
With a couple of sticks. When...
Putting down his cup and saucer, and hastily removing his plate from his knees.
When you stops, you know, and says to me, "What, comrade, you have been in the wars?" I didn't say much to you, Commander, then, for I was took by surprise that a man so strong and healthy and bold as you was should stop to speak to such a limpin' bag of bones as I was. But you says to me, says you, deliverin' it out of your chest as hearty as possible, so that it was like a glass of something hot, "What accident have you met with? You have been badly hurt. What's amiss, old boy? Cheer up and tell us about it." Cheer up? I was cheered already. I says as much to you. You says more to me. I says more to you. You says more to me. And here I am, Commander. Here I am, Commander.
Starts from his chair and unaccountably begins to slide away.
If a mark's wanted, or if it will improve the business, let the customers take aim at me. They can't spoil my beauty. I'm all right. Come on. If they want a man to box at, let 'em box at me. Let 'em knock me well about the head. I don't mind. If they want a lightweight to be throwed for practice, Cornwall, Devonshire, Lancashire, let 'em throw me. They won't hurt me. I've been throwed all sorts of styles all my life.
This speech having been energetically delivered, and accompanied by action illustrative of the various exercises referred to, Phil Squad shoulders his way round 3 sides of the stage, and abruptly tacking off at Mr. George, makes a butt at him with his head, intended to express devotion to his service. He then begins to clear away the breakfast. Mr. George, after laughing cheerfully and clapping him on the shoulder, takes a turn at the dumb-bells, and afterwards engages with great gravity in solitary broadsword practice. At this point strange sounds are heard from the outside. A knock follows at the door, and the door opens. 2 bearers carrying in on a chair the limp and ugly figure of Grandfather Smallweed, attended by his granddaughter, Judy. Mr. Smallweed, gasping.
Oh, Lord! Oh, dear me! I am shaken! How we do, my dear friend, how we do? Mr. George, my dear friend.
Removes his right arm from the neck of one of his bearers, whom he has nearly throttled coming along.
How we do? You're surprised to see me, my dear friend.
I should hardly have been more surprised to have seen your friend in the city.
I am very seldom out.
Pants.
I haven't been out for many months. It is inconvenient, and it comes expensive. But I longed so much to see you, my dear Mr. George. How we do, sir?
I am well enough. I hope you are the same.
You can't be too well, my dear friend.
Takes him by both hands.
I have brought my granddaughter, Judy. I couldn't keep her away. She longed so much to see you.
She bears it calmly.
So we got a hackney cab and put a chair in it, and just round the corner they lifted me out of the cab and into the chair and carried me here, that I might see my dear friend in his own establishment. This,
pointing to the bearer who has been in danger of strangulation, and who withdraws adjusting his windpipe,
is the driver of the cab. He has nothing extra. It is by agreement included in his fare. This person,
pointing to the other bearer,
we engaged in the street outside for a pint of beer, which is 2d. Judy, give the person 2d. I was not sure you had a workman of your own here, my dear friend, or we needn't have employed this person.
Looks at Phil with a glance of considerable terror.
Oh, Lord! Oh, dear me!
Phil has stopped short with a gun in his hand, with much the air of a dead shot, intent on picking Mr. Smallweed off.
Judy, my child, give the person his 2d. It's a great deal for what he has done.
The person receives his 2d with anything but transport, tosses the money into the air, catches it overhanded, and retires.
My dear Mr. George, would you be so kind as to help to carry me to the fire? I am accustomed to a fire, and I am an old man, and I soon chill. Oh, dear me!
The closing exclamation is jerked out of Mr. Smallweed by the suddenness with which Phil Squad catches him up, chair and all, and deposits him on the hearthstone.
Oh, Lord!
Pants.
Oh, dear me! Oh, my stars! My dear friend, your workman is very strong, and very prompt. Oh, Lord, he is very prompt. Judy, draw me back a little. I'm being scorched in my legs.
Judy backs her grandfather a little way from the fire, shakes him up as usual, and releases his overshadowed eye from its black velvet extinguisher.
Oh, dear me! Oh, Lord!
Looks about, and meeting Mr. George's glance, stretches out both his hands.
My dear friend, so happy in this meeting! And this is your establishment? It's a delightful place. It's a picture. You never find that anything goes off here accidentally, do you, my dear friend?
Is very ill at ease.
No fear of that.
And your workman, oh dear me, he never lets anything off without meaning it, does he, my dear friend?
Smiling.
He has never hurt anybody but himself.
But he might, you know. He seems to have hurt himself a good deal, and might hurt somebody else. He mightn't mean it, or he even might. Mr. George, will you order him to leave his infernal firearms alone and go away?
Obedient to a nod from Mr. George, Phil retires, empty-handed, to the other side of the stage. Mr. Smallweed, reassured, falls into rubbing his legs.
And you're doing well, Mr. George?
Mr. George stands faced about towards him with his broadsword in his hand.
You are prospering, please the powers?
Answering with a cool nod.
Go on. You've not come to say that, I know.
You are so sprightly, Mr. George. You are such good company.
Aha! Go on.
My dear friend, but that sword looks awful gleaming and sharp. It might cut somebody by accident. It makes me shiver, Mr. George.
Apart to Judy, as Mr. George takes a step or two away to lay it aside.
Curse him! He owes me money, and might think of paying off old scores in this murdering place. I wish your brimstone grandmother was here, and he'd shave her head off.
Returning, folding his arms, and looking down at Mr. Smallweed, who slides every moment lower and lower in his chair.
Now for it.
Mr. Smallweed, rubbing his hands with an artful chuckle.
Oh, yes, now for it. Now for what, my dear friend?
For a pipe.
With great composure, sets his chair in the chimney corner, takes his pipe from the shelf, fills it and lights it, and falls to smoking peacefully. Mr. Smallweed becomes exasperated, and secretly claws the air with an impotent vindictiveness expressive of an intense desire to tear and rend the visage of Mr. George. Judy pounces at him with something more than the ardour of affection, and so shakes him up, and pats and pokes him in divers parts of his body, that in his grievous distress he utters enforced sounds like a paviour's rammer. Then she stretches out her forefinger and gives Mr. George one poke in the back. Mr. George raising his head, she makes another poke at her esteemed grandfather, and, having thus brought them together, stares rigidly at the fire. Mr. Smallweed, swallowing his rage.
Aye, ho, ho, my dear friend.
Still clawing.
I tell you what, if you want to converse with me, you must speak out. I am one of the roughs, and I can't go about and about. I haven't the art to do it. I am not clever enough. It don't suit me. When you go winding round and round me...
Puts his pipe between his lips again.
Dang, I don't feel as if I was being smothered.
Inflates his broad chest to its utmost extent.
If you have come to give me a friendly call, I am obliged to you. How are you? If you have come to see whether there's any property on the premises, look about you. You are welcome. If you want to out with something, out with it.
Judy, without removing her gaze from the fire, gives her grandfather one poke.
You see? It's her opinion, too. And why the devil that young woman won't sit down like a Christian...
His eyes musingly fixed on Judy.
I can't comprehend.
She keeps at my side to attend to me, sir. I am an old man, my dear Mr. George, and I need some attention. I can carry my years. I am not a brimstone poll-parrot.
Snarls and looks unconsciously for a cushion to use as a missile.
But I need attention, my dear friend.
Wheeling his chair to face Mr. Smallwood.
Well, now then.
My friend in the city, Mr. George, has done a little business with a pupil of yours.
Has he? I am sorry to hear it.
Yes, sir.
Rubs his legs.
He is a fine young soldier now, Mr. George, by the name of Carstone. Friends came forward and paid it all up, honourable.
Did they? Do you think your friend in the city would like a piece of advice?
I think he would, my dear friend, from you.
I advise him, then, to do no more business in that quarter. There's no more to be got by it. The young gentleman, to my knowledge, is brought to a dead halt.
Cunningly rubbing his legs.
No, no, my dear friend. No, no, Mr. George. No, 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 sir. Not quite a dead halt, I think. He has good friends, and he is good for his pay, and he is good for the selling price of his commission, and he is good for his chance in a lawsuit, and he is good for his chance in a wife, and, oh, do you know, Mr. George, I think my friend would consider the young gentleman good for something yet.
Turns up his velvet cap, and scratches his ear like a monkey. Mr. George, who has put aside his pipe, and sits with an arm on his chair-back, beats a tattoo on the ground with his right foot.
But to pass from one subject to another, to promote the conversation, as a joker might say, to pass, Mr. George, from the ensign to the captain.
Mr. George, pausing, with a frown.
What are you up to now? What, Captain?
Our captain, the captain we know of, Captain Hawdon.
With a low whistle, as he sees both Mr. Smallwood and Judy looking hard at him.
Oh, that's it, is it? You're there. Well, what about it? Come, I won't be smothered any more. Speak.
My dear friend, I was applied. Judy, shake me up a little. I was applied to yesterday about the captain, and my opinion still is that the captain is not dead.
Bosh!
With his hand to his ear.
What was your remark, my dear friend?
Bosh!
Oh, Mr. George, of my opinion you can judge for yourself, according to the questions asked of me, and the reasons given for asking 'em. Now, what do you think the lawyer making the inquiries wants?
A job.
Nothing of the kind.
Folding his arms with an air of confirmed resolution.
Can't be a lawyer, then?
My dear friend, he is a lawyer, and a famous one. He wants to see some fragment in Captain Hawdon's writing. He don't want to keep it. He only wants to see it, and compare it with a writing in his possession.
Well?
Well, Mr. George, happening to remember the advertisement concerning Captain Hawdon, and any information that could be given respecting him, he looked it up and came to me, just as you did, my dear friend. Will you shake hands? So glad you came that day. I should have missed forming such a friendship if you hadn't come.
After going through the ceremony with some stiffness.
Well, Mr. Smallweed?
I had no such thing. I have nothing but his signature. Plague, pestilence, and famine, battle, murder, and sudden death upon him.
Squeezes up his velvet cap between his angry hands.
I have 500,000 of his signatures, I think. But you—
Breathlessly recovers his mildness of speech as Judy readjusts the cap on his head.
You, my dear Mr. George, are likely to have some letter or paper that would suit the purpose. Anything would suit the purpose written in the hand.
Pondering.
Some writing in that hand? Maybe I have.
My dearest friend.
Maybe I have not.
Crestfallen.
Oh.
But if I had bushels of it, I would not show as much as would make a cartridge without knowing why.
Sir, I have told you why. My dear Mr. George, I have told you why.
Shaking his head.
Not enough. I must know more and approve it.
Then will you come to the lawyer? My dear friend, will you come and see the gentleman?
Pulls out an old silver watch.
I told him it was probable I might call upon him between 10 and 11 this forenoon, and it's now 10:30. Will you come and see the gentleman, Mr. George?
Gravely.
I don't mind that, though why this should concern you so much, I don't know.
Everything concerns me that has a chance in it of bringing anything to light about him. Didn't he take us all in? Didn't he owe us immense sums all round? Concern me? Who can anything about him concern more than me? Not, my dear friend,
lowers his tone,
that I want you to betray anything. Far from it. Are you ready to come, my dear friend?
Aye, I'll come in a moment. I promise nothing, you know.
No, my dear Mr. George, no.
Mr. George, getting his hat and thick wash-leather gloves.
And you mean to say you're going to give me a lift to this place, wherever it is, without charging me for it?
This pleasantry so tickles Mr. Smallweed that he laughs long and low before the fire. But ever, while he laughs, he glances over his paralytic shoulder at Mr. George, and eagerly watches him as he unfastens the lock of the cupboard, takes something out with a rustling of paper, folds it and puts it in his breast. Then Judy pokes Mr. Smallweed once, and Mr. Smallweed pokes Judy once.
I am ready.
Comes back.
Bill, you can carry this old gentleman to his coach, and make nothing of him.
Oh, dear me! Oh, Lord, stop a moment! He's so very prompt! Are you sure you can do it carefully, my worthy man?
Phil makes no reply, but seizing the chair and its load, sidles away, tightly hugged by the now speechless Mr. Smallweed. Curtain falls. End of Mr. George's Shooting Gallery.
Silas Wegg's Stall from Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Silas Wegg's Stall from Our Mutual Friend. Characters:
Silas Wegg, a stall-keeper and ballad-monger. Read by Todd.
Mr. Boffin, a retired dustman. Read by Trisha G.
Stage directions, read by Lydia. Scene in front of a corner house not far from Cavendish Square. Description of characters: Silas Wegg, a wooden-legged man, naughty and close-grained, with a hard, expressionless face. He wears spectacles, a closely buttoned top-coat, and a large battered hat, and is grasping, covetous, and cunning. For illustrations, see pages 186 and 189. Mr. Boffin, a broad, round-shouldered, one-sided old fellow dressed in a pea overcoat and carrying a large stick, which he has a habit of nursing in his arms like a baby. He wears thick shoes, thick leather gaiters, thick gloves, and a broad-brimmed hat, and is jovial, generous-minded man, the exact opposite of Wegg. For illustration, see Our Mutual Friend, page 388, Bibliomania of the Golden Dustman. Arrangement of stage. When the curtain rises, Silas Wegg is seen stumping in, carrying the following articles strapped together: a stool, a clothes horse, a pair of trestles, a board, and a basket. He crosses the stage, and separating these, the board and trestles become a counter. The basket supplies a few small lots of orange, nuts, and sweets, which are arranged on the counter. The unfolded clothes horse is made to display a collection of halfpenny ballads and to act as a screen, and Silas Wegg sits down with difficulty on the stool and puts his remaining foot in the basket. All this is accompanied with a series of grunts from Wegg. On glancing round, he discovers that he has forgotten to hang his business announcement on front of the counter. He therefore gets up clumsily and hangs the card, which, badly written, contains the following words: "Errands gone, on with fe, delity by, ladies and gentlemen, I remain your humble servant, Silas Wegg." This done, he sits down again, takes off, rubs, and puts his spectacles on as Mr. Boffin enters. Catching sight of Mr. B.
Here you are again. And what are you now? Are you in the funds? Or where are you? Are you in independent circumstances? Or is it wasting the motions of a bow on you? Come, I'll speculate. I'll invest a bow in you.
Rise and bows elaborately.
Morning, sir. Morning, morning.
Aside.
Calls me sir. He won't answer. A bow gone.
Morning, morning, morning.
Strolls about in front of stage.
Appears to be a rather arty old cock, too. Good morning to you, sir.
Bows again.
Do you remember me, then?
Stops one-sided before the stall and speaks in a pouncing way, though with great good humour.
I have noticed you go past our house, sir, several times in the course of the last week or so.
Our house, meaning...
Points to the back of the stage. Nodding.
Yes.
Oh, now what
Inquisitively.
What do they allow you now?
With reticence.
It's job work that I do for our house, and it's not yet brought to an exact allowance.
Oh, it's not yet brought to an exact allowance? No, it's not yet brought to an exact allowance. Oh, morning, morning, morning.
Strolls away, but comes back again shortly. Aside.
Appears to be rather a crackled old cock.
How did you get your wooden leg?
Tartly.
In an accident.
Do you like it?
Well, I haven't got to keep it warm.
He hasn't...
Repeats this to his knotted stick as he gives it a hug.
He hasn't got... to keep it warm. Did you ever hear of the name of Boffin?
No, I never did hear the name of Boffin.
Do you like it?
Why, no, I can't say I do.
Why don't you like it?
Angrily.
I don't know why I don't, but I don't at all.
Now, I'll tell you something that'll make you sorry for that.
Smiles.
My name's Boffin.
I can't help it. And if I could, I wouldn't.
Smiling still.
But there's still another chance for you. Do you like the name of Nicodemus? Think it over. Nick or Noddy?
It is not, sir.
Sits down on his stool with an air of gentle resignation.
It is not a name as I could wish anyone that I had a respect for to call me by. But there may be persons that would not view it with the same objections. I don't know why.
Noddy Boffin. Noddy, that's my name. Noddy, or Nick, Boffin. What's your name?
Silas Wegg. I don't know why Silas, and I don't know why Wegg.
Hugging his stick closer.
Now, Wegg, I want to make a sort of offer to you. Do you remember when you first see me?
Looking at him with a meditative eye, and also with a softened air as descrying possibility of profit.
Let me think. I ain't quite sure. And yet I generally take a powerful sight of notice, too. Was it on a Monday morning when the butcher boy had been to our house for orders, and bought a ballad of me, which, being unacquainted with the tune, I run it over to him.
Right, Wegg, right. But he bought more than one.
Yes, to be sure, sir, he bought several, and wishing to lay out his money to the best, he took my opinion to guide his choice, and we went over the collection together. To be sure we did. Here was him as it might be, and here was myself as it might be, and there was you, Mr. Boffin, as you identically are, with your self-same stick under your very same arm, and your very same back towards us. To be sure.
Looks a little round Mr. Boffin to take him in the rear.
Your very self-same back.
What do you think I was doing, Wegg?
I should judge, sir, that you might be glancing your eye down the street.
No, Wegg, I was a-listening.
Dubiously.
Was you indeed?
Not in a dishonourable Wegg, because you was singing to the butcher, and you wouldn't sing secrets to a butcher in the street, you know.
Cautiously.
It never happened that I did so yet, to the best of my remembrance. But I might do it. A man can't say what he might wish to do some day or another.
Well, I was listening to you and to him. And what do you... You haven't got another stool, have you? I'm rather thick in my breath.
I haven't got another, but you're welcome to this.
Resigns it.
It's a treat to me to stand.
In a tone of great enjoyment as he settles himself down, still nursing his stick like a baby.
Lard, it's a pleasant place, this. And then to be shut in on each side with these ballads like so many book-leaf blinkers. Why, it's delightful.
As a delicate hint.
If I am not mistaken, sir, you alluded to some offer or another that was in your mind?
I'm coming to it. All right, I'm coming to it. I was going to say that when I listened that morning, I listened with admiration amounting to awe. I thought to myself, here's a man with a wooden leg, a literary man with...
Deprecatingly.
Not exactly so, sir.
Why, you know every one of these songs by name and by tune, and if you want to read or to sing any one on 'em off straight, you've only to whip on your spectacles and do it. I see you at it.
With a conscious inclination of the head.
Well, sir, we'll say literary, then.
turns his basket upside down and sits down upon it opposite Mr. B.
A literary man, with a wooden leg, and all print is open to him. That's what I thought to myself that morning.
Leans forward to describe, uncramped by the clothes horse, as large an arc as his right arm can make.
All print is open to him. And it is, ain't it?
With modesty.
Why, truly, sir, I believe you couldn't show me the piece of English print that I wouldn't be equal to collaring and throwing.
On the spot?
On the spot.
I knowed it. Then consider this. Here am I, a man without a wooden leg, and yet all print is shut to me.
Indeed, sir. Education neglected?
With emphasis.
Neglected. That ain't no word for it. I don't mean to say, but what if you showed me a B, I could so far give you change for it, as to answer boffin.
Come, come, sir, that's something too.
It's something, but I'll take my oath it ain't much.
Perhaps it's not as much as could be wished by an inquiring mind, sir?
Now, look here, I'm retired from business. Me and Mrs. Boffin, Henrietta Boffin, which was her father's name was Henry, and her mother's name was Hetty, and so you get it. We live on a compittance under a will of a diseased governor.
Gentleman dead, sir?
Man alive, don't I tell you? A diseased governor. Now it's too late for me to begin shoveling and shifting at alphabets and grammar books. I'm getting to be a old bird, and I want to take it easy. But I want some reading, some fine, bold reading, some splendid book in a gorging Lord Mayor's show of volumes as'll reach right down your pint of view and take time to go by you. How can I get that reading, Wegg?
Taps him on the breast with the head of his thick stick.
By paying a man truly qualified to do it, so much an hour, say 2pence, to come and do it.
Flattered, sir, I'm sure. This is the offer you mentioned, sir?
Yes. Do you like it?
I am considering of it, Mr. Boffin.
I don't want to tie a literary man, with a wooden leg, down too tight. A halfpenny an hour shan't part us. The hours are your own to choose, after you've done for the day with your house here. I live over Maiden Lane way, out Holloway direction, and you've only got to go east and by north when you've finished here, and you're there. 2pence halfpenny an hour.
Takes a piece of chalk from his pocket and gets off the stool to work the sum on top of it in his own way.
2 long uns and a short un, 2pence halfpenny. 2 short uns is a long un, and 2 long uns is 4 long uns. Making 5 long uns. 6 nights a week at 5 long uns a night.
Scores them all down separately.
And you mount up to 30 long uns. A round un, half a crown.
Points to this result, then smears it out with his moistened glove and sits down on the remains. Meditating.
Half a crown. Yes, it ain't much, sir, half a crown.
Per week, you know.
Per week. Yes. As to the amount of strain upon the intellect now, was you thinking at all of poetry?
Would it come dearer?
It would come dearer. For when a person comes to grind off poetry night after night, it is but right he should expect to be paid for its weakening effect on his mind.
To tell you the truth, Wegg, I wasn't thinking of poetry, except in so fur as this. If you was to happen now and then to feel yourself in the mind to tip me and Mrs. Boffin one of your ballads, why then we should drop into poetry.
I follow you, sir. But not being a regular musical professional, I should be loath to engage myself for that. And therefore, when I dropped into poetry, I should ask to be considered in the light of a friend.
Mr. Boffin's eyes sparkle, and he shakes Wegg earnestly by the hand, with unconcealed anxiety.
What do you think of the terms, Wegg?
With an air of great generosity.
Mr. Boffin, I never bargain.
Admiringly.
So I should have thought of you.
No, sir. I never did aggle, and I never will aggle. Consequently, I meet you at once, free and fair, with done, for double the money.
I'm prepared for this conclusion.
You know better what it ought to be than I do, Wegg.
Again shakes hands with him.
Could you begin tonight, Wegg?
Yes, sir. I see no difficulty if you wish it. You are provided with the needful implement? A book, sir?
Bought him at a sale. 8 volumes, red and gold. Purple ribbon in every volume, to keep the place where you leave off. Do you know him?
The book's name, sir?
Slightly disappointed.
I thought you might have knowed him without it. His name is Decline and Fall of the Russian Empire.
Pronounces these words slowly and with much caution.
Aye, indeed.
Nods his head with an air of friendly recognition.
You know him, Wegg?
I haven't been, not to say right slap through him, very lately, having been otherwise employed, Mr. Boffin. But know him? Old familiar declining and falling off of the Russian? Rather, sir. Ever since I was not so high as your stick. Ever since my eldest brother left our cottage to enlist into the army. On which occasion, as the ballad that was made about it describes, beside that cottage door, Mr. Boffin, a girl was on her knees. She held aloft a snowy scarf, sir, which, my elder brother noticed, fluttered in the breeze. She breathed a prayer for him, Mr. Boffin, a prayer he could not hear. And my eldest brother leaned upon his sword, Mr. Boffin, and wiped away a tear.
Wegg rises to declaim this poetry, and does it with much waving of his stick and arms.
Where I live is called the Bower. Boffin's Bower is the name Mrs. Boffin christened it when we came into it as a property. If you should meet with anybody that don't know it by that name, which hardly anybody does, when you've got nigh upon about a odd mile, or say and a quarter if you like, up Maiden Lane, Battle Bridge, ask for Harmony Jail, and you'll be put right.
Claps him on the shoulder with the greatest enthusiasm.
I shall expect you, Wegg, most joyfully. I shall have no peace or patience till you come. Print is now opening ahead of me. This night a literary man, with a wooden leg,
bestows an admiring look upon that decoration as if it greatly enhances the relish of Mr. Wegg's attainments,
will begin to lead me a new life. My fist again, Wegg. Morning, morning, morning.
Curtain falls. End of Silas Wegg's Stall.
Mr. Venus's Shop, from Short Plays from Dickens, by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Venus's Shop, from Our Mutual Friend. Characters:
Mr. Venus.
A preserver of animals and birds.
Read by Bill Mosley.
Silas Wegg, a stall-keeper and ballad-monger. Read by Todd.
Boy. Read by Lydia.
Stage directions. Read by Trisha G. Scene: a shop in a narrow and dirty street in Clerkenwell. Description of characters: Mr. Venus, a shriveled-up man with a sallow face, weak eyes, and a tangle of reddish dusty hair. His expression and stoop are like those of a shoemaker. He wears no coat or cravat, but only a loose waistcoat over his yellow linen, and his tumbled shirt-collar is open. He has a whining, querulous voice. For illustrations, see pages 186 and 189. Silas Wegg. See ante, page 175. Boy. See illustration, page 186. Arrangement of stage: a small fireplace on one side of the stage, with a chair and a box near it. Near the center is a small counter, on which are all sorts of objects in disorder, prominent amongst them being a skull or two, some stuffed birds or animals, and some jars of bottled preparations. The stage is lit only by one tallow candle in a tin candlestick, which stands on the counter, and by the firelight. As the curtain rises, Mr. Venus is seen toasting a muffin at the fire, on which a kettle is boiling. Near at hand are a teapot, cup and saucer, etc. A knock is heard at the door, and Silas Wegg enters. The skeleton ribs and leg bones required for this scene are easily prepared by painting them in white on blackened pieces of cardboard. The remaining properties, skulls, etc., can probably be borrowed without difficulty from the local museum.
Good evening, Mr. Venus. Don't you remember?
Mr. Venus rises, holds his candle over the little counter, and then holds it down towards the legs, natural and artificial, of Mr. Wegg.
To be sure, how do you do?
Wegg, you know.
Yes, yes, a hospital amputation.
Just so.
Yes, yes, how do you do? Sit down by the fire and warm your other one.
Mr. Wegg sits down on a box in front of the fire and sniffs several times.
My tea is drawing, and my muffin is on the hob, Mr. Wegg. Will you partake?
Produces another cup and saucer from behind, and pours out 2 cups of tea. Both drink from their saucers.
And how have I been going on this long time, Mr. Venus?
Slaps his wooden leg.
Very bad.
Silas Wegg, with an air of surprise.
What? Am I still at home?
Always at home.
Strange. To what do you attribute it?
Mr. Venus, in a weak voice of querulous complaint.
I don't know to what to attribute it, Mr. Wegg. I can't work you into a miscellaneous one, nohow. Do what I will, you can't be got to fit. Anybody with a passable knowledge would pick you out at a look and say, no go, don't match.
Silas Wegg, with some little irritation.
Well, but hang it, Mr. Venus, that can't be personal and peculiar in me. It must often happen with miscellaneous ones.
With ribs, I grant you, always, but not else. When I prepare a miscellaneous one, I know beforehand that I can't keep to nature and be miscellaneous with ribs, because every man has his own ribs, and no other man's will go with them. But elsewhere I can be miscellaneous. I have just sent home a beauty, a perfect beauty, to a school of art, 1 leg Belgian, 1 leg English, and the pickings of 8 other people in it. Talk of not being qualified to be miscellaneous. By rights you ought to be, Mr. Wegg.
Silas Wegg, looking as hard at his 1 leg as he can in the dim light.
It must be the fault of the other people.
Impatiently.
Or how do you mean to say it comes about?
I don't know how it comes about. Stand up a minute. Hold the light.
Mr. Venus takes, from a corner by his chair, the bones of a leg and foot, beautifully put together. These he compares with Mr. Wegg's leg, that gentleman looking on, as if he were being measured for a riding boot.
No, I don't know how it is, but so it is. You've got a twist in that bone, to the best of my belief. I never saw the likes of you.
Silas Wegg, having looked distrustfully at his own limb, and suspiciously at the pattern with which it has been compared.
I bet a pound that ain't an English one.
An easy wager when we run so much into foreign. No, it belongs to that French gentleman.
As he nods towards a point of darkness behind Mr. Wegg, the latter, with a slight start, looks round for that French gentleman, whom he at length descries to be represented, in a very workmanlike manner, by his ribs only, standing on a shelf in another corner.
Oh, I dare say you were all right enough in your own country, but I hope no objections will be taken to my saying that the Frenchman was never yet born as I should wish to match.
At this moment the door is violently pushed inward, and a boy follows it, who lets it slam.
Come for the stuffed canary.
It's 3 and 9p. Have you got the money?
The boy produces 4 shillings. Mr. Venus, in exceedingly low spirits, and making whimpering sounds, peers about for the stuffed canary, taking the candle to assist his search. Having found it, he holds it up and shows it to the boy.
There, that's animation, on a twig, making up his mind to hop. Take care of him, he's a lovely specimen.
Counts out the change.
And 3 is 4.
The boy gathers up his change and pulls the door open.
Stop him! Come back, you young villain, you've got a tooth among them halfpence.
How was I to know I'd got it? You give it to me. I don't want none of your teeth, I've got of my own.
Selects it from his change and throws it on the counter. Mr. Venus, pathetically,
Don't sauce me in the vicious pride of your youth. Don't hit me because you see I'm down. I'm low enough without that. You dropped into the till, I suppose. They drop into everything. There was 2 in the coffee pot at breakfast time. Molars.
Very well, then. What do you call names for?
goes off, making a face at Mr. Venus. Mr. Venus, shaking his stock of dusty hair and winking his weak eyes.
Don't sauce me in the vicious pride of your youth. Don't hit me because you see I'm down. You've no idea how small you'd come out if I had the articulating of you. Oh, dear me, dear me.
Sighs heavily while snuffing the candle.
The world that appeared so flowery has ceased to blow. You're casting your eye around the shop, Mr. Wegg. Let me show you a light. My working bench, my young man's bench, a Weiss, tools, bones, Warius, skulls, Warius, preserved Indian baby, African ditto, bottled preparations, Warius, everything within reach of your hand in good preservation. The moldy ones atop. What's in those hampers over there again, I can't quite remember. Say, human Warius, cats, articulated English baby, dogs, ducks, glass eyes, Warius, mummied bird, dried cuticle, Warius. Oh, dear me, that's the general panoramic view.
Holds and waves the candle as these heterogeneous objects are named.
Oh, dear me, dear me.
Resumes his seat and falls to pouring himself out more tea.
Where am I?
You're somewhere in the back shop across the yard, sir, and speaking quite candidly, I wish I'd never bought you of the hospital porter.
Now, look here. What did you give for me?
Well,
blows his tea.
You were one of a Warius lot, and I don't know.
What will you take from me?
Mr. Venus, still blowing his tea.
Well, I'm not prepared at a moment's notice to tell you, Mr. Wegg.
Silas Wegg, persuasively.
Come, according to your own account, I'm not worth much.
Not for miscellaneous working in, I grant you, Mr. Wegg, but you might turn out valuable yet as a...
Here Mr. Venus takes a gulp of tea, so hot that it makes him choke, and sets his weak eyes watering.
As a monstrosity, if you'll excuse me.
I think you know me, Mr. Venus, and I think you know I never bargain.
Mr. Venus takes gulps of hot tea, shutting his eyes at every gulp, and opening them again in a spasmodic manner.
I have a prospect of getting on in life and elevating myself by my own independent exertions.
Feelingly.
And I shouldn't like, I tell you openly, I should not like, under such circumstances, to be what I may call dispersed, a part of me here and a part of me there, but should wish to collect myself like a genteel person.
It's a prospect at present, is it, Mr. Wegg? You haven't got the money for a deal about you. Then I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll hold you over. I'm a man of my word, and you needn't be afraid of my disposing of you. I'll hold you over, that's a promise. Oh, dear me, dear me.
Sighs and pours himself out more tea.
You seem very low, Mr. Venus. Is business bad?
Sympathetically.
Never was so good.
Is your hand out at all?
Never was so well in. Mr. Wegg, I'm not only first in the trade, but I'm the trade. You may go and buy a skeleton at the West End if you like, and pay the West End price, but it'll be my putting together. I've as much to do as I can possibly do with the assistance of my young man, and I take a pride and a pleasure in it.
Right hand extended, and steaming saucer in his left hand.
That ain't a state of things to make you low, Mr. Venus.
Mr. Wegg, I know it ain't. Mr. Wegg, not to name myself as a workman without an equal. I've gone on improving myself in my knowledge of anatomy, till both by sight and by name I'm perfect. Mr. Wegg, if you was brought here loose in a bag to be articulated, I'd name your smallest bones blindfold equally with your largest, as fast as I could pick them out, and I'd sort them all, and sort your vertebra in a manner that would equally surprise and charm you.
Silas Wegg, not quite so readily as last time.
Well, that ain't a state of things to be low about. Not for you to be low about, leastways.
Mr. Wegg, I know it ain't. Mr. Wegg, I know it ain't. But it's the heart that lowers me. It is the heart. Be so good as to take and read that card out loud.
Passes over to Wegg a card picked from a drawer. Silas Wegg, putting on his spectacles and reading.
Mr. Venus.
Yes, go on.
Preserver of animals and birds.
Yes, go on.
Articulator of human bones.
That's it.
Groans.
Oh, that's it, Mr. Wegg. I'm 32 and a bachelor. Mr. Wegg, I love her. Mr. Wegg, she is worthy of being loved by a potentate.
Confronts him with his hand on his coat collar, but sits down again with the calmness of despair.
She objects to the business.
Does she know the profits of it?
She knows the profits of it, but she doesn't appreciate the art of it, and she objects to it.
Takes out of his pocket a letter and slowly reads it.
I do not wish, she writes in her own handwriting, to regard myself, nor yet to be regarded in that bony light. And so a man climbs to the top of the tree, Mr. Wegg, only to see that there's no lookout when he's up there. I sit here of a night, surrounded by the lovely trophies of my heart. And what have they done for me? Ruined me. Brought me to the pass of being informed that she does not wish to regard herself, nor yet to be regarded in that bony light.
Drinks more tea by gulps.
It lowers me. When I'm equally lowered all over, lethargy sets in. By sticking to it till 1 or 2 in the morning, I get oblivion. Don't let me detain you, Mr. Wegg. I'm not company for anyone.
Silas Wegg, rising.
It is not on that account, but because I've got an appointment. It's time I was at Harmon's.
Curtain falls as Silas Wegg goes out and Mr. Venus pours out more tea. End of Mr. Venus's shop.
At Jenny Wren's, from Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At Jenny Wren's, from our mutual friend. Characters:
Jenny Wren's,
a doll's dressmaker.
read by Lian.
A bad child. Jenny Wren's father. Read by Todd.
Lizzie Hexam, Jenny Wren's friend who's living with her. Read by Rachel.
Charlie Hexam, Lizzie Hexam's brother, a pupil teacher. Read by Trisha G.
Bradley Headstone, Charlie Hexam's schoolmaster, in love with Lizzie Hexam. Read by Thomas Peter.
Stage directions read by Lydia. Scene: the parlor of a house in Church Street, Smith Square by Millbank. Description of characters: Jenny Wren, a deformed child of 12, who has a queer but not ugly little face, with bright and sharp gray eyes and long fair hair hanging luxuriantly over her shoulders. For illustrations, see page 196, and see also Our Mutual Friend, page 609. Miss Wren fixes her idea. Her bad child. A weak, wretched, trembling creature who is never sober. He has prematurely grey, scanty hair, blotchy red cheeks, and swollen, lead-colored lips. For illustration, see page 196. Lizzie Hexam. A kind-hearted girl of about 20 years of age, good-looking and dark in complexion, with brown cheeks, very different from her brother both in looks and in character. For illustration, see Our Mutual Friend, page 577, The Parting by the River, and page 231, The Garden on the Roof. Charlie Hexam, a boy of about 16, with a coarse voice and face and a stunted figure. For illustration, see Our Mutual Friend, page 238, Forming the Domestic Virtues. Bradley Headstone, a highly certified schoolmaster, dressed in a decent black coat and waistcoat, formal black tie, pantaloons of pepper and salt, and with a silver watch in his pocket and a hair guard round his neck. He looks a thoroughly decent young man of 26, but has a certain manner of stiffness and awkwardness. See illustration as for Charlie Hexam. Arrangement of stage. A low working table on the side opposite the street door, one little, low, old-fashioned armchair at this table, and 2 other chairs at the other side of the room. At back of stage, an inner door. As the curtain rises, Jenny Wren is seen seated at her table surrounded with dolls and material for their dresses, some straw and a glue pot. Her crutches close at hand and in full view. A knock is heard at the door, and Bradley Headstone and Charlie Hexam enter, leaving the door open. Jen.
I can't get up because my back's bad and my legs are queer, but I'm the person of the house.
C.H. staring at her.
Who else is at home?
Nobody's at home at present, except the person of the house. What did you want, young man?
I wanted to see my sister.
Many young men have sisters. Give me your name, young man.
Hexam is my name.
Ah, indeed. I thought it might be. Your sister will be in about a quarter of an hour. I am very fond of your sister. She's my particular friend. Take a seat. And this gentleman's name?
Points to Bradley Headstone.
Mr. Headstone, my schoolmaster.
Take a seat. And would you please to shut the street door first? I can't very well do it myself because my back's so bad and my legs are so queer.
Bradley Headstone does this and then sits down. Jenny Wren goes on with her work of gluing together with a camel's hairbrush certain pieces of cardboard and thin wood, previously cut into various shapes. As she brings 2 thin edges accurately together by giving them a little bite, she glances at the visitors out of the corners of her grey eyes.
You can't tell me the name of my trade, I'll be bound.
You make pincushions.
What else do I make?
Pen wipers.
What else do I make? You're a schoolmaster, but you can't tell me.
B.H. pointing to a corner of the little bench.
You do something with straw, but I don't know what.
Well done, you! I only make pincushions and pin wipers to use up my waste, but my straw really does belong to my business. Try again. What do I make with my straw?
Dinner mats?
A schoolmaster says dinner mats. I'll give you a clue to my trade in a game of forfeit. I love my love with a B because she's beautiful. I hate my love with a B because she's brazen. I took her to the sign of the Blue Boar, and I treated her with bonnets. Her name's Bouncer, and she lives in Bedlam.
Counts these off on her fingers.
Now, what do I make with my straw?
Ladies' bonnets?
Jen nodding assent.
Fine ladies, doors. I'm a doors dressmaker.
I hope it's a good business.
Jen shrugging her shoulders and shaking her head.
No, poorly paid, and I'm often so pressed for time. I had a doll married last week, and was obliged to work all night, and it's not good for me, on account of my back being so bad and my legs so queer.
I am sorry your fine ladies are so inconsiderate.
Jen shrugging her shoulders again.
It is the way with them, and they take no care of their clothes, and they never keep the same fashion a month. I work for a doll with 3 daughters. Bless you, she's enough to ruin her husband.
Gives a weird little laugh and another look out of the corners of her eyes.
Are you always as busy as you are now?
Busier. I'm slack just now. I finished a large morning order the day before yesterday. $1 will for lost the canary bird.
Gives another little laugh, then nods her head several times.
Are you alone all day? Don't any of the neighbouring children...
Jen with a little scream.
Oh, Lord! Don't talk of children. I can't bear children.
With an angry little shake of her right fist close before her eyes.
I know their tricks and manners, always running about and screeching, always playing and fighting, always skipping on the pavement and chalking it for their games. Oh, I know their tricks and their manners.
Shakes her little fist as before.
And that's not all. Ever so often calling names in through a person's keyhole and imitating a person's back and legs. Oh, I know their tricks and their manners, and I'll tell you what I do to punish them. There's doors under the church in the square, black doors leading into black vaults. Well, I'd open one of those doors, and I'd cram 'em all in, and then I'd lock the door, and through the keyhole I'd blow in pepper.
What would be the good of blowing in pepper?
To set them sneezing, and make their eyes water, and when they were all sneezing and inflamed, I'd mock them through the keyhole, just as they, with their tricks and their manners, mock a person through a person's keyhole.
Shakes her little fist emphatically close before her eyes.
No, no, no. No children for me. Give me grown-ups. I always did like grown-ups, and always kept company with them. So sensible. Sit so quiet. Don't go prancing and capering about. And I mean always to keep 'em on none but grown-ups till I marry. I suppose I must make up my mind to marry one of these days.
C.H. rising to go.
I think, Mr. Headstone, as my sister is so long in coming, we might go and meet her.
B.H. also rising.
Very well, Charlie, we will.
They both go out, nodding to Jenny Wren as they go. Jenny goes on with her work, singing to herself as she works. Presently the door opens, and Lizzie Hexam enters. She at once crosses over to Jenny, who breaks off her song.
Well, Lizzie Mizzy Wizzy, what's the news out of doors?
Liz, playfully smoothing Jenny's long hair.
What's the news indoors?
Let me see, said the blind man. Why, the last news is that I don't mean to marry your brother.
My brother? Has he been here?
Yes, he has just left with his schoolmaster. You must have missed one another.
Abruptly.
Don't like the boy.
Lizzie finishes putting the hair carefully back over Jenny's misshapen shoulders, and then lights a candle and stands it on the mantel-shelf. Then she seats herself in a chair by the side of the little chair, and protectingly draws under her arm the spare hand that creeps up to her.
This is what your loving Jenny Wren calls the best time in the day and night. I have been thinking, as I sat at work today, what a thing it would be if I should be able to have your company till I am married, or at least courted. Because when I'm courted, I shall make him do some of the things that you do for me. He couldn't brush my hair like you do, or help me up and downstairs like you do, and he couldn't do anything like you do. But he could take my work home, and he could call for orders in his clumsy way, and he shall too. I'll trot him about, I can tell him. Wherever he may happen to be just at present, or whoever he may happen to be, I know his tricks and his manners, and I give him warning to look out.
Liz, smiling and smoothing Jenny's hair.
Don't you think you're rather hard upon him?
Jen, with an air of vast experience.
Not a bit. My dear, they don't care for you, those fellows, if you're not hard upon them. But I was saying if I should be able to have your company. Ah, what a large if, ain't it?
I have no intention of parting company, Jenny.
Rises and takes the candle as the door opens to admit Jenny Wren's bad child, who comes stumbling in a drunken fashion. HBC, in a submissive manner, speaking thickly and with difficulty.
Don't go away, Miss Hexam. Don't fly from unfortunate man in shattered state of health. Give poor invalid honor of your company. It ain't catchin'.
I have something to do in my own room.
Goes away upstairs by the inner door. HBC timidly.
How's my Jenny? How's my Jenny Wren, best of children, object dearest affections, broken-hearted invalid?
Jen, stretching out her arm in an attitude of command.
Go along with you. Go along into a corner. Get into a corner directly.
He makes as if he would offer some remonstrance, but not venturing to resist the person of the house, thinks better of it, and goes and sits down on a chair near the street door.
Oh, you bad old boy.
Points her little finger.
Oh, you naughty, wicked creature. What do you mean by it?
Her bad child puts out two hands in a little way, as making overtures of peace and reconciliation. Tears stand in his eyes, and his swollen lead-colored underlip trembles.
I know your tricks and your manners. I know where you've been to. Oh, you disgraceful old chap. Slave, slave, slave from morning to night, and all for this. What do you mean by it? I wish you had been taken up and locked up. I wish you had been poked into cells and black holes, and run over by rats and spiders and beetles. I know their tricks and their manners, and it had tickled you nicely. Ain't you ashamed of yourself?
HBC stammering.
Yes, my dear.
Then what do you mean by it?
Circumstances over which had no control.
Jen speaking with vehement sharpness.
I'll circumstance you and control you too if you talk in that way. I'll give you in charge to the police and have you fined 5 shillings when you can't pay, and then I won't pay the money for you, and you'll be transported for life. How should you like to be transported for life?
I shouldn't like it. Poor shattered invalid. Trouble nobody long.
Jen tapping the table near her in a businesslike manner and shaking her head and her chin.
Come, you know what you got to do. Put down your money this instant.
Her bad child begins to rummage in its pockets.
Spent a fortune out of your wages, I'll be bound. Put it here. All you've got left. Every farthing.
He makes a great business of collecting it from his pockets.
Is this all?
A confused heap of pence and shillings lies on the table.
Got no more?
Ruefully, with an accordant shake of the head.
Let me make sure. You know what you've got to do. Turn all your pockets inside out, and leave them so.
He obeys. Jenny reduces the heap to order.
Here's but 7 and 8 halfpenny. Oh, you prodigal old son. Now you shall be starved.
HBC whimpering.
No, don't starve me.
If you were treated as you ought to be, you'd be fed up on the skewers of cat's meat. Only the skewers, after the cats had had the meat. As it is, go to bed.
HBC stumbling out of the corner to comply and again putting out both his hands.
Circumstances over which no control.
Get along with you to bed. Don't speak to me. I'm not going to forgive you. Go to bed this moment.
Her bad child then shuffles along by the wall at the back of the stage as Lizzie Hexam re-enters. Liz, going to Jenny Wren and putting an arm round her.
Never mind, Jenny dear. Shall we have our supper?
Curtain falls as her bad child stumbles out of the door leading upstairs. End of At Jenny Wren's. End of Short Plays from Dickens by Horace Baker Brown.